In a quiet coastal town named Seabreak, a narrow, winding road led travelers toward the shore. At the end of that road stood a small cafe made of white stone and weathered wood. It had a simple sign above the door, shaped like a crescent moon, with the words Moonlight Cafe painted in soft blue letters. During the day, few people noticed the place. Only a handful of local fishermen or older couples might stop for a light lunch. But once night fell, something special happened. A gentle glow filled the windows, and the doors stayed open well past midnight. That was when old secrets and new dreams found their path to the cafe's tables. Eva, the owner, came to Seabreak many years ago. She left a noisy city life behind, hoping to start over in a place where the waves whispered her to sleep. When she first arrived, the building she bought was a rundown house. Many locals believed it would never make a good business because of its remote location. But Eva poured her heart into transforming it. She painted the walls a calming shade of blue and arranged driftwood decorations, giving each corner a cozy feel. In the center of the main room stood a sturdy wooden counter, behind which she stored coffees, teas, and simple pastries she baked herself. Above the counter hung delicate paper lanterns shaped like moons and stars. Before she even named the cafe, Eva noticed how peaceful the beach looked at night. The moonlight would shine on the ocean, creating silver paths on the water, as if light floated on the waves. One evening she walked along the sand, thinking about her new venture and the uncertainties ahead. A large moon rose in the sky, painting everything in a pale glow. That was how she chose the name, Moonlight Cafe, a tribute to the silent magic she felt on that beach. Word spread slowly in Seabreak. At first, fishermen who left for work before dawn popped in for strong black coffee. They would sip quietly at the few tables, share a gruff greeting, then head off to their boats. Around midday, one or two curious tourists might drift in for a sandwich or a bit of homemade cake. But after sunset, something different drew people to the cafe. Eva decided to stay open late, mostly because she enjoyed brewing coffee while listening to the ocean's lullaby. She placed a small sign near the boardwalk, handwritten with "Open until late," and pinned it onto a lamppost. That simple sign brought the strangest mix of visitors. The first to appear after dark was an elderly musician named Henri, who carried an old violin case wrapped in cloth. He stepped inside cautiously, surprised to see the warm light in the middle of an otherwise silent harbor. Eva greeted him, and he asked for a cup of tea. Then, while sipping, he told her how he was once part of an orchestra in a major city. He left that life due to family troubles, finding himself here by chance. There was no one else in the cafe at that hour, so Eva listened. By the end of his story, he looked relieved, as if unburdened. He thanked her for both the tea and her patient ear. That was the first midnight confession the Moonlight Cafe hosted. Soon, other travelers discovered the late hours. A woman who had lost her way on the coastal roads arrived, tired and dusty, asking for directions and a place to rest for a while. Over a cup of cocoa, she revealed she was fleeing an old relationship. As sea breezes crept under the door, she unfolded her concerns. Eva quietly offered understanding. The woman left at dawn, calmer than she came. Word began moving beyond the town. Occasionally, a curious tourist would wander in, only to discover that at Moonlight Cafe, people did more than just buy a drink. They found solace. As days rolled into weeks and weeks into months, the cafe's nighttime presence grew into a subtle local legend. Older fishermen claimed that once you stepped through its door after midnight, you felt a nudge to share truths you had long hidden. Shopkeepers, usually set in their routines, heard rumors of travelers weeping softly at a corner table, pouring out confessions they had never shared. Seabreak's mayor, a stern man with little time for gossip, declared he found the idea fanciful. Yet even he could not deny that the cafe seemed to hold a gentle power of its own. Eva hired a part-time server, Noah, to help in the evenings. Noah was a college student on break, staying with an aunt in Seabreak for the summer. He had an easy smile and a gentle manner that fit the cafe perfectly. Together with Eva, he prepared and served drinks, along with pastries or sandwiches. Eva's specialty was a lavender-infused coffee that she invented. The aroma alone soothed nerves, and the light floral taste calmed the mind. People who tried it swore they slept the best they had in weeks afterward. One quiet night, a little after midnight, a tall stranger rushed inside, shaking off the damp cold of a sudden rain. His dark hair dripped water onto the tile floor. He looked around, appearing relieved to find a welcoming place. Eva gestured him to a small table near the window, where salty winds occasionally pressed the glass. The man wore a worn jacket and carried a battered notebook. She offered him coffee, and he accepted with a half-smile, muttering his thanks. Noah noticed him scrawling notes in that old notebook while taking cautious sips of the coffee. Eventually, the man's writing slowed, and he took a deep breath, as if deciding something important. "Where am I exactly?" he asked quietly, directing the question to no one in particular. "You're in Seabreak," Eva said. "It's a small coastal town. Are you traveling far?" He nodded, then introduced himself as Arlo, a journalist who covered human interest stories. He had been roaming the coastline, hoping to find interesting tales for a piece he was writing. He explained that he sometimes lost track of time, wandering beaches or piers in search of meaningful slices of life. "I heard about a place where people share secrets at night," he said, glancing around. "I never imagined it would look this peaceful." Eva tucked a piece of hair behind her ear, a hint of nerves in her expression. "Well, I can't say we specialize in secrets," she replied gently. "But many people do come here at odd hours. Maybe they find comfort in the night, or the hush of the ocean." Arlo gave a thoughtful nod and resumed his note-taking between sips. Before long, soft conversation emerged. He seemed intrigued by the cafe itself, its simple design, the quiet music Eva played over a small speaker. In time, he paused, staring at the dark sea beyond the window. With a heavy sigh, he shared some of his own burdens. A family conflict that drove him to Rome, guilt over an argument left unsettled. The quiet space invited him to open up, just like so many visitors before him. At another table, a pair of travelers had arrived moments earlier, an older woman and a younger man, both carrying backpacks. They noticed Arlo's emotional tone and tried not to listen in, but the cafe's intimate setting made it hard to ignore. The older woman gently spoke, telling Arlo of her own troubles. She had quarreled with her daughter years ago, leaving words of anger that now weighed on her. The younger man added how he left his hometown to escape financial pressures. Little by little, they all realized they had come to the same place in search of a release. Noah brought them fresh cups of Eva's lavender coffee, not wanting to interrupt, yet hoping the soothing taste would help. Warm steam rose in gentle curls. Eva lit a small candle at the center of their table. The orange glow flickered against the walls, casting soft shadows. Outside, rain tapped lightly on the window, and thunder rolled in the distance. From his seat, Arlo listened to the other travelers' stories. He asked thoughtful questions, scribbling down notes in his book. The older woman, whose name was Meredith, smiled sadly, recalling how once upon a time she dreamed of traveling the world with her daughter. The younger man, Lucas, admitted he didn't even know where he was heading after this coastal region. He had a few leads on odd jobs, but no permanent plan. Arlo seemed touched by their honesty. He decided to set aside his journalist role for a moment and just be another voice among them. As the night wore on, the cafe glowed with a sense of shared understanding. Eva and Noah quietly refilled cups, left small plates of biscuits on the table, and kept the conversation space open. Stories blended. Meredith spoke about regrets. Lucas admitted fears. Arlo slowly revealed the guilt that made him wander. This scene reminded Eva of her own arrival in Seabreak, the loneliness she felt after walking away from an old life. She often told no one about that part of her past, but tonight she felt a nudge to share. Sitting with them, Eva explained how she had once been a corporate manager in a bustling city. The stress wore her down, and a personal heartbreak pushed her to make a sudden change. She sold everything, found this remote building on a map, and moved without looking back. Creating the Moonlight Cafe was as much an act of self-rescue as a business venture. The hush that fell around the table showed everyone was listening intently. When she finished, tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, but a feeling of relief washed over her. Rain drummed harder, rattling the windows, but inside the atmosphere was warm, almost tender. Midnight came and went. The clock ticked on the wall, but no one seemed in a hurry to leave. Each story felt like a piece of a larger puzzle, strangers discovering they shared similar loneliness or pain, all finding a moment of light in this cafe by the sea. Eva marveled at the power of honest words and gentle acceptance. Close to dawn, the rain eased. Arlo set down his pen, a look of calm on his face. Meredith and Lucas decided to rest at a small inn down the street, planning to continue their journeys when the weather improved. Eva and Noah cleared the tables, stacking cups and plates in the kitchen sink. They moved quietly, not wanting to break the gentle mood in the air. Arlo lingered, turning pages of his notebook. He glanced at Eva. "I understand why people talk about this place," he said softly. "I've never felt so at ease opening up. Maybe it's the coffee, maybe the midnight hush, or maybe it's just you, providing a space for honesty." Eva smiled, wiping the counter with a soft cloth. "I'm glad you found something meaningful here," she said, "and I hope you'll find peace with your family. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that regrets weigh heavier the longer we carry them." He nodded, thoughtful. Then he closed his notebook and placed it into his jacket pocket. "I plan to write about this place," he told her. "I hope that's all right. I won't share personal details about anyone, but I want others to know there's a spot in the world where midnight is not just for sleep, but for shared truths." Eva gently patted his arm. "You're welcome to do that. Maybe more people will find what they need here." Outside, a pale glimmer of sunrise began to light the horizon. Arlo thanked Eva, gave Noah a quick nod, and walked out into the early morning air. The tide receded, leaving behind wet sand that sparkled under the growing light. Seabreak slowly awakened. A few fishing boats started sputtering away from the docks. Doors of small shops opened, and the local bakery's warm scent teased the breeze. With only an hour before the cafe would typically open for breakfast, Eva decided to let Noah go home for rest. She took a few minutes for herself, stepping outside to stand at the edge of the water with a fresh cup of coffee in hand. Gentle waves tickled her ankles. The sky turned pink, orange, and gold. She sipped the lavender coffee, feeling grateful for the night's events, for the confessions that poured out like long-awaited rain, watering the seeds of healing. Though tired, she was content. By the time she returned inside to clean up, she had a renewed sense of purpose. Moonlight Cafe was not just a place to sell drinks and pastries. It had become a quiet refuge where travelers, lost souls, and dreamers found a moment of connection. In a world full of noise and speed, it offered slow comfort and invisible ties between strangers. Over the following weeks, more people arrived at odd hours, some locals who never dared to speak of their worries, some wanderers who found a new path in the hush of midnight. Arlo's article eventually appeared in a small journal read by curious minds. The piece did not reveal personal secrets, but captured the essence of a place where the ocean breeze, the moonlight theme, and a listening ear combined to cradle hidden truths. Eva often reflected on how a quiet building she found half abandoned had grown into such a special spot. She knew not every midnight would hold a dramatic confession. Sometimes no one came and she simply read a book or dozed at the tables. Other nights the seats were full and voices overlapped with tears, laughter, and sighs of relief. Each time she felt proud, not because she made profits, but because she understood how healing it could be to speak honestly, with only the night as witness. Seabreak continued its simple existence, boats ferrying fish to markets, gulls crying over the morning waves, and pastel cottages lining the shore. But in the heart of that sleepy coastal town, the Moonlight Cafe shone softly like a quiet lantern in darkness. Whether for travelers from faraway lands or for neighbors next door, midnight remained a time to let burdens slip out gently. The endless hush of the sea and the kindly warmth of a candlelit cafe invited people to open their hearts. And so, the Moonlight Cafe lived up to its name, existing as more than just four walls. It was a place where confessions found voice under the soft watch of the moon. reminding everyone that no matter how lonely the night might feel, there was always a light waiting to guide them toward a new dawn. Amelia was a young historian who recently arrived in a secluded mountain village named Glenridge. She came with a satchel of notebooks and a head full of questions. At first glance, Glenridge looked like any typical mountain settlement. Small houses lined the narrow streets, smoky chimneys warmed the air, and goats grazed on steep, grassy slopes. But Amelia quickly noticed something unusual. An old railway track snaked through the heart of the village, leading into a long, dark tunnel at one end and disappearing around a rocky bend at the other. When she asked the villagers about it, they offered vague or hesitant answers, as though they themselves did not fully understand the track's purpose. One evening, she stood near the worn wooden platform by the track. Faded signs hung overhead and the paint was peeling off. A torn poster still clung to a board, showing a train schedule from decades ago. According to her notes, this railway was once part of a grand line connecting distant towns. Over the years, most of it fell into disuse. Yet, every twilight, a lone train still came around, stopping briefly before continuing on. The villagers rarely spoke about its arrivals. Some claimed the train appeared out of thin air. Others said they never even heard it pass by. Curiosity lit a spark in Amelia. She decided that night to wait near the platform until dusk. The sky turned pink, then purple as the sun sank behind the tall mountains. Shadows stretched across the valley. She sat on a bench, hugging her coat closer in the chilly air. A strange hush fell over the village, like the quiet before a secret is revealed. Then, in the distance, she heard it, a faint whistle. Moments later, a small light emerged around the bend, flickering between the trees. As it got closer, the rumble of wheels on old tracks grew louder. Soon an antique locomotive chugged into view, pulling a few worn carriages. The train slowed and halted at the platform. Steam hissed, rising in clouds. The scene felt like a memory from a different era, every detail tinted by the purple twilight. Glancing around, Amelia noticed only a few villagers had come to watch. They remained at a slight distance, as if this was a normal event but one they dared not talk about. The train's doors slid open, and out stepped a figure in a long coat who briefly shook hands with another passenger. Then both disappeared into the gloom, moving toward the village pathways. Amelia was about to approach the still open door when a voice stopped her. A tall man with gray hair, apparently the train's conductor, stood by the middle carriage. His uniform was an older style, complete with shiny buttons and well-worn edges. He gazed in her direction as though expecting her to board. She swallowed her nerves and gathered her bag, stepping forward. "Excuse me," she said softly, "where does this train travel?" He gave a polite nod. "Farther than you might think," he answered. His tone carried an air of mystery. "You are welcome to ride if you are curious." Amelia hesitated, glancing back at the quiet village. She knew she might not get another chance. With a deep breath, she climbed onto the carriage. The interior smelled faintly of old leather and burning coal. More subdued lighting revealed a row of seats, each occupied by people dressed in outdated clothes, or so it seemed. A woman in a faded velvet hat, a man in suspenders reading a yellowed newspaper, and a pair of travelers whispering in the corner. The conductor tipped his hat, then closed the door. A moment later, the train lurched forward. Through the window, Amelia watched Glenridge vanish. Soon, they passed into the dark tunnel on the far side of the village. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere felt thick with secrets. She could practically sense the stories drifting among the passengers. Yet no one spoke loudly or asked who she was. She settled into a seat near an elderly lady clutching a small trunk. The lady noticed Amelia's curious look and smiled. "You must be new," she whispered, her voice warm but tinged with sadness. "I come here every few months to think about my family. They left long ago, and sometimes I believe this train helps me remember." Before Amelia could ask more, the lady turned to stare out the window. Amelia respected her silence. She wondered if the train was something more than just a means of transport. People carried invisible burdens, and the old railway might be helping them carry those burdens across valleys and ridges no map could show. She opened her notebook, scribbling down observations, the smell of coal, the hush among the travelers, the flickering lamps in each carriage. The train emerged from the tunnel onto a narrow ledge along the mountain. Fog rolled over the tracks, making it hard to see the drop beyond. Far below, the lights of some village flickered in the night. Occasionally, the whistle sounded, echoing through the canyons. After a while, Amelia noticed a gentle motion from seat to seat. Some passengers would stand, approach someone else, exchange soft words or even small tokens, then move to another seat. She saw tears on a few faces, though no one seemed upset with each other. It was as if they carried pains from the past, searching for people who understood. At one point, a young man in a threadbare coat approached Amelia. He looked weary but curious, glancing at her open notebook and pen. "Are you writing a story?" he asked with a cautious smile. "I'm trying to document the history of this railway," she replied. "I came to Glenridge for research, but I never suspected there would still be a train running, especially one like this." He nodded, carefully taking a seat beside her. "I've been writing it for a while," he said. "I lost my home in a distant conflict. This train helps me visit the memory of what was once my town." Amelia frowned. "You visit a memory?" He offered a gentle shrug. "That's how it appears to me. Each time it stops, I see a familiar street or an old friend. But when I step off, I realize it isn't quite real anymore. Or maybe it's real in a different sense." She was unsure how to respond, but empathy touched her. She wrote a quick note. Passengers ride the train to revisit lost parts of their past. She yearned to ask more, yet felt she should not pry into his pain. People here seemed to share only what they were ready to share. Time passed, and the train slowed at another station that resembled a broken-down platform perched near a silent woodland. The conductor walked through, quietly announcing the stop, though his words sounded muffled. A few passengers rose and departed. Others boarded, including a woman in a travel cape carrying an old suitcase tied with rope. Her eyes looked distant, as if haunted. Amelia realized she had no clue how long she had been traveling. The windows revealed a shifting twilight, not matching any normal hours. Occasionally, valleys of moonlit pines appeared, then vanished into swirling mist. She wondered if the train followed the normal laws of time and distance, or if it journeyed along tracks that existed between reality and memory. She wrote more notes, trying to keep calm. Her heart pounded with a mix of wonder and anxiety. After the new passengers settled, the train rattled onward. The woman with the travel cape approached Amelia's seat. She hesitated, then asked, "Is that a journal you keep?" Amelia nodded. "I'm a historian. I want to understand this railway story." The woman gave a faint, bittersweet smile. "There was a time I worked as a nurse in a hospital far away. I came on this train to see my brother who, well, he left this world years ago. Sometimes on the train I find him seated in the next carriage like old times. We don't speak much, but seeing him is enough." Amelia's breath caught. She realized this journey had a deeper meaning than she first believed. The railway connected not just places, but perhaps states of mind, letting people revisit what they had lost. She marveled at the thought, but also felt a pang of worry. If these were illusions, what was the cost? If passengers spent too long riding, might they become trapped in their memories? However, the woman simply lowered her gaze, gratitude shining on her face. "I can't explain how, but I'm thankful for these small moments," she said. Then she continued down the aisle, leaving Amelia with a flood of questions. Before she could organize her thoughts, the conductor passed by. "Next stop, Glenridge," he announced. Was it already time to return? Amelia felt as if she had spent hours or maybe days on the train, yet it also felt like mere minutes had passed. She gathered her things. The wheels screeched as the train slowed, and the whistle rang out. Through the window, she saw the familiar station lamps of the little platform behind the village. The mountains towered over the quiet roofs, and a pale morning glow touched the horizon. The door opened. She stepped off onto the wooden boards. Cold early air brushed her cheeks. Turning around, she saw the conductor wave a silent farewell. Then the train hissed and started moving again, disappearing around the bend with surprising speed. Moments later, it was gone, leaving behind only the hush of dawn and rails that stretched emptily across the land. Exhaustion and awe weighed on Amelia. She stood a while, replaying the night's events in her mind. Eventually, she made her way back through the cobbled streets of Glenridge to the small inn where she was staying. The innkeeper, a kindly woman, looked startled to see her return so early. Amelia simply mumbled something about a late-night outing, then slipped up to her room. She spent the next day sorting her notes. Each page contained sketches of passengers, names of places they said they were from, hints of heartbreak and longing. She couldn't prove any of this to outsiders, but she felt certain of the railway's power. There might be no official record of a train bridging physical distance and memory, yet it clearly existed, at least for those who needed it. Over time, Amelia continued her research in Glenridge, interviewing the few villagers who were willing to talk about the old tracks. Some admitted to riding the train once in their youth. Others said they never dared. A handful believed it was just a dream or legend, but every twilight the tracks hummed with potential. She would hear that whistle on certain nights and know that mysterious passengers were climbing aboard, carrying stories no one else could fully imagine. Though her work eventually drew her away from Glenridge, Amelia never forgot the hush of that carriage or the faces lost in thought. She held onto her notebook tightly, cherishing it like a hidden treasure. Whenever someone asked about unusual moments in her career, she would smile and speak of a mountainous village with an old railway. If pressed, she might even share the hush of that twilight ride, though she left out the most personal confessions whispered in the rolling train. In that quiet corner of the world, the tracks continued. Maybe they would always be there, bridging life's joys and sorrows, letting people rediscover lost connections in the soft glow of approaching dusk. And if one listened closely at the right moment, the whistle would echo against the mountain walls, inviting another curious soul to find the hidden stories waiting in the next carriage. Sunlight danced on the turquoise water as Sarah and Noah walked down the wooden pier. They had just arrived at Emerald Bay, a seaside resort famous for its crystal-clear shoreline and bright coral reefs. The two siblings looked around with excitement. Their parents had saved for months to bring them on this summer trip, and they planned to enjoy every moment swimming, snorkeling, and exploring the island's beaches. Yet the moment they stepped off the ferry, they felt a hint of mystery in the air. The resort itself looked cheerful and welcoming. Palm trees swayed in the gentle breeze, colorful umbrellas dotted the sand, and small boats bobbed in the bay. But local chatter centered on an old story about hidden treasure somewhere on the island. People called it the lost gold of Emerald Bay. Most visitors treated it like a fun rumor, something to joke about while sipping fruit smoothies by the pool. However, a few local islanders spoke more quietly, hinting there might be truth behind the legend. After settling in their room, Sarah and Noah raced to the beach. They dipped their feet in the warm water, laughing when tiny fish swam around their ankles. Nearby, they overheard two hotel guests whispering. One, an older man in a straw hat, showed the other an ancient-looking map on crumpled paper. Sarah leaned closer to catch a few words. Caves, hidden, gold, caretaker's cottage. The mention of treasure gave her a spark of curiosity. She nudged Noah, who raised his eyebrows in excitement. Later that afternoon, they met their parents for lunch at a small cafe near the shore. The place smelled of grilled fish and fresh coconuts. While munching on shrimp tacos, Sarah and Noah brought up what they had overheard. Their mother gave a light shrug, thinking it was just resort gossip. Their father laughed, saying he remembered tales of pirates' bounty hidden in these waters, but he doubted any real treasure remained. Still, the siblings could not forget the man's serious tone when he mentioned the caretaker's cottage. That evening, the family took a casual stroll along the waterfront, admiring the sunset. Pink and orange streaks lit the sky, and the sea reflected the colors in gentle waves. They paused by a small souvenir stand where a local woman sold shells, hand-painted trinkets, and postcards. Sarah spotted an old photograph pinned to the side of the stand, an image of a run-down cottage near thick jungle. Beneath it, handwritten words read, "Caretaker's cottage, circa 1920. Sarah pointed it out to Noah, and both felt a shiver of intrigue. They asked the vendor about it. She glanced at the photo, then sighed. "That cottage is over on the far side of the island," she said quietly. "Long ago, a caretaker lived there and watched over the old estate before the owners left. Some say he found something valuable on the property and hid it. Others talk about pirate gold left buried in secret tunnels. Hard to separate truth from stories." She shrugged. "Not many go there now. It's run down and overgrown." That was enough for Sarah and Noah. They politely thanked the vendor, exchanged excited looks, and decided they had found their vacation adventure. The next day, while their parents napped after a morning swim, the siblings packed a small backpack with water, snacks, flashlights, and a simple island map from the hotel's front desk. They borrowed 2 bikes from the resort's rental kiosk and pedaled off along a gravel path leading to the island's interior. Tall palm trees and lush greenery flanked the road, which soon turned into a narrow dirt track. After a few twists and turns, they found themselves at a crossroads unmarked on the hotel's map. Unsure which direction to take, Sarah remembered how the vendor mentioned the cottage was near the island's far side. They chose the left path, winding deeper into the thick vegetation. The sounds of beachgoers faded, replaced by birds calling from the treetops. The air smelled of wet leaves and earth. Eventually they caught sight of a rusted sign with the words "Caretaker's Cottage" painted in peeling letters. They laid their bikes in the grass and approached on foot. The path led to a clearing where an old wooden structure stood, half hidden by vines and tall weeds. Parts of the roof had caved in. Windows were shattered, and the front door hung crookedly. A sense of mystery hovered around the place. Stepping inside carefully, they found a dusty interior. Sunlight beamed through holes in the roof, illuminating broken furniture and scattered papers on the floor. Noah sneezed from the dust. Sarah checked each corner, hoping to find a clue. Then, behind an overturned table, they spotted a locked chest. It was small, made of dark wood, with metal edges that had started to rust. Noah tried lifting it heavy, but it budged. The lock appeared old and sturdy. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway made them jump. "Looking for something?" said the older man they had seen on the beach the day before, the one with the straw hat. He stepped in, smiling, though there was tension in his eyes. "I saw you 2 near the beach when I was showing my map. Figured you might poke around here." Sarah and Noah exchanged uncertain looks. They wondered if he was friendly or just after the same treasure. The man introduced himself as Mr. Brooks, a retired sailor who traveled to Emerald Bay many times. He claimed he was fascinated by local legends and had a map that pointed to a hidden treasure, possibly left by the caretaker or earlier pirates. "I mean no harm," he added, raising his hands in a gentle gesture. "I only want to find the truth." They relaxed a bit, though still wary. "We found this chest," Noah said, brushing dust from his shirt. "It's locked, but maybe there's something inside." Mr. Brooks approached, nodding with interest. He searched the cottage until he found a rusted metal rod that might work as a makeshift tool. With careful effort, they managed to pry the lock open. It creaked loudly, the lid falling back to reveal a set of old documents, some photographs, and a small pouch of coins. The pictures showed the caretaker standing by a large estate surrounded by thick trees, while the coins looked ancient pirate doubloons, perhaps. Sarah lifted a folded piece of parchment covered in faded writing. "It mentions a hidden spot near the shore," she read, squinting at the handwritten text. "Something about a grotto and a tide that reveals an entrance." The words were hard to interpret, but it certainly hinted at a location where valuables might be hidden. Mr. Brooks let out a light chuckle. "So there really could be more treasure. Could be in a cave that opens only when the tide is low." He took a coin from the pouch, weighing it in his palm. "This alone is an incredible find, but it seems the caretaker left instructions. Who knows what else we'll discover?" Noah glanced at Sarah. "Should we go look?" The thrill in his voice was clear. Mr. Brooks gave them a serious look. "I'm not sure taking the 2 of you along is wise. It could be dangerous. The tides here are tricky. Caves can flood quickly." Sarah pushed aside her nerves. "We're careful, and we found this chest first," she said, surprising herself with her boldness. Reluctantly, Mr. Brooks agreed they might work together. He reasoned the siblings had clues he needed, and in return, he offered his own knowledge of local tides. After copying the caretaker's parchment notes into a small notebook, they left the cottage, carrying the old documents and coins with them. Back on their bikes, they followed Mr. Brooks along a different path that ran downhill toward the rocky coastline. The sturdy trees eventually gave way to open views of the sparkling ocean. When they reached a hidden cove, they saw towering rocks shaped by centuries of waves. The tide was only halfway out, leaving jagged stones exposed. Sea spray filled the air, making the rocks slippery. According to the parchment, a certain outcrop resembled the head of a turtle. Near its base, an opening would appear at low tide. Holding the map, Mr. Brooks guided them forward. Sarah and Noah scrambled across the rocks, carefully searching for any turtle-like shape. Finally, Noah spotted a formation where the top rock curved like a shell. Beneath it yawned a narrow hole in the cliff. Water lapped at the entrance, but with patience, they saw it led deeper into darkness. Armed only with their flashlights, they inched inside, stepping on wet sand and stones. The cave smelled salty and damp. Their beams of light revealed glistening walls covered in seaweed. A few steps in, the ground rose slightly, forming a cavern above the waterline. There, to their amazement, they found a small chest, not unlike the one in the cottage, but this one was slightly larger and sealed with a thick lock. Mr. Brooks couldn't hide his excitement. "Let's hope the caretaker left us a clue for this lock, too." He carefully examined the latch, noticing an old inscription. Sarah leaned in, reading the words, "Key in the caretaker's hand." It looked cryptic. They realized they needed something else from the caretaker's possessions. Perhaps an item in the photos or the chest they already opened could serve as a key. Time was short, because the sea would soon rise with the turning tide. They hurried back to the entrance of the cave, wading through ankle-deep water. Outside, the sky grew more cloudy. Mr. Brooks decided it might be safer to come back at the next low tide, properly prepared, rather than risk getting trapped. Back on higher rocks, the siblings breathed hard from the rush of danger. "We should check those photos and documents again," Noah said. "Maybe there's a shape or a detail we missed." Mr. Brooks nodded, and together they returned to the resort. It was nearly evening by the time they arrived, and their parents had begun to worry. Sarah and Noah explained half-truthfully that they explored the island's wilderness with a new friend. The parents seemed relieved the siblings were safe, but insisted they all have dinner and stay within the resort property for the night. So the siblings told Mr. Brooks they would meet him the next day, hopefully with more clues in hand. In their hotel room that night, Sarah and Noah carefully studied the caretaker's notes. One photo showed the caretaker's hand resting on what looked like an odd-shaped staff. Another image revealed an emblem carved into the staff's top, possibly the same engraving as on the cave lock. They realized the staff might be the key the note mentioned. Early the next morning, the siblings pretended they would spend time at the beach. They slipped away to meet Mr. Brooks near the caretaker's cottage again. The morning light revealed more details. Behind the cabin, a half-hidden storage shed leaned against a tall banyan tree. Inside, they found a collection of old tools, a broken lantern, and amazingly a carved wooden staff. Its top bore the same emblem seen in the photo. The wood felt smooth, except for ridges that might fit into a lock. They grabbed the staff and secured it to the side of Mr. Brooks's pack. Then they made their way back to the rocky cove, timing their arrival at low tide. Once again, they crawled through the cave's entrance, flashlights dancing on wet walls. The chest remained where they left it, half buried in loose gravel. Heart pounding, Mr. Brooks guided the staff's carved end toward the lock. It slid neatly into a round opening. A turn, a click, and the lock snapped open. Carefully they lifted the lid. Inside, piled neatly, were rows of gold coins shining even in the dim light. Mixed among them were pearls, some light pink and others milky white. A small leather-bound journal topped the hoard. Sarah picked it up, flipping through pages of handwritten entries. A wave of emotion hit her. These entries spoke of the caretaker's life on the island, his devotion to keeping the estate safe, his discovery of pirate gold long hidden along these shores, and his decision to leave it for those who proved persistent and kind enough to search without greed. Mr. Brooks let out a low whistle. Incredible. This treasure is priceless. But according to the caretaker's notes, it seems it was never meant to be taken off the island for selfish gain. Noah nodded, casting a thoughtful look. It belonged to the pirates, but the caretaker believed in preserving part of the island's history. He hoped someone worthy would find it and share it with the community rather than sell it. They carefully closed the chest, minds buzzing with possibilities. Should they alert the local authorities? Contact a museum? The caretaker's journal suggested a wish that the treasure remain a symbol of the island's legacy. Emerald Bay could benefit if it was displayed properly, maybe in a small local museum to attract respectful visitors. Mr. Brooks agreed that they should handle it honorably. Together, they lugged the chest, coins clinking, back out of the cave before the tide rose. Once on safe ground, they sat in silence for a moment, overwhelmed by what they had achieved. Sarah and Noah, breathless and proud, realized they had just experienced an adventure they would never forget. They decided to take the treasure to the local island council, along with the caretaker's journal. Perhaps the old caretaker's wish to preserve history would come true. Sarah and Noah smiled at each other, imagining how the story of Emerald Bay's lost treasure would grow. Their vacation had turned into something far beyond simple beach relaxation. They uncovered secrets, braved hidden caves, and joined forces with a friendly stranger who shared their curiosity. When they finally returned to the resort, their parents stood by the lobby, arms folded, demanding to know where they had been. Sarah and Noah exchanged a mischievous grin, but they also felt a surge of pride. They would tell their parents everything about the caretaker's cottage, the mysterious chest, and the treasure they found hidden beneath the rocky shore. And in telling this tale, they would prove that even an ordinary family vacation could carry the spirit of true adventure, especially at a place filled with whispers of the past like Emerald Bay. Marina stepped onto the hot sand, feeling the sun's strength through her light desert boots. She was an anthropologist, traveling far from home to reach a forgotten oasis hidden deep in the desert. Stories told of a once thriving settlement here, but its name had drifted into obscurity. Locals rarely mentioned it, calling it only the Silent Oasis. Now, after many days of travel by jeep and camel, she stood at the edge of a lonely patch of palm trees, eager to begin her research. She carried a small pack with notebooks, a recording device, and a few basic necessities. The dusty wind blew around her, reminding her of the challenging environment she had entered. In the distance, tall dunes shimmered beneath the burning sun, their shapes ever changing. She approached the oasis, spotting a cluster of date palms surrounding a shallow pool of water. The pool itself looked more like a mirror than a source of refreshment, reflecting the scorching sky above. Marina set up a small camp in the shade of the palms. The branches offered limited relief from the desert heat. She cleared a patch of ground for her tent, then unpacked her supplies, water canisters, dried food, and her anthropologist's toolkit. Around midday she rested, trying to adapt to the intense temperature. Later, as the sun dipped lower, she planned to explore the ruins she had heard about. A place rumored to hold old carvings and perhaps more clues about the vanished settlement. At twilight, the desert took on a rich palette of gold and orange. Marina walked around the oasis's perimeter, quickly noticing chunks of mud brick walls half buried in the sand. Broken pottery fragments lay scattered. Curving lines in the sand suggested that long ago, this oasis was bigger, with houses or communal buildings. She felt a shiver of excitement. These remains might confirm the existence of an ancient culture that mysteriously disappeared. She spent the next day searching for inscriptions or etchings. Often in old settlements, people carved symbols on walls or stones to record their stories. Sure enough, she found a partially collapsed structure where faint carvings marked the inner wall. Although weathered by centuries of wind, Marina made out a series of symbols that looked like spirals and wavy lines. Carefully, she sketched them into her notebook, noting each shape and its rough position. An odd sense of calm hung in the air, as if the desert itself hushed to let her record these ancient marks. When evening came again, she rested in her tent, listening to the rustle of palm fronds while sipping hot tea from a thermos. Nighttime in the desert felt cooler but still carried a sense of quiet power. Above her, stars thickly blanketed the sky. She felt both small and privileged to be in a place so untouched by modern life. That night, a strange thing happened. As she drifted into sleep, she heard whispers, low and haunting, as though many voices were trying to speak at once. Startled, Marina sat up, heart pounding. Outside the tent, only moonlit dunes and swaying palms lay under the silent sky. She heard no footsteps nor human voices. The hush returned. After peering around with a flashlight for a while, she convinced herself it was the wind scraping across the sand and tried to sleep again. By the next morning, her curiosity about those whispers grew. She doubted it was just the wind. Part of her felt it might be echoes from the past, as local legends hinted that desert spirits or ancestors sometimes lingered in old sites. She decided to dig more deeply into the local stories. Though the nearest town was far, she had brought along some oral accounts recorded by traveling merchants and desert nomads. Their tales described how, centuries ago, a proud community thrived around this oasis. Over time, storms and water shortages forced them to relocate. One legend mentioned a powerful riddle that the tribe guarded one that connected to the desert's shifting sands. The tribe supposedly vanished, leaving behind only faint echoes of their voices. Armed with this information, Marina re-examined the carvings and symbols she had found on the walls. She noticed that some spirals had lines leading inward, while others led outward. Could it be the representation of winds, or perhaps water channels? Her mind churned with possible interpretations. She also recalled an old rumor that a hidden chamber or crypt lay under the oasis, containing knowledge from the ancestors. Each night, the whispering sounds recurred, just at the edge of hearing. Marina began to record at dusk, making sure her device was ready. On the third night, listening carefully, she caught faint murmurs that almost formed words. It still sounded unclear, but she sensed an urgent tone, as if the voices wanted to guide her somewhere. The following day, she explored beyond the first set of ruins, moving toward the rocky outcrop at the oasis's far edge. There, she discovered a narrow opening in the ground, partially concealed by sand. It looked like the mouth of a passage. Excitement washed over her. With caution, she cleared away loose stones and set up a rope for safety, in case the interior was unstable. Slowly, she descended into darkness, flashlight in hand. Beyond the entrance, the passage opened into a small chamber carved from stone. The air smelled stale, yet the walls were surprisingly smooth. She scanned the surfaces, and her beam revealed more carving spiral shapes, wavy lines, and something new. A series of small symbols arranged in rows. Her heart sped up. Could this be the hidden chamber local legends mentioned? She approached the symbols carefully. Some looked like stylized humans. Others resembled waves or swirling winds. Kneeling, she traced a few shapes with her fingertip, feeling the grooves. A faint idea blossomed in her mind. Were these symbols a puzzle, or a map of sorts? Suddenly a breeze gusted through the passageway, causing her flashlight to flicker. The same soft whispers she had heard at night echoed through the chamber. Hair stood on the back of her neck. She steadied herself, then listened with deep concentration. The sounds rose, swirling in her ears like overlapping voices. Though she could not understand words, she sensed an invitation, like a gentle push towards something deeper. Standing before the symbols, Marina recalled what she learned about desert cultures that used pictures to represent cardinal directions or cyclical events. She found a repeating pattern of 4 spirals around a central shape. It reminded her of the winds blowing from 4 corners of the earth, meeting at one sacred point. Maybe it was a clue about the oasis's old water sources or an alignment with the stars. She took photos and made detailed sketches. For hours she worked by the flashlight's beam, ignoring hunger or thirst, too caught up in the puzzle on the walls. Each new detail sparked a fresh theory. At last she noticed a row of small spirals leading toward a single spot near the floor. She brushed away sand there and discovered a shallow recess. Within it lay a stone tablet etched with more markings, plus a faint circle in the middle. She guessed that placing something in that circle might reveal more. Glancing around, she found nothing obvious. Then a hunch struck. The symbolic center might correspond to a circle of water under the desert. So she grabbed her canteen, poured a small amount of water onto the circle's groove, and waited. The water pooled, shining in her flashlight. Nothing happened at first. Just as she was about to give up, the stone tablet emitted a low hum, barely audible. She leaned in, heart thumping. A soft glow, almost like bioluminescence, flickered at the center. Then abrupt silence. Was it a trick of her tired mind? Feeling both inspired and uneasy, Marina decided to exit the chamber and prepare for nightfall. She returned to her campsite, ate a simple meal, and read over her notes. She half expected the whispers to grow louder after what she discovered. Night arrived, and the wind picked up. The desert sky glittered with stars. The hush seemed more intense. Once she lay in her tent, the whispers came again, more urgent. Putting on her boots, she left the tent, determined to follow the sound. The moonlight offered just enough illumination to guide her back to the rocky outcrop. She entered the hidden passage once more, holding a lantern. The chamber felt cooler, its walls echoing with that murmuring hush. She approached the stone tablet. The small circle stood empty, but something new glimmered in its center, tiny crystals forming a faint pattern. Then the voices sharpened in her mind as if pulling her into a vision. In her mind's eye, she saw the ancient people who once lived here, gathering nightly around the oasis to call upon the desert winds for protection and water. Their communal chants echoed through time, carrying forward like an invisible echo. They passed down a riddle. Where the four winds meet, place the gift that gives life, and truth shall shine beyond the dunes. It explained the scene she had just witnessed, pouring water into the carved symbol. As the vision faded, her gaze fell on the now gently glowing crystal pattern. She realized this must be the caretaker's final message to future generations, that the desert might seem barren, but with respect and careful stewardship of water, life can prosper. The ancient community vanished because they ignored the balance between water and sand. Their riddle, left behind, warned others to protect the oasis or risk losing it again to the shifting dunes. Feeling humbled, Marina recorded every detail. She understood the ancient whispers were not malevolent ghosts, but rather the echo of an old plea: guard the water, honor the land. Satisfied she had unraveled the essence of the riddle, she left the chamber, emerging under the moonlit sky. Within her, a profound respect for this lost culture bloomed. She planned to share her findings in articles and lectures, hoping modern people would learn from the lessons carried by the desert wind. The following morning, she packed her gear, carefully safeguarding the photos and notes she had taken. Before departing, she poured a final cup of water into the shallow recess. This time she felt a sense of gratitude, as if the desert itself quietly thanked her for understanding. Though the caretaker civilization was gone, their wisdom lived on, carried by the dunes and recorded now in her research. As she rode her camel away from the oasis, the shapes of palm trees shrank behind her. The sun rose high, painting the horizon in shimmering waves. She breathed in the dry air, again hearing a faint echo, a whisper of old voices guiding her farewell. In her heart, she promised never to forget the lesson. Even the harshest land, if honored and cared for, may reveal secrets older than memory, a reminder that life and spirit can endure, even when buried under centuries of shifting sand. Fog rolled over the small town of Greenock each evening, turning streetlights into faint glows behind thick clouds of silver mist. On such a night, best friends May and Jonah stood on May's front porch, watching as wisps of fog curled around fence posts and mailboxes. They often met after dinner to chat and sometimes explore the quiet streets. Lately, their late walks had grown more curious than usual. Townspeople whispered about strange footprints that appeared overnight, prints nobody could explain. On this particular evening, May zipped up her sweater while Jonah switched on his small flashlight. They set off down the sidewalk, following the faint glow of lamps in the swirling fog. Jonah joked that maybe the footprints were just from a lost hiker, but May shook her head. Reports said the footprints were an odd shape, long toes, wide arches, and showed up in muddy spots in the morning, only to vanish by midday. Some folks claimed the prints led toward Sycamore Hill, a large estate perched on a steep slope at the edge of town. As the pair walked, they listened to the muffled hush of cars in the distance. Few neighbors were out. Greenock tended to shut down early. May and Jonah liked it that way. It made the town feel like it had hidden corners waiting to be explored. Passing the park, they noticed a patch of damp grass near the swings. There, half covered in fog, lay fresh footprints that looked longer than human feet. Deep impressions with pointed tips. A chill ran up May's spine. "I see them," Jonah whispered, crouching to shine his flashlight. "They look the same as the ones people have been talking about. You can fit 2 of my feet inside one print." May nodded, heart pounding. "They go off that way," she said, shining a beam across the park. Sure enough, the prints continued in a line near the fence, trailing away. The fog made it difficult to see far, but the footprints seemed to head towards Sycamore Hill. They exchanged determined looks, then followed the trail. Passing through the park invoked a sense of unease. It was silent, except for their breathing and the faint crunch of grass. The footprints angled around a cluster of bushes, then led to a worn footpath heading north. That path, as May knew, climbed a gentle slope up to Sycamore Hill. The hill itself was home to a large old mansion set behind iron gates. Rumor said it had been empty for decades. "This is going to get spooky," Jonah remarked, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. May brushed away a low tree branch. "I'm all for spooky if we can uncover a good mystery." She tried to sound confident, though her stomach fluttered. Missing caretaker? Family secrets? She had no idea what they might find at the old mansion, and worried they could be trespassing. But the footprints seemed to invite them onward. They soon reached the foot of Sycamore Hill. The road here was cracking with age, weeds sprouting between broken asphalt. Great sycamore trees lined the hill's edge, their pale bark shining faintly in the fog. Above, the mansion loomed, with a wraparound porch and a steep roof. Many windows were boarded up, but a few on the second floor looked intact. The iron gate at the entrance stood slightly ajar, squeaking as the wind pushed it. A sign warned, "Private property, keep out," but the footprints marched straight through the gate. Jonah gave May a questioning glance. She bit her lip, then gently nudged the gate open wider. Together they walked onto the mansion's grounds. Grass grew tall in the yard, and an overgrown garden stretched out on either side. The footprints wound around a broken fountain, then disappeared on a patch of stone walkway. May and Jonah searched frantically for the next print, but found nothing. "Maybe the track picks up somewhere else," Jonah suggested, scanning the fog. They circled the fountain, a once grand structure shaped like a mermaid holding a jug. Its stone surface lay cracked, and no water flowed. May felt as though the statue's eyes were watching them. Another shiver ran through her. They decided to head to the porch. Creaking steps led to a wide wooden deck that wrapped around the house. Strange shadows flickered as the fog drifted in the dim porch light. It was odd that the porch light worked at all. May stopped short. Who would leave an outside light on in an abandoned mansion? Jonah tested one of the boards with his foot. It groaned but held. They made their way to the front door, which was large with intricate carvings. To their surprise, it stood unlocked, slightly open. Jonah quietly pushed it, and the hinges let out a low groan. May held her breath, expecting alarms or some caretaker leaping out. But the house remained silent. The foyer smelled of dust and old wood. A grand staircase rose to the second floor. In the dim light, they made out furniture covered with sheets and a large chandelier overhead. Something about the air felt stale, like no one had lived here for ages, yet faint footprints of dust showed on the floor. Carefully, Jonah shone his flashlight on the ground. Some footprints looked human, but bigger than normal, stretched like the ones outside. Only these were older, as though partially swept away. They proceeded forward, drawn deeper by curiosity. The hallway branched off to a set of closed doors on each side. May tried the handle on one door locked. Jonah tried the next, also locked. At the end of the hall stood a door slightly ajar, faint light peeking through. They exchanged glances and moved toward it. The floorboards creaked under each step. The hush felt overwhelming. Opening the door revealed a dusty sitting room. Faded wallpaper with floral designs covered the walls. Shelves full of old books lined one side. An antique chair and table took up the center space. Oddly, a single lamp lit the room, powered by who knew what electricity. And in the corner stood something that made May's breath catch, a large wooden crate, open on top, filled with items that looked like tools or instruments with odd, curved ends. She and Jonah approached carefully, uncertain what they were seeing. Jonah held up a strange device that resembled a claw with metal tips. "This is weird. Could it be used to make fake footprints?" he wondered aloud. May swallowed hard. If someone wore these on their feet, they could leave those strange tracks all around town. She glanced at the rest of the crate, more bizarre contraptions, different sizes, shapes, none of it making immediate sense. But why? A soft creak made them spin around. At the doorway stood a tall figure in a dark coat. The person's face lay hidden in shadow. May felt her heart lurch. Jonah gripped the flashlight, pointing it shakily at the figure. "Who's there?" Jonah said, voice tense. A low chuckle came from the figure. Stepping forward, the stranger revealed a lined face, probably late middle-aged, with unsettlingly calm eyes. "You've come poking around, I see," the person said in a raspy voice. "Not many visitors make it this far." May tried to steady her nerves. We saw footprints in town. They led here." She realized how silly it sounded, but there was no way to hide why they had come. The stranger sighed. "Always the footprints. People can't help themselves. They have to investigate." Picking up one of the claw-like devices, the stranger slid it over a shoe, giving a demonstration. "I created them. The footprints. It's part of a research project. Or maybe I should say, an experiment." They removed the device, setting it gently back into the crate. "I came here to work in secret. This old mansion belongs to my family, though it's been abandoned for years. Perfect place for my studies." Jonah's brow furrowed. "Studies of what exactly?" The stranger turned, scowling slightly at a dusty painting on the wall. "Human behavior, fear, curiosity, rumor. I wanted to see how a small community reacts to something strange, unexplainable footprints in the night. Would they panic or investigate? Would they band together or blame each other? I recorded it all." The stranger gestured toward an old notebook on the table. "I never planned for children to come up here, but I suppose I overlooked your age group." May felt a surge of anger. "You made everyone in town worried just for some experiment? That seems cruel. And why keep the mansion half-lit, full of locked doors?" The stranger's face softened a bit, as though regret touched them. "I didn't mean serious harm. It was more like a social experiment. I placed fake footprints at times in locations carefully, never harming anyone. I wanted to see how local myths might form. People talk about monsters or ghosts from this old house." They paused, looking suddenly tired. "I've concluded my project. After this, I'll remove my equipment and quietly leave so the town can return to normal." Jonah stared at the floor. "You're not going to tell them the truth?" "I prefer anonymity," the stranger answered with a shrug. "But nothing stops you from sharing, if you wish. Consider that a part of the test as well." May felt disappointment more than fear now. The footprints that had stirred up such excitement in Greenock were just a trick. Part of her admired the clever design, but mostly she was offended by the deception. She lifted her chin. "We should tell people. They deserve to know there's no weird creature out there." The stranger nodded, stepping aside so they could pass. "Go ahead. The experiment is done. Do what you feel is right." Unsure of what to say next, May and Jonah backed away from the sitting room. They slipped into the hall and found their way back to the foyer. The pair hurried out the front door, leaving the mansion behind in the swirling fog. At the iron gate, they paused briefly, glancing over their shoulders. A light still shone in the front window, a single glow in the gloom. Walking home, May's thoughts whirled. She felt angry at the stranger's callousness, but also relieved there was no real danger. "We have to let everyone know," she said to Jonah. "No sense in keeping his experiment a secret." Jonah agreed, though he pointed out some townspeople might be annoyed or disappointed. Maybe the mayor or the local paper would want the full story. These footprints had kids scared to go out after dark, and old folks locking their doors. Still, a question hovered in May's mind. "Do you think people will actually believe us when we say we found a caretaker or relative living in that mansion, faking footprints with weird contraptions? Will they just dismiss us as kids telling stories?" Jonah shrugged. "We can show them the footprints and the path to the mansion. Let them see for themselves. Once the stranger clears out, the footprints should stop. That'll be enough proof." They parted ways, heading to their respective homes. That night, May had trouble sleeping. She kept recalling the moment they discovered the crate of devices, and the stranger's unsettling calm voice. She wondered if a small experiment was truly all there was to it, or if deeper secrets lay hidden in those locked rooms. But for now, the footprints made sense, and she could rest without imagining monstrous beings roaming the fog. In the days that followed, May and Jonah quietly told a few trusted friends what they uncovered. Word spread, and some folks decided to verify by hiking up to Sycamore Hill. The gate was locked again. The mansion appeared even more deserted than before. No lights, no sign of life. It seemed the stranger had vanished, taking the equipment away. The footprints in town soon ceased altogether. The local newspaper ran a short piece titled, "Mystery Footprints Authentic Hoax." It mentioned two brave neighborhood kids discovering evidence of a staged act at the old Sycamore Hill mansion. Most residents felt relieved, though a few held on to rumors that maybe an otherworldly creature still roamed the area at night. As for May and Jonah, they looked back on their adventure with a mix of pride and disappointment. They had hoped for something more magical, maybe a hidden creature or a lost animal. Yet they solved a puzzle that others were too scared to face. And they learned that real mysteries can often be traced back to human motives, even if they are strange and unsettling. On evenings when fog again floated through Greenock, the two friends would stroll the streets, remembering their journey up Sycamore Hill. The wrought iron gates now stayed firmly closed, the mansion silent under the moon. No more odd footprints dotted the damp lawns. Residents walked with confidence again. Life in Greenock returned to its calm routine, and soon enough the story of those footprints faded to local history. But whenever May and Jonah passed the ivy-covered gates, they felt a twinge of curiosity. The house still stood, old and imposing. Even after the stranger's departure, who really knew what secrets lurked in the locked rooms? They could not shake the sense that shadows still shifted behind those boarded windows. Perhaps the mansion had secrets that went beyond one odd experiment. Sometimes as they walked away, they faintly heard the wind creak through the sycamore branches, almost like a hushed whisper reminding them that even a solved mystery can leave behind an echo of uncertainty. Lyndon Gray was a writer who lived alone on the outskirts of a small town. Some people called him a recluse, but he preferred the word quiet. He rarely went out except to gather groceries or stroll through the nearby woods. His modest house had creaking floors, a worn leather chair, and rows of books he had collected over the years. Though he loved books, he found his own writing stalled. For months he had not finished a new story. Words felt heavy and lifeless when he tried to put them on paper. One autumn afternoon, feeling stuck, Lyndon decided to visit the public library in town. The building was old, with tall windows and a broad set of steps leading to the entrance. Ivy clung to the walls, as if trying to hide the stone exterior. Few people seemed to visit this library anymore, so Lyndon thought it might offer him a peaceful place to spark new ideas. Inside, he caught the comforting smell of aging paper and polished wood. Dark shelves stood in tidy rows, many reaching higher than he could comfortably see. Light peeked through tall windows, illuminating particles of dust in the air. A kind librarian, Mrs. Emery, greeted him with a gentle smile. She recognized him from past visits, though she also understood he liked his privacy and rarely stayed to chat. Lyndon wandered through the aisles, fingertips brushing the spines of books. He paused at a secluded corner, where older, leather-bound volumes rested, many with titles he did not recognize. One book in particular caught his eye. It had a plain cover, no title on the spine, but some invisible pull seemed to guide him to it. Curious, he slid it off the shelf. He opened it and found the pages filled with neat text, though the paper felt oddly smooth and fresh. Something about it intrigued him, a sense that the words on these pages might hold an unusual kind of magic. The first sentences described a silent forest beneath a purple sky. It sounded like a fantasy tale, but as Lyndon read on, he realized the scenery seemed oddly familiar in a dreamlike way. Soon he felt he was reading a story that tugged at his own memories, though that made little sense. He glanced around to see if anyone else noticed him or this book. No one did. He sat on a small stool to read more. The story shifted from descriptions of trees to an old cottage and a lonely figure who paced outside. Something about the figure's manner reminded Lyndon of himself. It was strange, yet he kept turning pages, wishing to see where it led. He lost track of time until closing hours approached. Mrs. Emery softly announced the library would shut soon, so he had to leave. He decided to take the book home to read it completely. That night, in his small study, Lyndon continued reading. Hours passed, and the story grew more intriguing. It introduced new characters, mentions of hidden doorways, and whispered rumors of alternate worlds. Tiredness crept in, so eventually he placed the book on his desk and went to bed. He planned to finish it the next day. But at dawn, when he opened the book again, he found something very unsettling. The text had changed. Those first paragraphs about the forest and cottage were gone, replaced by a different setting. The style of writing stayed neat, but now it told a tale of a grand library with endless corridors and a traveler searching for a lost manuscript. Lyndon blinked and flipped through every page. The entire text was new. No mention of the lonely figure or the forest. The words he read the night before had vanished. He wondered if he had dreamed, yet the memory felt too vivid. He traced the pages, half expecting the original text to reappear, but nothing changed. Confused and a bit excited, he spent the whole morning reading the library story. By lunchtime, he finished it. A compelling tale, yes, but now he needed to know why it had replaced the earlier one he had started. Eager for answers, Lyndon rushed back to the town library. He showed Mrs. Emery the odd book, explaining that its contents changed from one day to the next. She seemed puzzled but open-minded. Carefully, she examined the cover and the first few pages, then turned pale. "I've never seen a book like this in our catalog," she said softly. "Are you sure you picked it up here?" He nodded, pointing to the shelf in the far corner. They went there together. Mrs. Emery peered at the spot where Lyndon claimed he found the book, but there was no gap. The other books looked tight and undisturbed. She frowned. "You might have found something that was misshelved, but I can't imagine how it got here. No record in our system." She tapped her chin. "Maybe it's an old donation that slipped through. We keep donations in the basement before sorting them, but I don't recall this one." Lyndon insisted he keep the book a bit longer to see if it changed again. She allowed it, though her concern was clear. That night at home, Lyndon stayed awake just to see if the text would shift at dawn a second time. Sure enough, at the break of day, the handwriting formed a brand new story. This time it involved a traveling merchant who discovered a hidden city behind a waterfall. Fascinated, Lyndon read every line. Once again, the previous text vanished. A spark of wonder ignited in him. For so long, he had felt uninspired, stuck. But here was a book that transformed itself daily, like it contained a boundless imagination. He yearned to find out how it happened. Was it magic, or something else. Another part of him felt uneasy. Such a book might lead him into mysteries he was not prepared to face. On the fourth morning, the book revealed not just a story, but also a small note near the end. Return to the library after midnight. Shelves hold more than knowledge. Lyndon's pulse quickened. Could the book communicate with him directly? It seemed that way. He wasn't sure if he should follow such a cryptic message, but curiosity won out. That night, he returned to the library's front door at a few minutes past midnight. The lights were off, and the building was locked. While he wondered whether to go home, he heard a faint click. The door eased open as though unlocked from the inside. Heart pounding, he slipped in. Dark corridors stretched before him, with only the pale moonlight shining through the tall windows. The shelves looked like silent sentinels. He felt a gentle breeze that had no clear source. He made his way to the far corner where he first found the book. The air seemed to thicken, and a soft whispering sound came from behind the shelves. Not human voices, more like the rustle of pages or a faint hum. He reached out, letting his fingers run along the spines. One shelf to his right shifted just a fraction, revealing a slim gap. Encouraged, he tugged the shelf softly. It swung open like a hidden door. Beyond lay a narrow passage lit by a pale glow, though he saw no lamps. Inside, the walls were lined with old tomes stacked from floor to ceiling. They looked far older than any volume in the main library. Some spines bore symbols he did not recognize. Walking carefully, he glanced at titles in strange scripts, runes, or archaic languages. The whispering grew louder as though the books themselves gently breathed. At the end of the passage stood a circular room. Shelves covered every inch of the walls. In the center was a single podium with the mysterious book from his home, lying open. Its pages glowed softly. Lyndon approached, feeling as if his heart might burst from excitement and nervousness at once. The text on the page flickered between sentences, rearranging itself. Words formed in front of his eyes. "Welcome to the Whispering Library," he read on, shaking slightly. "These shelves link worlds you have sensed in your dreams," said the text. "Beyond each book is a path to another realm. Some are reflections of your mind, others remain unknown to humankind. You have been chosen to see the tapestry of possibilities. Will you explore?" Overwhelmed, Lyndon nearly dropped the book. It looked like the pages had a life of their own, writing and rewriting messages. Another line appeared. "Each dawn, your book changes to show a new gate. Enter it in spirit or in person, and discover what lies beyond. But tread with care, stories can entangle you." His breathing turned shallow. The concept of stepping into a different world through a book felt both thrilling and terrifying. He thought about how he had been stuck in his writing, longing for inspiration. Could these realms spark the creativity he forgot he had? Yet the warning lingered in his mind. Stories can entangle you. For a long moment he just stared, torn between caution and wonder. Then, with trembling fingers, he touched the edges of the open book on the podium. He felt a subtle pull, like a gentle wind drawing him forward. When he closed his eyes, visions formed, glimpses of that purple-skied forest, the never-ending library corridor, the hidden waterfall city, and more realms swirling together. He sensed that each story was real in its own dimension. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed behind him. Lyndon spun around to see Mrs. Emery enter the circular room carrying a small lantern. She did not seem surprised to find him there. Instead, she gave him a calm smile. "So you found the Whispering Library," she said, her voice echoing slightly in the space. "I always suspected you might, given your fascination with unusual books. Only certain readers can open the hidden door." His mind raced. "You knew about this, all these worlds?" She nodded. "I'm part caretaker, part guardian. These books must remain hidden from those who seek them for the wrong reasons." She walked up to the podium, resting her hand near Lyndon's. "We keep watch to ensure that only someone with a genuine love of stories, not greed, can discover this place." It's like a living gateway between realities, dangerous if misused. Lyndon swallowed hard. What do I do now? I can't just walk away from something like this. Her expression turned thoughtful. You can choose to remain a visitor, stepping into new worlds through the pages, then leaving when you've seen enough. Or you can become a guide, helping preserve the library's secrets for future readers who share your spirit. She paused. But be aware, once you truly step into these stories, you cannot unsee them. They'll reshape how you view your own world. He thought about his lonely home and his unfinished manuscripts. He thought about the wonder he felt each morning when the mysterious book revealed a new adventure. And he also felt a flicker of purpose. Perhaps this was the inspiration he needed to break free of his creative block, yet he had to move forward carefully. Finally, he met Mrs. Emery's gaze and said, "I would like to explore, but I want to be responsible. Show me how." She nodded, and together they gently closed the glowing book. The whispering from the other shelves quieted, as if the library was waiting for them to make the next move. Mrs. Emery led him around the circular room, pointing out certain shelves and explaining how each volume could open a gateway to a particular realm. Some books glowed faintly. Some felt warm, others cold. One or two had heavy locks, indicating worlds too risky or forbidden for easy access. They spent hours discussing the meaning of each collection, the rules of crossing between worlds, and how to maintain the delicate balance so that nothing harmful slipped from one realm to another. By the time they finished, dawn's light began to peek through cracks in the outer corridor. Mrs. Emery smiled. "Come back whenever you're ready. The library will call you." As Lyndon prepared to leave, he glanced again at the podium where his special book had rested. Though they had closed it, he felt a hum in the air, a promise that tomorrow the text would transform once more. He felt an unusual calm, knowing that he had stumbled upon a fate far richer than he ever imagined. Whatever new tale appeared at sunrise, he would be ready. Perhaps in guiding these worlds, he might find his voice again, writing with fresh passion, and he might learn that stories hold the power to change more than just a single life. Stepping out of the hidden passage, he found himself back in the main area of the library. The shelves looked ordinary once more, and the library remained dark, still closed to the public. He slipped outside, the door gently locking behind him as though it had never been open. Early sunlight warmed the town's empty streets. Silence filled the air, yet Lyndon felt a new energy stirring inside him. In his hands, he still clutched the plain-covered book, the one that changed daily. This time, he knew it was more than a curiosity. It was a doorway to whole universes, and he had been invited to cross its threshold. From that point onward, each new dawn brought a fresh tale in the mysterious book. But now Lyndon knew he did not have to feel alone or lost in his writing. He had glimpsed the whispering library's secret. If he listened closely, if he honored the power of storytelling, he could travel to the places hidden between pages and maybe bring part of their magic back into his own world. I first arrived in the old colonial town after hearing rumors about strange nightly events. Back then, I thought it was just local folklore stories people spun around dinner tables. But I soon learned those late-night whispers were more than mere gossip. The town's narrow streets, with walls painted in a deep emerald hue, carried echoes that felt alive. The walls seemed to shine even at dusk, reflecting the final rays of the sun in a curious greenish glow. Things felt uneasy from the start. There were no grand welcomes and barely any smiles. When I asked about the peculiar light in the alley, residents either shut their doors or looked uneasy. Some insisted that at midnight, dancing silhouettes appeared along those walls, and if you watched them too closely, you wouldn't be able to sleep without dreaming of shadowy figures prowling beside your bed. I remember an older woman clutching her shawl and telling me, "They move as if they have a puppet master, yet no one sees any strings." The look in her eyes suggested she knew more, but didn't dare explain. I rented a small room in a rickety old inn, close to the famous Emerald Alley that everyone warned me about. My window faced a crooked sign that read "Alley ends here," though the path itself twisted out of sight. That first night I couldn't sleep. The silence weighed on me, broken only by the low drone of the wind. Around midnight, a soft tap-tap echoed through the streets. I got up curious and peered through the thin curtains. To my surprise, a delicate light spread across the emerald walls. It almost shimmered. I thought it might be a lantern swaying somewhere off in the distance. Yet as I looked closer, I saw silhouettes dancing across the alley, a group of tall, elongated shapes that moved in graceful unison. They had no color, no faces, only black outlines that skated against the bright green background. My heart pounded at the sight of these figures bending and twirling, as if guided by some secret performance. I considered rushing outside right then, but found my feet rooted to the spot. Something about their movements unsettled me. Their heads tilted in unnatural angles, limbs snapping into precise positions. A quiet voice inside me said, "They see you. They know you're watching." I felt my stomach twist in fear. As I kept watching, the silhouette sank into the darkest corner of the alley and vanished. The emerald glow faded, leaving the street in deeper darkness than before. The next morning I went out with shaky determination. The alley in daylight looked like any other street. Green plaster walls, a few worn lanterns, and damp cobblestones from the early mist. No sign of dancing shadows. A few shopkeepers opened their shutters, but no one seemed willing to talk. Then, near a small wooden crate, I met the street performer, Elias, who was practicing coin tricks. He flipped a silver coin between his fingers with ease, giving me a friendly nod. I asked if he knew about the silhouettes. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. He paused, letting the coin slip into a hidden pocket in his vest. "So you've seen them too," he said quietly. His voice was soft and calm, but his eyes flashed with excitement and concern. Elias confided he'd been tracking those silhouettes for weeks. "I perform for travelers by day," he told me, "but by night I try to catch a glimpse of their source. I swear they move to a silent rhythm, like marionettes on invisible strings." When I asked why he pursued them, he hesitated. "I believe they're tied to something hidden. A puppet master, someone or something that leads them from beyond the walls. There must be a reason for this nightly spectacle." His words gave me chills, because I had felt the same sense of purpose behind their movements. We decided to meet again at dusk. Elias had a plan to follow the silhouettes more boldly once darkness fell. Before parting, he warned me to stay alert. "They are not harmless illusions," he said. "More than one traveler has vanished after following the dancing shadows." That evening we gathered our supplies. Elias brought a small lantern with a mirrored backing to reflect more light, hoping it would illuminate corners usually concealed by darkness. I packed a notebook and a piece of chalk, thinking I might mark the walls if we found any patterns or hidden doorways. We also agreed on a signal 3 soft taps on the wall if either of us saw something suspicious. The moon was half hidden behind clouds when we stepped onto the slick cobblestones. The emerald hue of the walls appeared duller than it did in daytime, yet it gave off that same faint glow under the moonlight. We paced down the alley, hearing only the hush of our own breathing. A sense of expectation weighed on us. Something was about to happen. At midnight, a sudden breeze rushed through, carrying the faint scent of damp earth. Then, without warning, the silhouettes flickered into view. They moved across the emerald walls, weaving around each other in complex patterns. By chance, my gaze landed on a taller shadow with long arms that stretched along the bricks. It glided over the surface with smooth steps, as if guided by an unseen conductor. I reached out and tapped the wall 3 times. Our signal, though, Elias already stood transfixed. He raised his lantern, and for a moment, the silhouettes quivered. Their edges shimmered, as if they felt the light's presence. That was our opening. We crept closer, watching for any clue about where these dark shapes originated. We tailed them as they swirled around a mossy corner. The path led us deeper into the winding back streets. Every time we neared, the silhouettes slipped away, pulling us onward like a dance. The footsteps we heard weren't our own, but soft echoes like distant tapping. My heart raced faster with each turn, and every shadow seemed alive, as if it might jump out at us. We reached a narrower alley, barely wide enough for two people side by side. The emerald walls loomed overhead, creating a tunnel effect. At the far end was a tall wooden gate, half hidden by creepers. The silhouettes hovered around this gate, flickering as if inviting us in. I felt a cold thrill. Could this be their source? Or just another step in some elaborate game? Seconds later, they disappeared through a crack in the old gate, leaving us alone with only the faint glow from Elias's lantern. My skin prickled in the stillness. Then Elias lifted the latch and with effort pushed the gate open. It moaned loudly, as if protesting our entry. We stepped forward, hearts pounding. On the other side of the gate lay a courtyard with cracked stone tiles and a dried-up fountain in the center. The moonlight touched the fountain, making its chipped carvings stand out. There was no one around, yet a feeling of presence lingered in the air. Broken benches and old barrels told us this space hadn't been used in ages. We scanned the walls for any sign of movement. Elias held up his lantern, searching each corner. That's when we noticed a faint hum, almost like strings under tension. I couldn't tell if the sound came from inside my head or from somewhere in the courtyard. My eyes darted around, struggling to place its source. It rose and fell in gentle pulses. At last, Elias motioned for me to follow. We approached a narrow archway leading into a smaller side passage. The hum grew louder. My heartbeat did too. I stepped carefully, boots scraping against grit. Then, behind a half-collapsed wall, we found something startling. A small puppet theater, nearly hidden by vines and debris. The stage was battered, the curtains torn, and small wooden seats were tipped over or rotted away. In the center of the stage, a wooden marionette with spindly limbs dangled from dusty strings. Its face was frozen in a pale grin, eyes wide, as if it was forever caught in a moment of surprise. When Elias's lantern light fell upon it, the marionette swayed, casting a long shadow on the stage floor. Elias and I edged closer to the abandoned puppet theater. Splinters crunched underfoot, and the hum grew more insistent. At times, I thought I saw the marionette's strings twitch, but maybe that was just my imagination, or perhaps the faint breeze. Either way, it felt like we were not alone. Behind the stage, a short corridor led to a cramped workshop. Dust covered a rickety table, scattered puppets, half-painted masks, and strands of old string. Everything looked ancient. A single lamp hung from the low ceiling, unlit. As I examined the strange items, I felt a chill in the air, as if the gloom itself watched us. Elias's face went pale. He had found a worn notebook with pages stuffed into the cover. We opened it, shining our lantern over the scribbled text. The handwriting looked uneven, with notes about shadow illusions, emerald paint mixtures, and light refractions. One entry read, "I have discovered how to cast silhouettes that dance upon the alley walls. Under the moon's glow, my creations move as if alive. Soon they will be more than mere shadows. They will become doors into another realm." My vision swam at the final line. Doors into another realm? That sounded impossible, and yet we had followed living silhouettes across half the town. Elias flipped more pages. Sketches showed marionettes with wires leading to strange crystals. Another page described a puppet master who had found a way to blur the line between real and unreal. The silhouettes we saw might be the result of some twisted experiment in illusion, or worse, something that tapped into dark forces. Suddenly the hum soared, turning into a shrill tone. We dropped the notebook. My ears rang and Elias pressed a hand to his temple. The marionettes, scattered around the workshop, began to shake. Their limbs jerked and their strings rattled. One wooden puppet lifted its arm toward us, head tilting with a lifeless gaze. Fear wrapped around my throat like a noose. "We should go," I whispered. But Elias shook his head. Determination glimmered in his eyes. This was the moment he had trained for. He had practiced illusions, coin tricks, and all manner of showmanship to track down the silhouettes. Retreating now felt like letting the puppet master win. Against every instinct, we stepped back into the courtyard. The silhouettes had returned, circling the dry fountain. They curled along the emerald walls, dancing in a pattern that felt triumphant and threatening at the same time. Elias gripped his lantern. I tried to steady my breath. A sudden swirl of air made a swirl of dust rise from the stone tiles. That's when we heard a voice. It was whispery and echoed from everywhere at once. "You have come too far. Do you wish to join my dance?" The alley walls seemed to vibrate with each word. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing behind the swirling silhouettes, someone in a dark cloak, hood pulled low. Then, just as quickly, the figure vanished. A swirl of shadows rushed toward us. I felt the cold weight of dread slip into my bones, sure that the silhouettes would consume us. Elias shone his lantern in a bright arc. The light cut through the shadows and they shrank back. For a heartbeat, we gained ground. The swirling shapes hissed, retreating to the edges of the courtyard. The hum kept going, rising in pitch, as if furious we wouldn't surrender. We realized the silhouettes might rely on that strange energy coming from the puppet workshop. If we disrupted it, maybe we could free the alley from this nightly curse. Elias and I sprinted past the frenzied shadows, heading back to the rickety stage. Puppets trembled, arms and legs quivering. I saw the marionette from before, twisting at the end of its strings. It almost looked alive. Elias rummaged through the table. He found a thick wooden mallet. With a resolute nod, he started smashing the crystals and machinery hidden beneath a torn cloth. Sparks flickered as metal broke under the force of each blow. I slid the notebook into my bag for proof of what we had found. Then, I used my chalk to draw a large X across the main device, a battered contraption of cogs and wires. My heart hammered, adrenaline urging me forward. From the courtyard came a shriek, a sound that made every hair on my body stand up. The silhouettes outside convulsed, evaporating against the emerald walls as if they'd lost their anchor. The swirling hum dissolved into distant whispers. I peered through the gap in the stage curtains. One by one, the dancing shapes faded. Moonlight poured in, bright and calm once again. Cautiously, we returned to the courtyard. Where the silhouettes had circled, only darkened patches of stone remained. The hush of the night felt normal, almost comforting in comparison to the terror we had just witnessed. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something or someone was watching from the rooftops. That puppet master's voice echoed in my head, "Join my dance." With the apparent source destroyed, we hoped the nightly shadows would stop. Elias offered a small smile. He said quietly, "I guess I don't need to practice illusions anymore. We found the biggest one of all." Despite our success, the air felt heavy with lingering gloom. We didn't know if whoever created those silhouettes was truly gone, or if we had only stalled their plans. We left the courtyard and made our way back through the narrow alley. The emerald walls no longer gleamed with that unearthly glow. Reaching the main street, we paused under a flickering street lamp. My heart settled back into a steady rhythm. Far off in the distance, a single cat yowled, shattering the absolute silence. Elias looked at me. "Tomorrow I'll share what we discovered with the townspeople," he said. "They deserve to know." I agreed, though part of me feared no one would believe us. Perhaps the broken contraption in that hidden workshop would be enough proof. I recalled the pages we found, so full of madness and obsession. That puppet master might have left more secrets behind. But for now, the silhouettes and their creeping dance were gone. In the weeks that followed, the town felt brighter. People walked more freely, no longer scurrying indoors before midnight. Stories spread about how two strangers confronted the shadows in Emerald Alley. Some called it fancy storytelling, while others swore their nights grew calmer. Elias continued his street performances, turning coin tricks and illusions into crowd-pleasing shows. I spent the days organizing my notes, thinking about how to explain these events to the outside world. Still, at times, I'd awaken in the early hours, convinced I heard faint tapping on the walls. I would look out my small window, scanning for any flicker of that emerald light. It never returned, and I told myself it was only my imagination. Yet a question lingered. Did we truly stop the puppet master, or had he only retreated into deeper shadows? Late one evening, as I drifted off to sleep, a thought crossed my mind. Maybe the puppet master was watching, waiting for a chance to rebuild. The memory of those silhouettes stayed vivid in my mind, tall, elegant shapes dancing in perfect unison. If the puppet master ever set up a new stage in some distant alley, would someone else be brave enough to stop it? For now, Emerald Alley stood quiet, free from the nightly haunt. The emerald walls reflected only the normal glow of street lamps and the occasional lantern. People passed through without trembling. Children played games along the green walls, unafraid. And in the hush of the darkest hours, there were no more silhouettes swaying like living marionettes. The final performance had ended, or so we hoped. Yet I always kept my ear open, listening for even the faintest echo of that ghostly dance. If it ever returned, I intended to be ready. I still have the Puppet Master's notebook. Sometimes I reread the pages and feel a chill that won't go away. The sketches and rambling instructions speak of shapes that exist between light and shadow. They suggest that in certain places, under certain moonlit conditions, reality can overlap with something else. I might never fully understand how those silhouettes came to be. But I do know one thing. The human mind holds many secrets, and in the darkest corners, our fears can take on a life of their own. For a while in that old colonial town, they truly did. I'll always remember those dancing silhouettes in Emerald Alley and the way they seemed to call out for anyone reckless enough to follow. And I will forever be grateful that when I answered that call, someone like Elias was there to stand beside me. His courage, rooted not just in skill but in a desire to protect others, shook loose the hold those shadows tried to have on us. Now, each time I see a glowing street or feel that eerie hush before a storm, I'm reminded of how thin the line can be between the world we know and the strange illusions lurking just out of sight. If you ever visit that colonial town, don't be afraid to walk the alley where emerald walls shine. Just keep your lantern close, listen for tapping footsteps, and remember that if the silhouettes decide to dance again, they might be waiting for someone new to join their midnight waltz. I climbed the winding mountain path just before dusk, wearing a thin cloak to protect me from the rising chill. The sky was streaked with orange and purple, painting the slopes with a soft glow. I had come to this remote monastery with the hope of finding inner peace, some quiet time away from the chaos of the world below. Yet the moment I saw the tall stone walls and silent courtyards, an uneasy feeling settled over me. I tried to brush it aside, thinking it was only my nerves. The monks who greeted me at the gate said little. One of them, an older man named Brother Sangan, offered me shelter in a modest guest room. He mentioned that the monastery was normally much busier, but the others had traveled down the mountain for supplies. I only saw a handful of monks walking quietly through the dim corridors. Their eyes flicked toward me, hinting at mild curiosity, then returned to the floor. I set my pack down in a small bare room. The air smelled faintly of incense and cold stone. A single window opened to the mountainside, where layers of mist drifted. The hush that surrounded everything felt almost too deep, as if waiting for some signal. After arranging my simple belongings, I decided to explore outside. If I were seeking peace, I hoped to find it under the last light of the day. Nightfall came quickly. I stepped through an arched doorway into the courtyard. Lanterns lined the perimeter, their flames flickering in the gentle breeze. I noticed a small gathering area beyond the courtyard, a clearing known as Lantern's Glen, where iron lanterns hung from tall stands. Before I reached it, I heard the first chirp of a cricket. At first it was just a normal insect sound, a high-pitched note cutting through the stillness. Then more crickets joined in, forming an odd chorus that echoed between the courtyard walls. It reminded me of chanting, like the low hum of monks, but turned strange and insect-like. I tried to reason that it was only my imagination, but the pattern was undeniable. Chirps rose and fell in a rhythm that felt almost like words, an ancient language hidden in the hissing air. Suddenly, the lantern's pale glow seemed sharper, and the center of the courtyard took on a greenish tint. My breath grew tight in my chest. I stood very still, absorbing that unearthly sound. Could it truly be chanting? I listened closer, and the crickets' voices seemed to form something akin to syllables. My heart pounded, as if responding to a warning I couldn't fully understand. I found Brother Sangin kneeling by a lantern, quietly rearranging some offerings, small bowls of rice, and herbal incense. His shoulders appeared tense under his robe. When I approached, he paused, but he didn't look up. "Brother," I said softly, "what is this sound? These crickets, they sound like they're singing old hymns." He let out a slow breath. "You hear it too, then?" he replied, voice barely above a whisper. "Each night they gather here. The younger monks once tried to chase them away, believing it was a bad omen. But they always return." I asked if the chanting had some meaning, if it was a sign or a curse. He placed a bowl of incense on a circular stone. "We are not sure. Some believe they recite lost chants from centuries past. Others think it is simply nature playing tricks on our ears." His eyes flicked toward me finally, and for a moment I thought I saw fear behind them. It might be wise not to wander too far after dark. Darkness settled across the courtyard as the crickets' collective chirp grew stronger. Feeling unnerved, I retreated to my room where I tried to meditate. However, the echoing chirps slid under the door, creeping into my ears no matter how I covered them. I gave up on finding quiet, deciding instead to explore. If I couldn't block out the eerie hymn, maybe I could learn more about its source. I walked down the stone corridors, listening for any sign of the other monks. Faint candlelight glowed from a distant hallway. A slim figure in a robe hurried past me, heading outside. I followed carefully, keeping my distance. The figure moved with practiced silence, stepping onto a narrow trail behind the monastery walls. The path was barely visible in the moonlight, overgrown with tangled vines and scattered pebbles. I kept glancing behind me, afraid of being caught. As we descended a few steps through thick brush, the cricket's hymn became clearer, like waves of sound pulsing in the air. It felt almost physical, pressing against my eardrums. The robed figure stopped at a thick tree trunk, lit by milky moonlight. They knelt for a moment, whispered something, then vanished behind a cluster of tall rocks. My curiosity piqued, I carefully approached the same spot. Moving aside a hanging vine, I discovered a hidden entrance, a rough opening cut into the rocky hillside. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of damp earth. Each step produced a soft scrape against the stone floor. My heart thundered in my chest, worried I might startle whoever had gone in before me. Yet I felt drawn onward, compelled to uncover the truth behind these chanting crickets. The narrow passage opened into a small cavern lit by a single lantern set on the ground. Its soft glow revealed flickering shadows on the walls. Stalactites hung overhead, dripping water in a steady rhythm. At the far side of the cavern, I noticed a stone altar carved with faded symbols. In front of it knelt the robed figure, silent and still. I took a step closer, my foot crunching on loose gravel. The figure turned slowly, the hood falling back to show the young face of a novice monk. He stared at me, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and urgency. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered. "They might sense your presence." I asked who they were. He hesitated, glancing at the altar. "It is not the crickets themselves. Something uses their chirps to speak. Long ago, the founder of this monastery performed rituals here. Some vow it awakened a spirit in these mountains." Just then, the cricket hymn surged, louder than ever, vibrating the cavern walls. I had never heard such intensity from something so small. The novice monk clutched at his robe, breathing fast. His fear was contagious, and I felt my own heart clench. "Please go," he pleaded. "If they sense you, they may follow you." Although alarmed, I couldn't just leave. Questions swirled in my mind. Was this place holy or haunted? Why did the chanting intensify each night? And what was the real source behind this insect choir? I returned to the monastery, unsettled and exhausted. Despite my weariness, sleep was impossible. The chanting crickets echoed in my ears even when I covered my head with a pillow. My thoughts raced, replaying the image of that hidden altar and the young monk's terror. Around midnight, I decided to walk toward Lantern's Glen, hoping for clarity. Lantern's Glen was exactly as I'd left it, an open circle with tall iron stands, each holding a flickering flame. Now the moon shone overhead, bathing the entire glen in silver light. The wind was still, yet the cricket sounds swirled around me. There were thousands, maybe tens of thousands, hidden in the grass, shrubs, and rocky corners of the mountainside. Their combined chirps merged into a haunting dirge. Trying to steady my breathing, I looked up at the stars. I came here for peace, I thought. Instead, I've walked into a strange nightmare. But part of me believed there was a mystery worth unveiling, something that might even bring resolution if I faced it. I found a large, flat rock near the center of the glen and sat down. The lanterns cast my shadow in a ring, flickering as each flame danced. At first, I closed my eyes, letting the chanting wrap around me. My nerves trembled, but I forced myself to remain calm. Then, something remarkable happened. The crickets' notes shifted tone, as though a new voice had joined them. A deeper hum swelled beneath the chirping, like a chorus responding to a single conductor. The orbits of sound rose and fell, forming patterns. Despite my limited knowledge of the monastery's old language, I swore I recognized fleeting fragments of the chants I'd once overheard monks reciting at sunrise. How could this be? All at once the air around Lantern's Glen felt charged. My arms broke out in goosebumps. The chirping pulsed in waves. I opened my eyes to see faint silhouettes weaving among the lantern stands. They were not human forms, but rather shifting light small glimmers that hovered like fireflies, then vanished. The chanting rose, and I felt my heart pound as if it might burst. I stood up. My legs wobbled, but I managed a few steps toward these drifting shapes. Their presence was eerie, yet strangely peaceful. Soon, I realized they moved in sync with the crickets, synchronized in swirling patterns. Such a union between light and sound felt both majestic and terrifying. Suddenly, I heard my own voice in my head admonishing me, "Run! You shouldn't be here!" But something deeper pushed me forward, as if guided by an unseen hand. I stepped toward the largest shape, a soft glow that flickered bright and dim, following the rhythm of the insect choir. With trembling fingers, I reached out. It brushed across my palm like a cool breeze, then disappeared. In the wake of its disappearance, the chanting softened. The glen returned to a gentle hush, and I found myself breathing heavily, like someone who'd just run a great distance. The crickets still sang, but they no longer formed that almost human prayer. Instead, they returned to an ordinary nighttime melody. At dawn, I sought out Brother Sangan again. He was lighting incense in a small meditation hall. My hands shook as I recounted what I'd seen. The lights, the rise of chanting, and how the glen fell quiet afterward. Instead of shock, he looked at me with a quiet, knowing expression. "I suspected you might experience something beyond explanation," he said softly. "The founder of our monastery wrote of a night when spirits of the mountain joined the living in a chorus. In ancient times, these spirits taught the monks new ways to find harmony. But as beliefs changed, fewer monks wished to keep the old customs alive. Some of those rituals were sealed away deep in the mountain." He cast his gaze to the stone floor. "Yet perhaps the spirits have not forgotten. They use the cricket's voice to call out, searching for someone willing to heed them. Only a few have truly listened." I asked him if these spirits meant harm to us. Harm. He closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke carefully. "Harm? Not always. But they carry power. If someone with a troubled heart lingers too long, they might be overwhelmed. Our novice monks learn to purify their minds to avoid straying into fear or obsession. Though my courage wavered, I felt compelled to return to that hidden cavern after dusk. The novice monk who'd found me there was nowhere in sight, and I suspected he might be avoiding me. Still, I couldn't turn away from the mystery. Something in me longed for clarity, maybe even a sense of communion. This time, I carried a small lantern of my own. Finding the overgrown path behind the monastery, I slid past the vines and stepped into the opening once more. The crickets' chanting echoed gently from outside, as though calling me onward. Inside the cavern, shadows rippled across the rough walls. Water dripped from stalactites, forming tiny puddles at my feet. My heart pounded. Every crunch of gravel under my shoes sounded too loud. When I reached the altar, I placed my lantern on its surface and knelt down. The old carvings were faint in the lantern's glow, but I recognized the same symbols from the monastery's prayer hall's spirals, swirling lines of text, shapes that possibly represented ancient guardians. Closing my eyes, I tried to steady my breath, recalling the moment in Lantern's Glen when the chanting crickets had become a choir of something more. I wanted to open myself to that experience again, but fear still lurked within me. Barely a moment passed before the cavern's air changed, thickening like a fog. The gentle chirping outside grew louder, reverberating through the stone. Although no wind stirred, I felt a slight pressure push against my back, as if guiding me forward. My pulse sped up. I told myself to remain calm. This was contact with something beyond simple understanding, something older than the monastery itself. Slowly, the chanting built, layering over itself until it almost resembled complex harmonies. I sensed motion around me, delicate shapes dancing in the lantern light, much like in Lantern's Glen. The presence felt neither friendly nor hostile, more like an ancient curiosity measuring my intentions. A sudden wave of emotion flooded me, memories of my life before this pilgrimage, regrets, losses, and aches I thought I had left behind. Tears pricked my eyes, and I realized the spirits could see into that part of me. Their chant changed pitch, resonating in my chest, as though urging me to find acceptance. The next few moments were a haze of feeling. My mind drifted between confusion and wonder. I had never felt so vulnerable, yet so strangely comforted. Then, as quickly as it began, the shadows receded, and the chanting softened. I heard only dripping water and the distant echo of ordinary crickets outside. It was over. Stumbling out into the open air, I leaned against a stone wall, catching my breath. The mountain sky was lightening, the stars fading in the pale glow of sunrise. My heart felt lighter, emptied of tension, like a burden had been lifted. It was as if something within me had been soothed or renewed. Returning to the monastery, I found Brother Sangan in the courtyard. His eyes met mine, and without words, he seemed to understand what had taken place in the cavern. A soft smile touched his lips, and he offered me a small bowl of warm tea. I sipped it, breathing in its herbal fragrance. The crickets were quiet now, as the day's light chased away their nocturnal songs. The monastery felt more peaceful than ever before, bathed in the pink and gold of early morning. In that moment, I knew my visit had taken a surreal turn, far beyond a simple search for calm. I had touched something ancient and unknown, something that spoke through a chorus of tiny insects. I never discovered whether the founder's spirit or some mountain deity was behind the cricket chants. Nor could I fully explain why they chose to reveal themselves to me. But I knew I would never forget that haunting, beautiful melody echoing among the lantern stands. Later that day, I packed my few belongings. Though curious about the deeper secrets of the monastery, I felt I had already gained what I came for, a new sense of calm and acceptance. Before leaving, I thanked Brother Sangan, who nodded gently and urged me to keep my heart open wherever I roamed next. Descending the mountain, I paused once to look back. The high walls of the monastery glimmered in the morning sun. I thought I caught a fleeting echo of cricket song, but maybe it was only my memory. "Farewell," I whispered, "and thank you." The path below me twisted into forest and fog. My steps carried me away from the monastery, but the sound of chanting crickets would never truly leave. For the rest of my journey, I held on to that reminder. Even in the darkest nights, strange wonders can guide us to unexpected peace. The mountain had taught me that acceptance doesn't always come from silence. Sometimes it arrives in the form of echoing chirps under a lantern's glow, carrying ancient secrets on the smallest of wings. I've covered all kinds of strange events in my career elections, protests, bizarre heists, but nothing quite like the yearly Market of Painted Dreams. At least, that's what people called it in hushed whispers. I used to ignore rumors like those, chalking them up to imaginative storytellers. But I was fresh out of compelling leads, and my editor had grown tired of my usual cynical pieces. When a tip crossed my desk about an underground market that appears once a year beneath our city streets, I decided to investigate. A gentle curiosity tugged at me, something I hadn't felt in a long time. People said this market sold living paintings that shifted with human emotion. The skeptic in me rolled my eyes, but I pushed that thought aside. After all, half my job as a journalist was to keep an open mind, at least until I could prove or disprove a story. And if there was one thing I needed, it was a story that would spark my dwindling passion. With little more than a whispered clue and a meeting location, I set out one evening, camera slung around my neck and a notepad tucked under my arm. Wherever the truth lay, I vowed to find it. The tip led me to a deserted alley near the old part of town, where closed storefronts and dim streetlights gave the place an abandoned feel. Evening shadows stretched over the pavement like dark ribbons. Normally, this was the kind of place I'd avoid after dark, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked slowly, eyes scanning for any sign of movement or hidden entrances. At the end of the alley stood a rusty metal grate. A faint glow spilled through its slat's warm, flickering light, as if from lanterns. My heart thumped faster. Could this be the rumored underground market? It made more sense than I wanted to admit. Beneath the city lay a labyrinth of tunnels and abandoned passages, some dating back centuries. Rumors always floated around about secret congregations or hidden clubs. This might be one of those illegal gatherings. I carefully lifted the grate, surprised that it moved so smoothly, as if it were meant to be opened. Cool air brushed my face from below. I hesitated for only a second, then climbed down the narrow ladder. My feet touched a damp stone floor, and I heard hushed voices, violin notes, and the distant hum of chatter. My pulse fluttered with excitement. This was either the best lead I'd had in ages or a dangerous trap. I followed the glow of hanging lamps strung along low ceilings. Scents of spices and paint thinner mingled in the air, along with a faint metallic tinge. Stepping around a bend, I found myself gazing upon a wide, underground chamber brimming with people. It was crowded yet surprisingly organized rows of tables stretched across the chamber, each covered in vibrant cloth. Under those cloths lay countless paintings, flickering under the shifting lantern light. I couldn't help but stare. At first glance, these looked like ordinary paintings. Landscapes, portraits, and abstract splashes of color. Then I noticed something unsettling. The images moved slightly. One painting of a laughing woman had her lips curled in joy, but as a passerby frowned at the artwork, the woman's bright expression slowly sank into sadness. Another piece depicted a stormy sea, and whenever voices around it rose in excitement, the waves became more violent, crashing against unseen shores. I stood there slack-jawed, mind racing with disbelief. Living art that reflected emotion. The journalist in me wanted to snap photos, take notes, and interview somebody, anybody. But I also felt a hush of awe. Whatever this place was, it seemed like magic and madness intertwined. People bustled about in stylish coats or dusty cloaks, diverse and strange. Some wore masks, their expressions hidden. Others held the paintings close, analyzing them by candlelight. A few glimpsed me. curiosity flickering across their faces, but no one stopped me from wandering deeper. It was almost as if I'd been silently accepted into their circle. My instincts told me there must be rules. No one spoke above a murmur, as though they feared they might disturb the delicate energy around them. I tried to catch snippets of conversation. A middle-aged woman whispered to her companion, "I can't take that one home. It's too responsive to anger." Another visitor dabbed a tear while gazing at a painting that seemed to shimmer with gentle compassion. I overheard the word binding, which made me wonder if these artworks had deeper connections with their owners. Finally, I spotted a stand where a tall man in a velvet coat collected coins and led customers behind a curtained partition. Intrigued, I approached him. He glanced at me with sharp eyes. "New here?" he asked in a low voice. "Just curious," I replied, feigning a calm I didn't entirely feel. "Are all these paintings alive?" He gave a tight smile. "Alive in a manner of speaking. They react to the viewer's emotional state. Sometimes they adapt to new owners, forming strong bonds. Best approach them with caution." Eager to learn more, I identified myself as a journalist. He stiffened. "We don't do well with publicity," he said, leaving the words hanging like a warning. I swallowed hard, but then the man's expression softened. "Still, I suppose a little attention might help certain masterpieces find the right buyers. Just don't disrupt the market. We only appear once a year. When dawn comes, we vanish." I nodded, promising discretion. Gaining this man's favor felt like my only chance to peel back the market's secret layers. "What happens if I want to buy one?" I asked, hoping a purchase might help me learn how these paintings truly worked. He motioned to the crowd. "Choose wisely. The bond between painting and owner can be powerful." Without elaborating, he moved on to assist another customer, leaving me with a tangle of questions. Venturing down a narrow aisle formed by tables of paintings, I watched them shift subtly. Some flickered with color changes when I approached. Others remained still, as if disinterested. My phone in hand, I snapped a few pictures for proof, though my device's flash seemed to startle a painting of a forest glade, making its trees rustle as though a sudden wind had passed over them. Along the way, I stopped by a piece that was not attracting much attention. Its surface showed a gloomy cityscape, not unlike my own city during a thunderstorm. Something about the brushstrokes struck me as strangely familiar, as if I'd seen them in a dream. I leaned closer to make out the faint outlines of buildings half hidden in the gloom. As I did, the painting rippled. A narrow alley appeared at the center, mirroring the very alley I'd entered above ground. My breath caught. I recognized that bent lamppost and the graffiti-scarred walls. "This looks like where I came in," I muttered, glancing around to see if anyone else noticed. Right on cue, the painting's alley seemed to glow with lamplight, painting a lone figure. My heart nearly stopped when I realized it might be me. The shape wore a coat similar to mine, camera around the neck. In that instant, I felt a rush of cold dread. Could this painting be responding specifically to me? My hands trembled as I reached out, almost touching the canvas. The paint shimmered as my fingers drew near, shapes within it flexing like living shadows. I felt a subtle pull and emotional invitation. But I also sensed danger. What if forming a bond with this painting bound me to something I didn't understand? Before I could decide, a soft voice chimed in behind me. That one's interesting, isn't it?" I spun around to see an older woman in a worn leather jacket. She had keen eyes that hinted at years of experience with oddities. "I've browsed this market for years, but never seen a painting so personal so quickly." "You can see it too?" I asked, relief flooding me. Maybe I wasn't imagining things. She nodded. "These paintings feed on our memories, our feelings. They adapt, you could say. This one must sense something deep in you. Maybe regret, maybe longing." Her words unsettled me, because I had been battling regret about my career for months. I introduced myself. She revealed her name was Jana, a collector who scoured the world for unusual artifacts. She warned me that some paintings, while fascinating, could also be dangerous. They hold bits of your psyche. If you can't handle that reflection, it might tear you apart. Still, the temptation gnawed at me. I asked Jana for more. Hesitating, she said, "If you're serious, find the caretaker behind those curtains. He can help you understand the painting's contract." She pointed to the same curtained partition the man in the velvet coat had guided buyers through. Summoning courage, I pressed ahead. The thick drape smelled of oil paint and musk. Inside, a small chamber glowed with candlelight. Shelves lined the walls stacked with scrolls, old ledger books, and vials of shimmering pigment. In the center, a table displayed a single open book with blank pages as if waiting for me. Seconds later, the tall man in velvet appeared from behind a shelf. "Ah," he said, that sly smile returning. "You found a painting that speaks to you?" I nodded. "I need to understand how it works. What does a contract entail?" My voice sounded steadier than I felt. He opened a drawer beneath the table, pulling out a quill and a small bottle of ink that shone a strange, iridescent color. "You sign your name here. Then the painting belongs to you, responding to your emotions and experiences." He paused to let the weight of that sink in. "But be warned, severing the bond later can be painful, if not impossible." I felt my pulse pound. This was bigger than just a news story. It was a dive into something unknown. Yet the painting upstairs called out to me in a way I couldn't fully explain. Did I dare claim it? Before I could answer, the cloth parted, and Jana appeared. "Be sure you're ready," she whispered. There have been times these contracts led to nightmares, broken souls. If your painting reveals too much shame or pain, your mind might shatter. Her warning should have scared me off, but it only fueled my obsession. Maybe this painting held a clue, some insight into why my life felt so empty lately. If it was truly reflecting me, perhaps it could help me face my regrets. "I have to do this," I said quietly, picking up the quill. The ink glimmered a soft gold as I scratched my name across the blank page. The moment I drew the last letter, a surge of warmth rushed through my chest. My head swam. I heard distant murmurs, like echoes of 100 voices overlapping. Then my vision cleared, and I found the caretaker watching me closely. "It is done," he declared. "The painting is yours. Take it before sunrise or you lose your claim." Rushing back to the table where my painting rested, I found it had changed yet again. The bleak cityscape was now more vivid. I recognized buildings from my past, a school I left behind, an old office where I made a career mistake, a cafe where I had a falling out with a close friend. Each image carried a subtle flicker, like old memories replaying in paint. A swirl of guilt tightened in my stomach. The painting forced me to confront all the decisions I'd tried to bury. I felt tears sting my eyes, remembering how I'd put my job above relationships, how I'd let cynicism overshoot real connections. The city in the painting shifted to reflect my remorse, gray clouds turning darker, silhouettes moving away from me. I couldn't look away, though it hurt. Some hidden part of me recognized that facing these shadows might help me heal. Slowly, I placed a trembling hand on the canvas. Warmth spread from my fingertips, and the scene softened. The storm clouds parted, revealing a faint sunrise. It was as if the painting was telling me there was still hope. Before I could process the moment fully, the chamber lights dimmed. An alarmed hush fell over the market. The caretaker's voice rose, commanding everyone's attention. "Dawn is close. We must go." There was a flurry of activity as stalls began to vanish. Sellers hurried to pack up their living canvases and supplies. Lanterns flickered out one by one. I realized with a jolt that the caretaker had warned me about sunrise. The entire market was about to vanish. I clutched my painting, its canvas surprisingly warm against my palms. Already, flickers of light around me turned into swirling shadows. Ordinarily, I'd have lingered to press for more details, but there was no time. Jana waved at me from the exit, beckoning me to hurry. Holding my painting close, I weaved through the thinning crowd. The tall man in velvet was nowhere to be seen now, only shifting figures hustling for hidden exits. At last I reached the metal ladder. Outside, the sky was still dark, but a pale hint of dawn colored the horizon. I climbed up and replaced the grate, stepping back into the alley. Soft morning light greeted me, revealing the old graffiti-scarred walls. The night's events felt surreal, like a dream, except I still cradled the painting, its edges damp from the tunnel's moisture. I stood there for a moment, letting the cool air wash over me. No echoes of the hidden market remained, no distant voices, no flickering lantern glow. It was as if that entire underground world had never been there at all. But I had my proof. Lifting the painting, I watched as the swirling city on its surface flickered in the fresh daylight. The buildings seemed calmer now. A gentle, warm tint touched the sky in the image. My heart felt unexpectedly light. Maybe I could write a story about this, reveal the underground market of painted dreams. But would anyone believe me? And did I really want to risk exposing something so unusual and, in a strange way, healing? With a final glance at the dawn, I decided to keep the market secret, at least for a while. I'd write my article, but I'd give it a more subtle touch, enough to stir whispers without endangering the people and magic beneath the city. In my hands, the living painting was a reminder that art can hold reflections of our deepest selves. As I walked away, I sensed the painting shifting again, reacting to my cautious hope. For the first time in a long while, I felt something like optimism budding inside me, as though my jaded outlook had finally started to crack. Whatever came next, I knew one truth. The market of painted dreams was real. Its magic, haunting and enlightening, had changed something in me forever. And by facing the painting's reflection of my own regrets, maybe I could find a path to a better, more honest life. I came across the old radio tower almost by accident. My research project was simple: collect samples of cosmic noise in remote areas where human signals wouldn't interfere. I was a university student looking for a place with minimal radio traffic, so I drove into the desert, guided by old survey maps. At some point, my beaten-up car stumbled across a dirt path that looked half erased by the shifting sands. Calling it a road was generous, but something about it felt like it led somewhere significant. I decided to follow it. The sun had started to sink below the flat horizon by the time I spotted a tall silhouette. It rose straight into the copper sky, an odd shape of rusted metal beams. My heart sped up. This was a radio tower, no doubt, but every record at my university said it was abandoned long ago. Normally, I would have ignored it and camped elsewhere, yet curiosity pulled me closer. I parked at the edge of a wire fence with a battered "No Trespassing" sign. The paint was peeling, and the sign itself rattled lightly in the wind. As I walked toward the tower, the desert wind carried a strange hush. My boots pressed into the shifting sand, crunching over dried weeds, but it felt like every sound I made might echo for miles. The tower was surrounded by a small structure, maybe an outpost or control room. Its windows were cracked, the door hung loose on one hinge, and a smell of stale air escaped from within. Despite the setting sun, I decided to explore. Something told me there was more here than broken equipment. Stepping inside, I found an old generator, a table with scattered papers, and an outdated control panel covered in dust. I coughed as I disturbed layers of dirt on the console. It felt like a time capsule, a place frozen in an era long gone. The walls were scratched with wires exposed. A single overhead bulb flickered, as if it still struggled to stay alive, though I didn't see any working power source. I questioned how it had any electricity at all. Perhaps the tower still had a backup system. That alone sent a chill down my spine. While examining the equipment, I noticed a small radio set in the corner. Its antenna was snapped, lying next to the unit. My heart pounded at the sight because my own gear was more modern. But maybe this old tower hid frequencies that no one had touched for years. I decided to test it. I connected a spare cable from my own receiver to the ancient radio, hoping to pick up some cosmic noise or maybe static from deserted channels. At first I heard only the usual hiss. The static droned in the background, echoing in the cramped room. Then the impossible happened. A faint voice emerged through the interference. It was no typical present-day broadcast. The accent, the tone, it felt like it came from decades in the past. Words crackled in the static. "Please, anyone out there?" I felt an immediate rush of fear. My first instinct was that someone was playing a trick, or that I was intercepting an old recording. But the voice continued, broken by static. "We're stuck at the outpost. No contact. Running out of supplies." I blinked, heart hammering against my chest. I asked myself how I could be receiving a voice from so many years ago. There is a natural phenomenon where old broadcasts can bounce and echo under specific conditions, but this felt too real. I turned some knobs and tried to speak into my microphone. "Hello, I'm here. Do you copy?" Static answered me. I repeated my words. No reply came. Seconds stretched on in tense silence. I decided to spend the night. Maybe there was a chance I could hear more. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner of the outpost's small room, away from the broken windows. The desert around me was silent except for a soft wind brushing against the rusted tower outside. I could almost imagine shapes moving in the darkness. My flashlight cast long shadows on the walls. Every so often, I glanced at the console. It hummed with a low power that I still couldn't explain. Close to midnight, my eyes began to droop. But just as I was drifting off, the radio crackled alive again. The same voice came through. "They said help would come. We can't leave. Something. In the storm." The signal faded in and out. Then a new sound, like quiet sobbing. I scrambled for my microphone. I spoke gently, trying not to shake. "I hear you. Where are you?" The static roared for a moment. Then the voice cut back in. "The tower. Maybe we shouldn't have turned it on." I sat there stunned. They were talking about the same tower I was in, as if they were trapped in another time. My skin went cold. I looked around the room, imagining a group of people decades ago, huddled against the walls, waiting for a rescue that never came. Could this be a residual echo? Some ghostly transmission repeating forever? Or was it something even stranger? I couldn't sleep after that. I spent the next few hours adjusting my equipment, trying different frequencies. Occasionally I picked up static, a few faint words, but nothing clear. At around 2 in the morning, I heard another burst of static, followed by a loud thump from outside. Slowly, I rose and shone my flashlight through the cracked door. The night was moonless, pitch black except for the faint outline of the tower. My flashlight revealed only shifting sand. Yet I felt a presence, like someone was watching me from the darkness. Returning inside, I double-checked the rusted locks on the outpost door. They were half broken, but I slid the bolt in place anyway. The tension in my chest wouldn't go away. I tried to calm myself. It's just me alone in the desert, and I'm scaring myself with old radio signals. But fear kept creeping in. My mind kept repeating the voice's words. "We can't leave. They said help would come." At dawn, I stepped outside and took a long look at the tower. Tall beams, chipped paint, cables leading to the outpost. A few old cars and trucks were parked on the other side of the fence, half buried in sand. Their license plates rusted to near illegibility. It looked as if people had left in a hurry. The desert wind made an eerie whisper as it passed through the broken windows of the vehicles. I shivered, even under the rising sun's warmth. I decided to investigate those vehicles. One had a battered sign on the door reading Department of Research. Inside, I found a few notebooks with water-damaged pages. Most entries were unreadable, but one line caught my eye. "We have found unusual signals from the tower, possible transmissions from the future, or from somewhere else. The local storms disrupt our readings. The staff is growing uneasy." My breath caught. Was this outpost some kind of experiment site? The idea of signals from the future or from out of time felt like science fiction. I returned to the outpost, carefully flipping through the pages I'd found. In the daylight, I felt braver. The room smelled stale, like old metal and sand. However, the flickering bulb overhead had gone dark. No more mysterious glow. The console now seemed dead, as if the energy that powered it at night vanished with sunrise. Still, I placed the notebook on the table, scanning the notes. They mentioned repeated sightings of figures around the tower, especially after midnight. The notes also said, in shaky handwriting, "We keep hearing calls for help. Are we the ones receiving or are we the ones sending?" That line sent goosebumps up my arms. I decided to record everything. I set my own equipment to capture any transmissions that night. With the sun high, I walked around the tower, searching for anything like hidden cables or solar panels. No luck. The place seemed as dead as it looked, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting. The sense of being watched returned whenever I approached the tower's base. The wind carried a strange hush around the beams, almost like a warning. As evening approached, I tried to brace myself for whatever might happen again at midnight. The desert sky bled into bright shades of orange and pink. I made a small fire outside, hoping a bit of light would calm me. But as darkness set in, I felt more isolated than ever. The tower's silhouette grew sharper against the night sky. Soon I could see countless stars above, and that black shape standing tall, silent, and alien. It happened around midnight again. The radio in the outpost started crackling with energy, even though the overhead bulb remained dark this time. I rushed inside, shutting the door behind me. I flicked on my flashlight. The console glowed faintly. Static was loud in the speakers, and then I heard the voice, more panicked than before. "The desert storm. We can't escape. Help. If you hear this, lead us out. We can't stay." There was heavy breathing, then a whisper. "They told us not to tamper with the tower's signals. We've opened something." A sharp noise cut off the transmission. My hair stood on end. I forced myself to speak into the microphone. "Tell me your name. Tell me the date." This time the static rose so high I had to cover my ears. A painful screech echoed through the outpost. The overhead bulb flashed on for just a second, revealing dusty corners and a rickety ladder leading up to a loft area I hadn't noticed before. Then everything went dark again. It took me a moment to catch my breath. I aimed my flashlight at the ladder. My mind told me to leave, but part of me couldn't ignore that flicker of light. It felt important. My heart pounded as I climbed each step, the wooden rungs creaking under my weight. The loft was small, filled with old crates. Something glimmered near the corner. As I slowly approached, I saw a photograph clutched in a rusted metal frame. It was a group picture of a research team, smiling near the tower. In the center of that photo, leaning against the outpost door, was a young man who looked urgent, even in the snapshot. On the back of the picture was a date, 1956. My flashlight flickered. Static from the radio below seemed to grow louder, like a voice carrying up the ladder. I carefully made my way down, photograph in hand. Now the radio was silent again, but outside the wind had picked up. Sand whipped against the walls, creating the sound of tiny claws scraping at every opening. I peered through a crack in the door. The sky was black. No stars. A storm was brewing. My mind went to what the voice had said. "We can't escape. The desert storm. We've opened something." Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating swirling sands around the tower skeleton. I felt the building shake. Dust rained from the ceiling. I reached for my car keys, but something told me leaving might not be so simple. Could that same desert storm trap me here like it trapped those people before? Then I looked at my recording device. The last broadcast was still in memory. I replayed it, listening for any detail I might have missed. Beneath the main voice there was a faint, overlapping whisper. "The tower belongs to them now. We are only echoes." My blood ran cold. I realized I might be trying to communicate with people who either perished long ago or were stuck in some kind of loop. The radio might be bridging times or realms in ways nobody understood. Reluctantly, I opened the door, stepping into the desert storm. The wind tore at my clothes, stinging my eyes with sand. I forced my way to the tower's base, shining my flashlight around the metal beams. Loose cables dangled. One old cable was half buried in the sand, leading to a small hatch in the ground. Lightning flashed again, revealing an iron trapdoor. My skin crawled. I had not seen that hatch in daylight. Carefully, I knelt down and pulled it open. It creaked loudly, revealing a stairway descending into darkness. A foul smell wafted up. I felt a wave of nausea, but also a strange pull. Maybe the truth of what happened here was below. Maybe the answers to the voices I heard were hidden in those depths. I couldn't do it. The sense of dread overwhelmed me. The storm roared louder, and I realized if I didn't make it back to the outpost quickly, I might be lost in the swirling sands. I sealed the hatch shut and stumbled back inside. My eyes burned and I coughed from the dust. The wind howled, rattling the window frames, making the entire structure groan. It felt as though the tower itself was alive, demanding I leave or face the same fate as those who vanished decades ago. Huddling by the console, I wiped sand off my face. The photograph was in my pocket. I glanced at it again. Those people looked so hopeful, standing right where I now cowered in fear. I wondered how quickly their hope turned to terror. With the storm raging outside, I realized I had to wait until morning. There was no chance of driving out now, but morning might not save me. The transmissions had proven there was something else at work here. I decided to record one final message. "To anyone who finds this," I said into my microphone, voice shaking. "I am in the old desert outpost next to the tower. The signals, they're from another time. I think people were trapped here. I don't know how to help them, and I'm afraid something is happening again." My words trembled. It was all I could do. Hours passed in the darkness. The storm never let up. Each lightning strike lit the tiny room, revealing the battered control panels that once seemed harmless. Now they felt haunted. Outside, the tower's metal beams rattled, sounding almost like low moans. I tried to stay awake, but my body was exhausted. Finally, I let my eyes close, uncertain if I would wake. When the first pale light of dawn peeked through the window, I found the storm had calmed. The outpost was half buried in dusty drifts. My car was still visible, though a layer of sand covered its windshield. The air felt eerie and silent. Checking my recorder, I saw it had captured nothing but static after my message. No new voices had come, no pleas for help. I walked outside, inhaling the chilly morning air. The desert had returned to its quiet state, as though the night's chaos was only a bad dream. But I knew better. The tower still stood, rusted and towering, its secrets unsolved. I packed my equipment, started my car, and drove away slowly, eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The radio tower's silhouette shrank against the horizon, but the dread in my chest stayed strong. Even now, I can still hear the faint echo of that voice on the radio, begging for help across time. I think about the photograph of the research team. I wonder if I reach them or if they are trapped in a constant loop of fear, forever transmitting into the night. Sometimes, I dream about returning to that outpost to open the hatch and face whatever lies beneath. But I wake up shaking, uncertain if I want to discover the truth. For now, I keep the recording under lock and key, because some secrets are best left buried in the shifting sands, far from the ears of the living. That tower flickers at midnight, calling out to anyone who might listen. If you ever see it on the horizon, glinting in the dying sun, remember, not every signal should be answered. Some places are lost for a reason. I first laid eyes on the ice shelf after traveling for days across a frigid landscape. The helicopter pilot dropped me and two fellow researchers, Oliver and Tasha, on a stretch of land near a crumbling outpost that would serve as our base. We were there to study the melting ice, measure changes in glacial thickness, and document whatever might emerge from the thaw. But standing on that frozen coast, I felt like we were walking on the boundary between two worlds, the harsh reality of the polar wind and something far older stirring beneath our feet. I remember a low, constant wind brushing against the hood of my parka. The snow on the ground looked like it had been swept in swirling patterns, almost like strange symbols scratched into the ice. Our outpost was a simple structure, made of metal and wood, creaking every time the wind slammed into its walls. Inside, we had basic supplies, a generator, and various instruments. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but from the moment I arrived, I sensed the place held secrets that refused to remain buried. Oliver was the team lead, a glaciologist with years of polar experience. He had short graying hair and a calm demeanor. Tasha was an archaeologist, included in our group because rumors had spread about odd objects turning up when parts of the glacier broke away. I was there to assist with data collection. My specialty was environment and climate analysis, but I'd also studied geology in the past. The day after we arrived, Oliver and Tasha decided to walk along the edge of the ice shelf to survey potential melt zones. I trailed behind them, pushing against the biting chill. Around us, the ice glistened under a clouded sun, reflecting dull silver rays. We'd only gone a short distance when Tasha paused near a patch of newly exposed terrain. "Look at this," she called, brushing some slush aside with her glove. Beneath the thin ice lay what looked like a carved piece of stone, smooth and oddly shaped. Without a word, Oliver helped Tasha pry it loose. The object was small, about the size of a human hand, and carved with symbols I couldn't identify. My heart pounded faster. I'd heard wild stories about ancient civilizations once inhabiting parts of the polar regions. Had we just found evidence of one? Or could these carvings be from explorers who lived a few generations ago? Tasha studied the artifact with wide eyes. "These markings aren't from any modern group," she whispered, tracing the lines gently. "This is something else." She didn't say more, but we all felt the air shift, as if the ice shelf groaned beneath our feet in response. We brought it back to the outpost, excited yet uneasy. Tasha spent the rest of the evening comparing it to references in her notebooks. Oliver and I set up more instruments outside and noted a sudden temperature drop. The wind picked up, slamming loose pieces of ice against the outpost walls. That night, we slept fitfully, listening to the growl of the storm. The next morning, we ventured farther along the glacier's edge. Small chunks of ice broke off into the sea with a distant roar. We documented changes in the ice shelf, measured fissures, and logged data for hours. At a certain point, Tasha gestured for us to join her near another melt zone. "I think there's more," she said, voice trembling slightly. Together, we brushed away layers of snow, revealing a larger slab of stone. This one depicted swirling patterns that seemed to move before my eyes. My vision blurred for a second, as though the lines pulled my focus in circles. We carefully chipped the slab free from the surrounding ice, mindful not to damage it, and discovered more carved symbols. The patterns felt strangely familiar, yet I couldn't place them. Tasha took photos, her hands shaking despite the thick gloves. "This is not normal," she said. "It looks like a map. But of what?" Later that day, when we showed the slab and the smaller artifact to Oliver, he frowned. "It's incredible, but there's something off about the location. The depth of the ice here means anything buried would date back thousands of years. How is it so near the surface?" No one had an answer. Our instruments showed the glacier's ice layers were melting faster these past few weeks, exposing whatever was locked inside. That night back in the outpost, the wind died down. We all sat around a small heater, sipping hot tea and feeling the weight of the day's discoveries. I noticed the artifacts placed on a table. Something about them made me uneasy, as if they were waiting for us to look away so they could shift or rearrange themselves. Around midnight, after Oliver and Tasha went to their bunks, I remained awake. A strange calm had fallen over the outpost, broken only by the hum of the generator. My eyes kept straying toward the artifacts. In the flickering light, I could have sworn the markings on the larger slab glowed faintly. It had to be my imagination, I told myself, just the reflection of the small lamp. Still, a chill ran down my back, unrelated to the cold air. I finally forced myself to lie down, wrapping up in layers to get some rest. The following morning, we found a series of footprints near the outpost. At first I assumed they were ours, but the spacing was off too far apart and heading away from our usual routes. Oliver looked uneasily at them. Probably the result of drifting snow messing with the pattern, he said, but his voice shook with doubt. Tasha suggested we follow the tracks. We set off on a careful trek across a slight ridge, the sky filled with flat clouds. The air smelled crisp and empty. About half a kilometer out, we discovered something that made my heart skip a beat, a deep fissure in the ice. The footprints led directly to it, as if whoever made them had vanished into the depths. We peered over the edge and saw only darkness. The wind stirred, rubbing pieces of ice together with an eerie squeal like a warning. Oliver shook his head. "We're not prepared to explore a vertical drop without the right safety gear," he said. "We should go back and get equipment." Before we turned away, Tasha crouched down and noticed shards of stone near the fissure's rim. She picked one up. The same swirling patterns were etched onto it, only more elaborate. "Looks like a piece of something larger," she said. A hush fell over us. It felt like the glacier wanted us to find these relics, to lure us deeper. We returned to the outpost, but we couldn't settle in. The next day, with rope and harnesses, we cautiously descended into the fissure, focusing on not losing our footing. The sound of dripping water echoed around us. Gray light filtered through the narrow opening above, revealing icy walls and an expanse of blue-tinted cave. My breath caught at the beauty of the place-dripping stalactites of ice, shimmering like glass sculptures. At the far end of the cave, Tasha found what looked like a half-buried structure carved out of stone. Patterns covered every inch. Up close, the carvings resembled the artifacts we'd found, but on a massive scale. My heart pounded when I saw an entrance framed by tall pillars half-caked in frost. Oliver muttered, "This can't be real. It must be thousands of years old, unless it's even older than we think." We exchanged nervous glances, then made our way inside. Our flashlights revealed corridors of ice and rock with a steady drip of melting water. There was a sense of motion in the walls, like the patterns were swirling out of the corner of my eye. Tasha gasped when her beam fell on a series of carvings that looked almost like people, wearing garments that didn't match any known culture. The walls in that chamber curved into a dome, and at the center stood a raised platform holding a stone container. Cautiously, we approached the container. It was sealed with a heavy lid. As we examined it, we noticed faint lines of lettering or symbols we couldn't decipher. When Tasha brushed her glove over it, the lid shifted slightly, as though it wanted to open. The air around us felt charged with static. I heard a faint humming, which made me think of distant wind passing through a tight passage. Oliver gave a little push, and the lid slid open with a long groan. Inside lay objects wrapped in some kind of ancient cloth. My pulse raced. Tasha carefully peeled back the cloth to reveal an intricate metal apparatus that looked like a clock, yet arranged in an otherworldly way, with extra gears and pointers that made no sense. She lifted it gently, her eyes shining with alarm and wonder. "What could this measure?" she murmured. As she turned it, we all felt a slight vibration in the air, like pressure installing itself in our ears. Suddenly I heard a faint voice, like a whisper echoing through the corridor. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded almost human. Oliver's face went pale. "We should document this and leave," he said. I nodded, but Tasha seemed reluctant, as though the device had captured her entire attention. Just then, the ice beneath our feet trembled. A low rumble shook the cavern. Bits of ice fell from the ceiling, and water trickled down in rivulets. Oliver grabbed my shoulder. "We're not safe here!" he shouted over the noise. Tasha clutched the device, hesitating. I tugged her arm gently, and we all ran back through the corridors, following our ropes to the surface. Behind us, the rumble echoed like the glacier was coming to life. Back in daylight, we collapsed onto the snow, breath ragged. The storm from earlier had picked up again, blasting us with shards of ice. But the real chill came from what we'd witnessed below. We made our way to the outpost, each step fueled by fear. Once inside, Tasha placed the metal apparatus on the table next to the old artifacts, her eyes never leaving it. For the rest of that evening, the wind hammered the outpost, shaking the walls. Our generator flickered, plunging the room into momentary darkness. In that brief blackness, I felt a presence watching us, like the glacier itself had eyes. When the light returned, the apparatus on the table emitted a faint ticking sound, which stopped as soon as we noticed it. Oliver tried to reason with us. We should secure these items, send photos and data back to the university, and wait for guidance. He wanted to be logical, but Tasha was enthralled by the relics. She believed we were on the verge of uncovering an ancient civilization with deep knowledge about time and nature. They might have recorded something, she said in a hushed tone, gesturing to the swirling patterns. They might have known the glacier wouldn't last forever, so they left behind clues. Late that night, I couldn't sleep. I sat near the table, listening to the howling wind outside. The apparatus seemed almost alive in the lamplight. Occasionally, I heard those strange whispers again, like faint echoes from a corner of the room. I tried to brush it off as wind infiltration, but deep down I was scared something was trying to communicate. Or worse, that something was calling me. The next day, Oliver insisted we check the glacier data again. The ice shelf had cracked further, revealing more of that hidden structure. Yet I felt dread at the thought of returning. We forced ourselves to go outside, and as soon as we reached the ice shelf, we noticed new openings in the ice. Emerging from one of these openings was a large stone arch, covered in the same shifting patterns. The air around it shimmered, as if heat waves rose from the frozen ground, a sight that made no logical sense. We approached carefully. Tasha scanned the arch with wide eyes, her breath steaming in the air. "Do you feel that sensation?" she asked, touching a piece of the swirling carvings. I nodded. The air felt heavy, as though gravity had intensified. My watch ticked loudly in my ears, but when I glanced at it, the second hand seemed to skip in irregular intervals. Oliver tested the ice near the arch with a probe, and the data feed on his portable device went haywire. Readouts jumped from normal to impossible extremes. The temperature reading soared, then plummeted in seconds. The pressure gauge spiked to unrealistic levels. "Something is messing with the instruments," he muttered. It felt like we were standing at the edge of a phenomenon that defied logic, as though time was bending. Reluctantly, we decided we had gathered enough evidence to justify calling for an immediate pickup. We still had days left on our expedition, but none of us felt safe. We marched back to the outpost, fighting the wind, and patched through a request on our satellite phone. The pilot said he would come as soon as weather allowed, though it might be delayed given the storm's ferocity. Inside, Tasha continued studying the apparatus while Oliver and I prepared our packs. That night, as the gale raged outside, something changed. The apparatus started glowing, its gears clicking softly in a pattern that reminded me of a heartbeat. Tasha gasped, stepping back. The swirling lines on its surface flashed with a pale light, illuminating the artifacts nearby. I felt a pull in the air, like the entire outpost was being drawn into the device. The walls groaned and the lamp on the table flickered. In that moment, I sensed the presence again, more intense than before. I heard faint voices like distant chanting. My skin crawled. Oliver reached for Tasha, who was trembling in place, her eyes locked on the device. I shouted at her to look away, but she couldn't move or speak. The swirling lines seemed to spiral within her pupils. Finally, Oliver grabbed her shoulders, breaking her stare. She staggered backward, gasping. The device's glow dimmed and everything went still. The storm outside had died to an eerie silence. Tasha clutched Oliver's arm, tears streaming down her face. "It wants us to open a path," she whispered. "A path through time." I had no clue what she meant, but the terror in her voice was real. We wrapped the device, stuffed it into a metal case, and sealed it shut. Whatever was happening here, messing with time or distorting reality, was beyond our understanding. We vowed not to touch the relics again. At dawn, the pilot radioed that he was on his way. The storm had cleared enough for him to land. As we gathered our gear, we noticed that the glacier had shifted even more overnight. Large sections had collapsed. Fractures radiated in all directions, like the ice was unraveling. I cast one last glance toward the unseen depths below. My mind flashed with images of the stone corridors, the swirling patterns, and the device that seemed to manipulate time itself. When the helicopter arrived, we hurried inside with the metal case. The pilot saw our haunted faces and didn't ask many questions. We lifted off, leaving the melting ice shelf behind. As we flew away, I looked down at the endless white marked by cracks and ridges. In my mind, I could still feel that faint pull, an invitation to return and uncover more secrets. But I had no desire to go back. Weeks passed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that what we found wasn't meant for us or for anyone. Tasha sent some preliminary notes to colleagues, but the photos we took mysteriously corrupted, and the device itself seemed drained of power. Oliver tried to downplay the experience, saying that we had done our job, documented the findings, retrieved data, and left before disaster struck. But late at night, I often woke up from nightmares of swirling symbols and chanting voices. I sometimes wonder if the melting glacier will reveal the entire hidden city beneath the isoplace from a lost civilization that knew how to manipulate nature's most guarded secrets. Perhaps they tampered with forces beyond comprehension, warping the flow of time. Part of me worries that as the ice continues to melt, the world will discover something it can't handle or explain. Even now I can still hear the distant echo of that apparatus ticking. And in my memory, the patterns on the stone walls continue to shift, revealing glimpses of possibilities we're not ready to face. The glacier moves inch by inch, year by year, uncovering more relics, more answers we might not want. Maybe one day, people will unravel the truth of that vanished civilization. But until then, I will never forget the hush of the wind around the outpost, the glow of cryptic symbols in the hidden depths, and the eerie sensation that time itself was no longer safe under that ancient, melting ice. The moon was almost full last evening, and its glow spilled onto the narrow roads of my town. Thick clouds partly covered that pale light, creating ghostly shapes in the sky. I stood by my window, paintbrush in hand, watching the silhouette of tall houses in the distance. Our township sits hidden between misty hills and an old river, a place rarely visited by outsiders. Every year, when the moon reaches its highest point during a special night, unusual things happen. People call it the Night of 1,000 Portraits, because that's when every painting in town seems to come alive under the moonbeams. I have lived here for as long as I can remember. My name is Juniper, and I paint for a living, though I rarely show my art publicly. Growing up, I always heard strange tales about cursed canvases and ghosts that slip out of portraits after dusk. Neighbors whispered about shutters rattling on their own and pictures changing positions on the walls. Most years, I locked my doors on that ominous night and tried to ignore the scraping sounds or the odd flickers of movement in dark corners. I make my home in a small cottage on the outskirts, where the roads are narrow and the wind sounds like a distant whistle at night. My parents left this place many years ago, spooked by the legend of the living paintings. I stayed because I felt an attachment to these cold, lonely streets. The old stories never scared me enough to leave. Perhaps I was curious or just stubborn. Whatever the reason, I remained, painting landscapes and quiet portraits of the few locals who dared to sit for me. The moon ritual happens every year, an event that lasts until dawn. Some claim it goes back decades, maybe even centuries. Each time, the stories say, hundreds of artworks throughout the township begin to move. Figures in portraits smile or frown, turn their heads, and sometimes step out of their frames entirely. The older folks here call it a curse. They say a painter from long ago made a forbidden pact under the moonlight, granting their artwork a sort of twisted life. Last year I decided to track the phenomenon more closely. I peeked through my dusty curtains, saw paintings dancing behind windows across the street, and heard faint whispers from my own studio. It frightened me more than I care to admit. My own paintings stayed still, at least, that's what I told myself. I refused to look too closely. In the morning, I found smears of paint on my floor that I couldn't quite explain. That single night changed something inside me. I realized we might all be living on borrowed time, bound to a tradition we barely understood. This year, I sensed the special night approaching again. A chill in the wind carried a hint of dread. The townsfolk were anxious too. Shops closed early. Doors creaked shut by sundown. The caretaker at the old church hammered wooden planks over the stained glass windows to keep out any wandering figures. People even warned me, "Don't let your paintings out of your sight," they said, "because once they roam free, they may not want to return." Over the past few weeks, I worked on a new portrait, one that felt different from anything I'd ever painted. I couldn't stop, even when my back ached and my fingers cramped. It was a portrait of a mysterious figure, half in shadow, with eyes so sharp they seemed to stare right into my soul. I didn't base the figure on anyone I knew. Night after night, I felt compelled to add more detail, more layers. Something about it called to me, and I found myself painting until dawn, ignoring the weariness in my bones. As the special night drew closer, I noticed the figure in the portrait seemed to change expression whenever I glanced away. I told myself it was my imagination. The gloom of my studio made shapes look different in the corner of my eye. Yet every time I returned from a short break, the figure's lips looked slightly curved, or the eyes seemed wider. A prickle of fear settled over me. Was I falling under the same curse I'd heard about since childhood? The evening of the event arrived. A heavy moon climbed the horizon, silver and bright. Clouds thinned out, revealing a round orb shining through my window. I could hardly breathe as I shut every curtain in my house, leaving only a single lamp burning in my studio. My heart thudded with each step. The streets outside fell eerily silent. No one wanted to witness what might happen when the moonlight fully touched the painted faces. Midnight approached, and the sense of tension thickened in the air. In the distance, I heard the faint creak of window frames and the flutter of curtains. I imagined each painting in every home leaning into the moonlight, gaining new life. My brush shook in my hand. I felt compelled to look at the new portrait, to see if it had changed under this powerful glow. But fear kept me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a soft rustling came from my studio. It sounded like fabric sliding across wood. I stood up, nearly knocking over a stool. Without thinking, I made my way toward the sound, heart hammering against my chest. My lamp cast a weak circle of light on the walls and half-finished sketches. I inhaled a shaky breath when I saw the portrait was indeed moving. The figure's chest rose and fell, as though drawing breath for the first time. Those eyes, dark and intense, blinked slowly, then fixed on me. I wanted to scream, but no sound left my throat. The figure in the painting was coming alive. Then, to my utter horror, one of its arms reached out, pressing against the surface of the canvas. The painting rippled like water. A faint hum filled the air, and I realized the cursed moment was upon us. The moonbeams had awakened the art. Before I could run, the figure's hand emerged from the painting, gripping the edge of the wooden frame. Slowly, the entire portrait figure pulled itself out, landing on the floor. It was no longer just paint. It looked human, yet with traces of brushstrokes in the folds of its cloak. The eyes, once mere pigments, now glowed with a strange inner light. I backed away. Something told me this figure, my own creation, was key to the curse that haunted the township. It stared at me for a long moment, then turned to the window where moonlight slipped through a gap in the curtains. The figure's face was solemn, almost sad. I found my voice, trembling but urgent. "Who are you?" It spoke in a low, measured tone. "I am a messenger," it said, "created by your hand but guided by a promise made long ago. Our town has been under this curse for decades. I can show you how it ends." My legs shook. I gripped a nearby table for support. "Tell me," I managed to whisper. The figure extended a hand, and I hesitated before taking it. Despite the painted texture, the figure's touch felt warm. "Come," it said softly. "We must gather the portraits before dawn. Only through unity can this cycle be broken." I followed it outside even though my entire body rebelled at leaving the safety of my studio. The night air was chilly, and the moon shone bright overhead. The lonely street was lit by faint lamplight from a few houses. In windows I saw shadows, flickering portraits moving from room to room. Some were stepping out like ghosts, drifting under the moonlight. Others clung to the edges of their frames, uncertain or afraid. The hush that fell across the town was unnerving. Doors creaked open as if invisible hands twisted the knobs. I found myself walking in the figure's footsteps, passing by houses where I caught sight of animated paintings. One showed an elderly woman in a rocking chair, slowly gliding across a porch that didn't exist. Another depicted a huntsman from centuries past, brandishing a spear and glaring at anyone who passed. The figure led me to the center of the township, an old courtyard paved with cobblestones and surrounded by worn benches. A crumbling statue of our founding father stood there, eyes blank and covered in moss. By the moon's light, dozens of painted figures converged, stepping out from behind buildings, gliding along the streets, or simply appearing around corners. They each retained the colors and lines of their canvases, yet walked as though they had flesh and bone. I clutched the figure's hand, terrified. The hush of moving art around us felt like a dream. One by one, these living paintings formed a circle under the moonlight. They did not speak, but they seemed to be waiting. At last my figure, my painting, raised its arms as if summoning them closer. Then it turned to me. "Your final brushstroke has the power to end this," it said. Long ago, a painter made a deal to bring life to her work, but she did not consider the cost. Now, each year, the paintings come alive and cannot rest until the curse is undone. The only way to break it is by painting the final sign, a symbol that releases them from this cycle. My voice shook. "How do I do that?" The figure's cloak rippled like shadow. "You must use moonlight and paint a sign across my heart. It's the same symbol the original painter used to begin the curse, but reversed." I took a step back. "I don't know that symbol," I said, feeling panic rise. But as soon as the words left my lips, an image formed in my mind. I couldn't explain it. A shape that looked like a half-spiral, half-star, glowing with the same gray light that framed the moon's edge. My hands trembled as I pulled a small brush from my jacket pocket. In a hurry, I rummaged for a vial of paint white mixed with a silver sheen. Meanwhile, the circle of paintings closed in, their eyes fixed on me. The air carried a cold hush, but there was also yearning. They wanted release. They wanted freedom. With the figure standing before me, I knelt on the cobblestones. My brush found the exact spot where its heart would be. In a shaky motion, I painted the symbol. As soon as the bristles touched its chest, a quiet vibration ran through the courtyard. The circle of painted figures exhaled as one, a collective gasp that echoed against the old buildings. A brilliant light spread from the symbol, and the figure's body glowed. I shielded my eyes. Then came a deep silence so complete it made my ears ring. When I opened my eyes again, I saw paint drifting upward like small pieces of dust in a shaft of sunlight. Each painted figure dissolved into stardust, rising into the air. Their shapes turned faint, blending with the moonbeams. In moments, the courtyard was empty, lit only by the pale moon. I stood up slowly, my legs weak. My painting, the figure I had brought to life, was gone too, leaving only faint specks of silver on the ground. I felt equal parts sorrow and relief. The final sign had broken the enchantment granting them life each year. The hush broke as shutters flew open and townspeople ventured out, astonished. Some had seen the swirl of light from the safety of their windows. Others had felt the ground tremble under their feet. They gathered around me in the courtyard, wearing anxious expressions. It took only a few words for them to realize the curse was over. Portraits no longer roamed in the shadows of their halls. An old woman whose painting had tormented her house for decades clutched my hand, tears in her eyes. "You've freed us," she whispered. A few others pressed close, silhouettes flickering in the moonlight. I felt a profound wave of relief wash over my tired body. A weight that had pressed on the township's shoulders for generations finally lifted. We had lived in fear for so long that the sudden freedom felt surreal. When dawn arrived, the moon sank behind the hills, and the first warm rays of sunlight touched the cobblestones. No more painted figures roamed the streets. The windows and porches were still, except for early birds carrying out their usual morning chores. Inside each home, paintings remained just paintings, silent, flat images on canvas. No one heard whispering from the frames or scraping sounds on the floors. I returned to my cottage, exhausted but calm. I found the easel empty. The portrait frame still hung upon it, but the canvas was blank and unstretched white that seemed to glow with leftover magic. The corners curled slightly, and specks of silver dust clung to its surface. My eyes stung with tears, realizing that I had given life to something extraordinary only to set it free. Since that morning, the township has changed. People walk outside at night without fear. Doors stay unlocked, trusting that the old curse is gone for good. We may still tell tales about paintings coming alive, but now those stories end with hope and wonder, not terror. New visitors arrive, curious about the legend of the Night of 1,000 Portraits. They ask where it happened, who broke the curse, and if the painted figures might ever return. Sometimes I wonder if, in some distant realm, the painted folk still roam under a different moon, set free from the burdens of our world. On quieter nights, I stand in my studio, brush in hand, feeling the faint echo of that haunting energy. But nothing stirs. Everything is at peace. I still paint. My new works are filled with light and open spaces. I no longer shy away from exhibitions. People say my art has a touch of mystery and radiance, as though I've captured a fragment of moonlight on every stroke. They don't know the whole story. How I once brought a figure into reality under the moon's gaze, and how together we ended a decades-old curse. Even though the reclusive side of me remains, I feel more connected to our town than ever. We share a bond formed in that courtyard, under a sky haunted by legends. I do not forget the hush of that night, the swirl of stardust as the paintings dissolved. And I will always keep an extra vial of silver paint at my side, remembering the soft voice of my own creation that set us all free. I was only 13 years old when my uncle first taught me how to fasten a message tube onto a nightwing crane. He showed me the precise way to tie the thin cord so it wouldn't slip off during flight. I remember standing in the cool twilight outside our family's chalk roof hut, the rolling steps around us rippling like a gray sea in the fading light. The crane stared at me with its round, dark eye, and I felt the stir of something old and powerful, like these birds carried secrets far older than our village. That was years ago, but the memory is still vivid. Our birds are not ordinary creatures. They are larger than any heron or stork I've ever seen, with broad ebony wingspans and curved beaks, perfect for lifting small packages. They glide across the windy plains carrying letters, messages, and occasionally curious little objects. By day, the horizon stays quiet, but at dusk you can hear the faint beating of their wings, as if the night itself were breathing in and out. The villagers depend on these winged couriers. The chalk roof huts visible across the plains look almost identical, pale and rough on the outside. But inside each home you'll find families waiting for news, eagerly listening for the telltale flap above their door. The old tradition says that if you want to keep a message truly secret, you let one of the birds carry it after sunset. They fly with uncanny accuracy, guided by the moonlit paths that crisscross the steppes. Nobody really knows how they learn each address, but they never fail. I was appointed a junior messenger 2 months ago. Some in the village said I was too young, just 16 now, but my uncle insisted I had a light touch with the birds. My job was to jog from hut to hut, collecting letters and small notes. Then I'd bring them to a modest tower at the settlement's edge, where 6 or 7 nightwing cranes perched in wooden rafters. It was my duty to attach the right notes to the right bird. Once I'd done that, my part was finished. The birds would take flight, delivering secrets to their destinations under the moonlit sky. One evening, the breeze felt sharper than usual, and the entire sky was tinted with an orange hue from the setting sun. My uncle said there was a storm brewing beyond the horizon. Still, we had duties to do. A stack of sealed messages from different villagers lay on the table in the tower. I took them in hand. They looked ordinary enough, some thicker than others, some tied with ribbons. But when I reached the bottom of the pile, I found a package wrapped in faded canvas. It was small, lumpy, and heavier than paper. There was no name on it, only a faint symbol drawn in black ink, a shape I didn't recognize. I felt a twinge of unease. Usually every message had a clear recipient. I stood there, uncertain, while the nightwing crane meant to carry it shuffled on its perch, tipping its head as if to study me. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters, making an eerie whistle. I decided not to break protocol. My job wasn't to question the contents or the unclear addresses. My job was only to attach each parcel to the correct bird. My uncle said all would be well, so I did just that. I should have been more careful. The bird, with 2 quick steps, launched itself out of the tower window and into the gathering dusk. A moment later, I realized I had tied the package too loosely. My heart leapt as I heard a thud below. Racing to the window, I saw the parcel lying in the grass, its wrapping split open. The bird flew on, unaware of its lost cargo. I ran down the rickety wooden steps of the tower, out into the swirling wind. Night fell rapidly, and the outlines of chalk roof huts faded into blurred shapes. After fumbling around in the tall grass, I found the package. I crouched low, pressing my palm against it, holding it carefully. My breath stuck in my throat when I saw what it contained, a small, ornate key made of tarnished metal, engraved with the same strange symbol from the wrapper. Beside it lay a folded note, partially ripped, with faint scribbles in black ink. I couldn't read it clearly in the dimness, but the words I made out sounded urgent. Find the door under the danger. Watchers. Tell no one. Trust. My chest tightened. Clearly this had been meant for someone important, possibly stirring secrets beyond my understanding. Thunder rumbled on the horizon, and the wind carried a distant cry, maybe a nightwing crane calling for its flock. I had an obligation to deliver the parcel, yet the address was missing. Fear churned in my stomach. Had I just stumbled upon something that could endanger the whole village? I bolted back to the tower, package tight in my grip, and found my uncle rummaging through his log of outgoing deliveries. He looked up with worry etched on his face. When I explained the mishap, his eyes widened. You have to figure out who that package was meant for, he said in a hushed tone. Somebody trusts these birds for a reason. This symbol might mean many things. Old families, hidden groups, or even watchers from the next region over. We decided not to announce the slip publicly. If the message was that important, the person expecting it might not want attention. Still, I knew we needed help. That night's sleep evaded me. I kept hearing the wind outside my window, imagining the flurry of wings and the hush of paper. At times I thought I glimpsed silhouettes in the moonlight, maybe just my imagination. The next morning I set out quietly to gather clues. I approached old Marta first, the village elder who knew everyone's comings and goings. She lived in a small hut near the well, and she greeted me with a creaking voice. When I showed her the symbol from the package, she stiffened. That mark used to appear on letters from the eastern province, long before your time, she whispered. It was said to stand for a hidden clan that once feuded with our hamlet, but it's been years since I've seen it. Why ask now, child? I only told her I'd spotted the symbol on a passing bird's message. She shook her head, wise eyes filling with dread. You be careful. Heartache and vanishings follow that sign like shadows. Her words left me uneasy, but also more determined to get to the truth. Next, I visited Duma, our local scribe, who had studied old scripts from near and far. Duma was usually friendly, but as soon as I unveiled the symbol, a look of alarm spread across his face. He flipped through musty scrolls and found a reference to similar marks, calling them emblems of sealed bargains. He couldn't decipher the entire note, though. Most lines in my ripped page were missing or smudged, but if you truly want answers, he said, you might find them in the old archives under Town Hall. That building was rarely used now, rumored to be half-collapsed and dangerous. The notion of slipping into a dusty cellar, alone to seek lost records, made my stomach twist. But I knew I had to follow whatever path might reveal the parcel's rightful owner. That night I snuck out in the dwindling light, a lantern in hand. The town hall was an imposing structure of weathered stone, far older than our chalk-roofed dwellings. Ivy crawled up its walls and cracks webbed through the foundation. I slipped through an unlocked side door, my lantern casting long shadows on the floor. The wooden steps creaked as I descended into the cellar. Moisture stained the walls, and the smell of mildew made my nose tingle. Boxes of old documents sat stacked haphazardly. Loose papers and volumes lay scattered, as though no one had visited in years. My heart pounded in the gloom. The flickering lantern light revealed glimpses of old ledgers, farm records, lists of births and deaths. Mice scurried in corners, making sudden squeaks that nearly made me drop my lantern. The longer I searched, the tighter the feeling in my chest grew, as if something was watching me from the dim corners. After a long, tense search, I found a ledger marked with the same symbol. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were entries about arranged marriages, trade deals, and ominous references to the Watchers. One passage stood out. It spoke of a secret route that connected Windstop Village to hidden caverns in the eastern province. A certain key of the Black Crest was needed to unlock a sealed gate. The ledger's text ended abruptly, with dark stains covering the remainder of the writing. Taking a deep breath, I realized the battered key I still carried might be that very object. I left the cellar in a hurry, unsettling questions swirling in my mind. If an old feud or hidden path existed, maybe someone in our village planned to open that gate or pass something through. It's secrets that we might not want unleashed. Suddenly, I felt a new pang of responsibility. Had my slip with the bird's package caused a delay that would disrupt some dangerous plan, or worse, put the entire village at risk? Returning home, I found my uncle waiting, a grave look on his face. He'd learned that 2 village families had reported missing birds that night. They never returned from their deliveries. This was almost unheard of. Our night-wing cranes rarely get lost, and even in storms they find their way back. Now 2 had vanished. My mind jumped to the Watchers, that hidden clan. Could they be intercepting messages? I explained everything I had discovered, showing him the ledger and the key. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing by the fireplace. "This is more than a single mistake," he said in a whisper. "We need the council's help. The Watchers might be making moves again, and we've been strung along without even knowing." But I reminded him about the note. Find the door under the danger, Watchers. Tell no one. Trust. Maybe secrecy was crucial. If we announced everything to the council, we might risk alerting the wrong people. There could be Watchers hidden even among us. My uncle looked torn, but he finally nodded slowly. "Then we must gather folks we trust," he said. "People we know are loyal to the well-being of Windstop." Over the next few days, we formed a small group including Duma, Old Marta, and a few others who had proven reliable. In hushed meetings held in my uncle's back room, we pieced together the puzzle. The Watchers, an ancient group with ties to the region, had once sought to control a secret network of passageways. The key of the Black Crest could open a hidden gate. If they gained full control, they might smuggle weapons or conjure dark power that would endanger our struggling village. However, from the partial note, it seemed not all Watchers were united. Someone on the inside might have tried to send a warning. They used the Nightwing crane and the sealed package, hoping it would reach our side. My slip caused it to fall early, landing in my hands instead of the intended recipients. Now we had the key, and a responsibility we never asked for. We suspected the gate might be in a remote area near the boundary of the steppes. Duma pored over old maps. Old Marta recited half-forgotten stories of hidden doors and curses. One moonlit evening, our small group gathered supplies and set out across the plains. The wind had died to a hush, and the faint glow of lanterns gave us just enough light. The chalk-roof huts receded into the distance, small shapes against the starlit sky. We traveled for hours with the Nightwing cranes overhead. They seemed uneasy, circling and crying out, as if sensing something amiss. The grass on the steppes rustled in a rhythmic wave, making me release a shaky breath at every stray noise. Eventually, we reached a rocky ridge that dipped down into a shallow canyon. At the base, we spotted jagged boulders forming an arch. Under the pale moon, carved symbols on the stone matched those from the ledger. My pulse pounded. We'd found it the hidden entrance the Watchers wanted to use. Keeping quiet, we approached cautiously. Before we could step closer, a shadow flickered across the rocks. Several figures appeared, cloaked in dark garments tied with the Watcher's symbol. They stood guard in front of the gate. One lifted a lantern, revealing a worn wooden door set into the rock face. The Watchers muttered tense phrases, and the wind carried their words away before we could make sense of them. Duma, trembling but brave, motioned for me to present the key. We had no choice. If the Watchers entered first, we wouldn't know what dangers they'd unleash. I raised the tarnished key, turning it so the engraved symbol faced the door. The Watchers immediately noticed. They hissed like crows, pointing in alarm. Our group spread out. We had no weapons except for the pleas we might make. My uncle stepped forward, voice tight with fear but resolute. "We won't allow you to open that door for whatever dark purpose you have," he declared. A silence fell. The Watchers eyed our small team. Then one of them, a tall figure with a hood draped low over their face, spoke with surprising calm. "We are not your enemies here," the voice said. It was oddly soft. "We came to keep the gate sealed, not open it. There is a traitor among us who seeks to free what's behind this door. We followed them here. That key you hold, did you steal it, or did they trick you into bringing it?" Confusion swept over me like a tide. So these Watchers were not a unified group of villains, but a faction trying to stop a traitor as well. Another figure stepped out, raising empty hands to show no ill intent. "We saw the birds vanish," they explained. "One carried the real instructions on how to destroy this key and seal the door forever, but it never arrived. Now time is short. Whoever wants to open the gate is near. We must stop them." I felt my vision blur. If the Watchers were telling the truth, then who was behind the attempt to unleash something from beyond? Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind the rocks. A single cloaked figure rushed forward, eyes wild, brandishing a hacking blade. Lightning fast, they lunged for me, trying to snatch the key from my grip. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance. My uncle and the Watchers sprang into action. We wrestled the attacker to the ground. In the skirmish, the attacker's hood fell, revealing someone I recognized. Relin, a traveling merchant who had arrived in Windstop months ago. All this time, we thought he was harmless. He sold trinkets and kept to himself. But that night his face was twisted with fury. "That gate holds power beyond your understanding," he snarled. "Our steps will bow to those who control what lies within." One of the Watchers pinned him in place, and Duma carefully pried the blade from his hand. My heart thundered in my ears, but a wave of relief washed over me. We had the key, Relin was subdued, and the Watchers were with us to ensure the door stayed sealed. It seemed our misread suspicions nearly cost us dearly. In the aftermath, we stood in a tight circle near the sealed door, the cold wind tugging at our clothes. The Watchers produced an old scroll from their satchel. Under the moonlight, they revealed instructions on how to destroy the key with a special fire lit from the herbs of the plains. We built a small pyre, mindful of the dryness of the grass, and placed the key in the flames. As it heated, a hiss echoed across the canyon, almost like an anguished shriek from something bound behind the gate. Our hair stood on end, and we kept well back until the key melted into unrecognizable slag. Once the fire died, the Watchers recited words in an ancient tongue. The stones around the door flickered, as if responding to the vow being spoken. Never again would that gate open. The tension in my chest finally broke. We had saved Windstop Village, and perhaps the Watchers' own clan, from a dark outcome. Even though the truth was tangled, we had discovered that cooperation, rather than suspicion, was the real key to solving the crisis. We led the subdued Relin back to town, turning him over to the village council. The Watchers followed in silence, planning to share honest news of their purpose. Nobody could undo the years of rumor and fear overnight, but at least this was a start. Over time, maybe our two groups could learn to trust each other. Back in Windstop Village, dawn cast rose-colored light on the chalk roofs, so serene that it felt like we'd dreamed the entire ordeal. I thought about how a simple mistake, the slipping of a package from a nightwing crane, had uncovered great danger, yet also united us. Our birds still soared across the plains with new messages, but from that day forward, I paid extra attention, double-checking every knot, every label. Because small actions can lead to big consequences, though memories of that night still unnerve me. Especially the sight of Relin lunging, the watchers stepping in, and that door trembling in the canyon. I take comfort in the unity we forged. Secrets can be dangerous, but shared knowledge can save lives. The birds, the watchers, and the people of Windstop Village all learned we must watch out for one another. And for me, each time I see a nightwing crane launch into the sunset, I am reminded that even on the lonely steppes, we are never truly alone when we lean on our neighbors. That is the story of the feathered secrets we uncovered, brought to light by a small slip of the hand. Our village still stands tall on the rolling steps, chalk roofs glinting under sun and moon, telling our story to every new traveler who cares to listen. And in each whispered breeze, in the beat of crane wings overhead, you can sense the promise that cooperation, trust, and a spark of courage can overcome the darkest of mysteries. I first heard the rumor during my final semester at the Botanical Sciences Institute. People whispered about a rare orchid, said to bloom only in moonlight, a phenomenon so unusual that most botanists dismissed it as myth. I was intrigued right away. Part of me wanted to believe in a flower that could unlock a new frontier in plant science, and part of me enjoyed chasing a mystery others ignored. After all, orchids fascinated me more than any other flower. Their strange designs, their hidden roots, and the delicate way they need just the right environment to thrive. When I graduated, job offers were scarce, so I took a contract position at a well-known horticultural research center, hoping that I might come across fresh leads for my moonlight orchid obsession. Instead, I got stuck cataloging seeds and caring for typical greenhouse species like roses and ferns. My colleagues thought my fascination with an unproven orchid was a waste of time. One of them even told me, "No serious scientist is going to chase fairy tales." That comment stung, but I refused to let it go. One day, I received a phone call from an elderly friend of my grandmother. She worked as a head housekeeper at a Grand City hotel and mentioned something that perked up my ears. A secret greenhouse on the top floor. Its large glass ceiling supposedly created the perfect environment for tropical plants, and guests sometimes claimed to see odd lights glowing there at night. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be the rumored orchid? At once, I planned a trip to see if the story might hold any truth. The hotel was impressive, with a sweeping lobby decked in marble and gold trim. But I didn't come to admire the architecture. I had an appointment with the housekeeper, Mrs. Fletcher, who met me by the reception desk. She was a short woman with a kind smile. Her uniform was neat and pressed, and she greeted me warmly. After a quick hello, she led me to a private elevator reserved for staff. We passed quiet hallways and hidden service rooms, winding our way up floor after floor. Above the top guest floor, we exited into a long corridor, ending at large double doors. A small plaque read, "Skylight Atrium Authorized Staff Only." My pulse quickened. Mrs. Fletcher produced a key and the doors swung open. Warm, humid air rushed to greet us, thick with the scent of wet earth and tropical blooms. I stepped into a vast atrium under a high glass ceiling, where sunlight poured in from overhead. Palm trees and giant ferns lined the walkway. A mosaic of green leaves spread in every direction, and I could hear water trickling from a small artificial waterfall at the far end. My eyes widened in delight. This was unlike any greenhouse I'd seen, less structured, more like a jungle rooftop. Ornamental bridges arched over narrow streams, and exotic birds fluttered among the vines. The place felt alive. Mrs. Fletcher escorted me along a stone path. "I'm not sure which plants in particular interest you," she said, politely curious. "But the staff says some flowers here behave strangely at night." We never show guests this area. Only special visitors looking for a quiet retreat or needing fresh air. Many of the plants came from the hotel owner's private collection. Rumor has it he was a great traveler who collected rare botanical specimens. Now that he's passed away, nobody seems to know exactly what's here. She left me once we reached an open seating area nestled among bright bromeliads. She had more tasks to do, so I was free to wander. Excitement bubbled in me. Could the moonlight orchid be here? I started my investigation at once, walking slowly between rows of carefully labeled orchids, anthuriums, and other exotics. Some had tags with scientific names I recognized: Cattleya, Phalaenopsis, Vanda. Others seemed less typical, with missing labels or faded tags. By dusk, I had made notes on at least 24 types of orchids. Many were quite special, but none matched the description of a plant that only bloomed at night. Feeling a bit let down, I decided to stay late. Mrs. Fletcher had arranged special permission for me to remain after hours. The management wasn't thrilled, but she insisted it was important for my research. Once the staff finished their checks, they departed, leaving the greenhouse lights dimmed. Soft illumination along the stone path gave just enough glow to see. I wandered deeper into the greenery, hearing the chirp of hidden insects. The air grew cooler as the sun fully set. High above, the glass ceiling let in the moonlight, which now fell in pale beams across the leaves. My hopes rose again. If there truly were an orchid that thrived in lunar rays, this was the moment it might reveal itself. Then, near a small pond tucked behind tall banana plants, I saw an unusual cluster of leaves. Tall, slender, and a darker shade of green than the other orchids. Checking my flashlight, I found no label or tag. The base seemed thick, with a creeping rhizome that clung to a small mound of moss. Nervous energy coursed through me. Could this be it? A single bud rested at the top of the main stalk, a bud that appeared sealed tight. It was pale, almost grayish, as though it wanted to bloom but hadn't found the right moment. I gently ran my fingertips over the leaves. They were soft with the slightest fuzzy texture. I decided to stay by that plant for the rest of the night. I turned off my flashlight to rely on the moonbeam shining almost directly onto the bud. Time crawled. Minutes felt like hours. Despite the warm greenhouse air, chills tickled my arms. Around me, nocturnal creatures rustled. The hotel below seemed miles away, silent except for an occasional distant hum of machinery. My eyes began to droop. But just when I thought it might be hopeless, I saw a movement at the tip of the bud. I straightened, wide awake now. Slowly, almost painfully, the bud quivered. A faint hiss escaped as the outer layer peeled back, revealing a delicate, luminescent petal. My heart pounded so loudly I could hear it echo in my ears. One by one, the petals unfurled, each tinted with a gentle silver glow. The center glistened faintly like a drop of liquid moonlight. I covered my mouth, fighting back a gasp. This was it, the legendary orchid that only reveals its blossom in the presence of moonbeams. I scrambled to record everything, scribbling in my notebook, snapping photos, even capturing a short video on my phone to prove it was real. The bloom was breathtaking. It shone with a soft, surreal radiance that set it apart from every orchid I had ever studied. The shape reminded me of a half-open star, ringed by thinner petals that looked almost translucent. A sweet, subtle scent reached my nose like vanilla mixed with cool night air. I spent hours examining it. Whenever clouds drifted over the moon, the orchid's glow dimmed slightly, as if it needed direct moonlight to maintain its faint shimmer. By the time dawn approached, the petals closed again, barely visible in the early light. I was left trembling with excitement. I had proof, actual proof, that my dream wasn't a fairy tale. The only question was whether the scientific community would believe me and accept the existence of a moonlight-blooming orchid. Eager to formalize my discovery, I met with the hotel's property manager and asked for permission to research the plant further. At first he seemed irritated, complaining that the greenhouse was just an inherited nuisance. "We don't get any real money out of this rooftop garden," he said, shrugging. "It's more trouble than it's worth." but I pitched the idea of bringing positive publicity to the hotel if we could confirm a new species. This angle finally caught his interest. He agreed to let me continue as long as I kept out of the guests' way. I nodded eagerly. In the following weeks, I set up a small workspace near the orchid's home. The greenhouse staff let me bring in my own equipment, a portable lab kit, nutrient solutions, extra lighting for day and night, and specialized cameras. During the day, the bud remained closed, concealing its brilliance. At night, I tracked every stage of its bloom, from the moment it started to open until it closed again at dawn. I took samples of the leaves to analyze their cellular structure. With great care, I studied the pollen and the unique markings on the petals. It didn't take long before word got out. One evening, while I was setting up a camera, a man in a suit entered with an air of authority. He introduced himself as Mr. Bernard, a well-known competitor in the botanical world. More alarmingly, he was the kind of man who published breakthrough findings that often overshadowed others' efforts. He cast a curious eye over the orchid. "Is this the rumored bloom?" he asked with a tight smile. "I've heard whispers of your discovery. Fascinating, if real." A knot formed in my stomach. Mr. Bernard was known to be cunning, sometimes taking credit for others' research. He asked a lot of questions, fishing for details like the plant's exact name, how I found it, and whether it was fully documented. I gave polite, guarded answers, wanting to protect my work. He left soon after, but a sense of unease lingered. I feared he might try to claim the orchid for himself if I didn't secure my findings soon. The next few nights, I redoubled my efforts. I gathered as much data as possible, gene sequencing, morphological measurements, air quality checks. I discovered that the orchid's pollination process likely happened very late at night, with a specialized moth that was drawn to its glow. Further analysis suggested the orchid's petals might store and refract moonlight in a microscopic structure, giving them that ghostly radiance. I nearly cried with joy at every new revelation. One crucial step remained: publishing a formal paper or presenting the findings at a botany symposium. My career had been lackluster so far, and I needed a solid victory to prove my worth as a scientist. But I had to be sure nobody else scooped my research. I confided in Mrs. Fletcher, who agreed to keep strangers away from the greenhouse at night wherever possible. Meanwhile, I wrote frantically, drafting a scientific paper about the Noctivlum orchid, a tentative name meaning night glow. As I finalized my notes, I realized I needed one last set of samples: seeds or a small cutting of the plant's rhizome. That could confirm propagation potential. The idea made me nervous because I had never actually tried to cut into such a delicate orchid before. But for comprehensive study, it was necessary. One night under a full moon, when the blossom was fully open, I prepared my sterilized tools and a moisture-controlled container. My hands shook as I snipped a tiny portion of the plant's base. Instantly, a thin silver sap flowed, and the orchid drooped slightly. My heart lurched. I quickly treated the cut with a healing paste, hoping I hadn't harmed the flower. By next day, the orchid's bud remained closed, as usual, but it looked more wilted than normal at the edges. Guilt gnawed at me. If my research killed this rare flower, I might never forgive myself. I stayed by its side, adjusting its water and nutrients, speaking gentle words as if it could hear me. Mrs. Fletcher found me there, eyes red from lack of sleep, and brought me a cup of hot tea. "Don't lose hope," she said softly, patting my shoulder. The following night I returned at moonrise, heart pounding. For a while the orchid didn't stir. I feared I had destroyed the one chance to share it with the world. Then with a trembling relief I saw the bud flutter. Slowly the petals peeled back once more, shining with that ethereal glow. The edges of the flower appeared a bit frayed, but it was still alive. I said a silent prayer of thanks. That same night, Mr. Bernard showed up again, unannounced, wearing a confident grin as he stepped into the greenhouse. I confronted him, politely asking why he was there. He brushed me aside, camera in hand. "I'm here to witness this so-called miracle," he said, snapping photos without my permission. Before I could stop him, he reached toward the orchid, perhaps planning to pluck a sample for himself. I placed myself between him and the plant, my voice shaking with anger. "You have no right," I said. "Get away from it." He sneered. "Scientists share discoveries with the world. Don't be so selfish." but I stood my ground. We argued until he finally cursed under his breath and stormed off. The greenhouse air felt heavy. I feared he'd try some other way to sabotage my work. A few days later, I received a frantic call from Mrs. Fletcher. "Come quickly," she said. "I think something's happened to your orchid." My heart thudded as I rushed to the hotel. When I arrived, I found hotel staff gathering around the greenhouse entrance. Several large crates of building materials were stacked along the walkway, and some men in coveralls prepared to do heavy work, cleaning or renovating. Inside, scaffolding had been set up near the artificial waterfall, and dust drifted in the air. One staff member said the hotel management decided to renovate this rooftop area to host exclusive events. They planned to move plants around, possibly discarding those deemed unnecessary. Alarm shot through me. "Where's my orchid?" I cried, pushing past them. I raced to the back corner, heart in my throat, only to find an empty patch of moss. The plant was gone, ripped out, leaving a hole in the earth. Desperation seized me. I searched behind palms and ferns, rummaged through the scattered pots and trays, but saw no sign of the orchid. Mrs. Fletcher helped, her face pale. Finally, we found broken leaves trailing toward the loading dock. A staff member there reported seeing a man carrying a large potted plant out around sunrise. I suspected it was Mr. Bernard. My mind reeled with panic. Without the orchid, all my notes might be doubted, but I still had my data, photos, and the sample I'd taken. Also, the staff member described the man in a hurry. Maybe he was only interested in showing it off. If I acted fast, I could present my findings to a reputable institution before he could claim credit. Through frantic phone calls and emails, I secured a slot at the upcoming Horticultural Society showcase in the city. At the showcase, I stood before a modest audience many recognized as top botanists. My hands shook as I introduced the Noctivillum orchid, explaining its unique adaptation, the cellular reflection of moonlight, and the special pollination system. I revealed my photos and video footage. Murmurs of amazement spread across the room. No one had ever documented such a phenomenon. By the time I finished my presentation, a wave of applause rose and tears blurred my vision. Finally, acceptance and validation. Although future expeditions to find more specimens would be challenging, my research gave enough proof that serious scientists began to take note. My phone started buzzing with invitations for collaboration, interviews, and more. Part of me remained heartbroken that the original orchid was stolen, but I took hope from the small cutting in my lab that showed signs of growth. With luck, I could raise a new plant, ensuring this moonlight wonder would not be lost forever. In the months that followed, the Grand Hotel completed its renovations, turning the rooftop greenhouse into a luxurious skylight atrium event space. Tourists and dignitaries came from all over to admire the exotic plants, though they never knew how narrowly we avoided losing one of the rarest orchids in history. Mrs. Fletcher stayed on as head housekeeper. She and I kept in touch, and she sometimes teased me that if the new orchid I was raising bloomed, I should bring it back for a quiet moonlit unveiling. As for Mr. Bernard, he tried to publish a rushed report with the stolen orchid, but the plant soon withered in his care, no doubt poorly handled. His incomplete data couldn't compete with my thorough, well-documented study. The scientific community recognized him as a fraud, and he vanished from the scene, overshadowed by the truth. Justice, at least in part, had been served. Now I work in a respected botanical research institute, continuing to nurture the cutting. Each night of a full moon I slip into my greenhouse with a sense of awe, remembering the evening I first witnessed that shimmering bloom in the hidden rooftop garden. My career stands on far safer ground, and I owe it all to the determination and curiosity that led me to chase a rumor. The moonlight orchid has taught me to never give up on what others call impossible dreams. If nature can hide such miracles in plain sight, then who knows what else awaits discovery. Someday, I hope to reintroduce the moonlight orchid to that skylight atrium, to let it shine again among the broad leaves and trickling fountains, just as it did the night it first opened my eyes to something magical. Until then, I keep its memory and its living clone safe, grateful for every moment I was able to witness one of Earth's most beautiful secrets. And I always remind myself, Science can begin with a rumor, but it thrives on passion, evidence, and a small leap of faith. I arrived at the observatory in the middle of a crisp, clear afternoon. The facility stood on a tall peak, stretching above the clouds in a world of thin air and strong winds. A narrow road with sharp turns led me to the large dome, gleaming silver against the bright sky. As I opened the old iron gate, I took in my first breath of the mountain air. It felt heavier than I expected, even though we were so far above sea level. Something here felt different, as if the place was touched by a kind of magic or mystery. My name is Mara, and I am an astrophysicist. I came to this observatory to study unusual signals, tiny pulses of energy that nobody could explain. Months ago, the staff here recorded patterns that defied all known logic. Some said it was a glitch in the system, but the waves appeared once every morning, right at dawn, and vanished within minutes. They did not match any known star or planet. The discovery drew me like a magnet. I had to see it for myself. Not many people lived at the summit. The main structure was a tall dome housing the Grand Telescope, connected by a hallway to a smaller living quarters for visiting scientists. When I arrived, only 2 other researchers were there: Dr. Reeves, a senior astronomer, and Elise, a quiet technician who managed the equipment day and night. They smiled politely, but I sensed weariness in their voices. Before I could ask any questions, Elise led me to my small room. The hallways echoed with each step, making the building seem emptier than it was. I spent the rest of the afternoon examining data logs and calibrating my instruments. The deeper I looked, the more puzzled I became. The unusual signals resembled echoes like faint reflections, bouncing from somewhere beyond our universe. That idea tingled at the back of my mind. I wondered if the observatory had captured glimpses of alternate dimensions, as some fringe theories suggested. It sounded impossible, but the data refused to fit normal explanations. Night approached with surprising quickness, swallowing the horizon in deep blue. Stars came out, bright and close in the thin mountain air. The dome's telescope rotated to track known galaxies, but I was far more interested in the strange readings that might appear with the dawn. At around midnight, I joined Dr. Reeves on the observation deck. We talked in whispers, as if we stood in a sacred space. He told me the signals began several months ago without warning. He admitted they learned very little, except that each morning, just before sunrise, the telescope screens lit up with a bizarre echo, almost too faint to notice. Then it vanished. Long hours passed in the hush of the observatory. The equipment hummed steadily. I tried to nap in a corner, but my mind whirled with possibilities. Elise brought me coffee, and I could see the tired lines under her eyes. She told me the signals disturbed her more than she liked to admit. Sometimes she felt as though the echoes were calling out or trying to speak. I wasn't sure how to reply. The thought made me uneasy, too. At last, the night approached its final hours. The eastern sky began to lighten to a pale gray. I hurried to my workstation, hooking up my own receiver to the main console. We waited breathlessly. A faint glow touched the clouds far below us. I heard my heartbeat in my ears. Then, at the moment the sun's first rays fell across the dome, our screens lit up. Lines danced like waves on an invisible shore. My receiver beeped an alarm, capturing a strong pulse of energy. Each wave had a shape that looked like repeated arches mirrored over and over a strange, repeated pattern. Elise gasped. Dr. Reeves leaned closer. I typed furiously, saving every bit of data. The pulses felt alive, each spike like a heartbeat. Then, in less than a minute, they were gone. Silence returned, except for the faint whir of fans cooling the machines. I stared at the screen, half expecting the waves to return. They did not. I only had a small window of data, yet it was more than enough to notice something new. A reflection in the signals, as if we had glimpsed another place bouncing back at us. By midday, I studied the recordings in detail, chasing any clue. A swirl of lines showed symmetrical peaks that made my pulse race every time I looked. If the signals were indeed reflections from a different dimension, there might be a narrow window forming at dawn. That was my theory, wild as it seemed. I pictured a cosmic mirror bridging 2 realities at the moment day replaced night. I shared my thoughts with Dr. Reeves, and he did not laugh. Instead, he nodded slowly. "I've seen many impossible things in my years," he said. But we must test every theory. Be careful, though. Some mysteries do not like to be solved." He said that last part quietly, as though from personal experience. That evening, I decided to place a special device in front of the telescope's sensor. It was an experimental lens designed to capture signals beyond normal electromagnetic ranges. I hoped it might reveal some kind of portal if one existed. Elise stayed up with me, helping connect the cables. A silent tension drew us together, an unspoken agreement we both felt. We were on the edge of something big and frightening. Closer to dawn, exhaustion weighed on us, but we refused to rest. We waited in the cold, crisp air of the dome, bundled in jackets as we watched our monitors. The eastern sky began to glow. My heart pounded again, even harder than the previous day. Then the noise spikes appeared. The lines on the screen zigzagged in rhythmic arcs. My special lens flickered. The arcs formed shapes like mirrored waves. Through the lens's feed, I glimpsed what looked like a faint, shimmering outline, hovering near the telescope's main mirror. The image was faint but unmistakable, like a window with swirling edges. I stepped closer, drawn to that flickering boundary. I almost forgot about the data. Elise whispered my name, concern filling her voice, but I could barely hear her. My thoughts raced. Could I actually see across dimensions? Was it possible to reach out and touch it? In that moment, the shimmering outline brightened, revealing a surface that reminded me of liquid glass. My reflection stared back, except it did not exactly match me. The eyes in the reflection were wider, and the background behind that other me was not the observatory. It looked like a mirrored version of the dome, with instruments reversed. My breath caught. My reflection raised its hand. I did the same. Our palms aligned, separated by a thin wall of swirling light. I felt a warmth spread through my fingers. A sudden jolt of fear rippled through me. What if stepping into this reflection was a one-way path? My mind spun. Elise's voice broke the silence. "Mara, step back," she said softly, but I barely moved. Curiosity burned at my core. With trembling daring, I pressed my hand harder against the surface. It yielded like pushing into thick gel. My reflection parted, letting my fingers slip deeper inside. A sharp burst of static hissed through the sensors. The arcs on the screen spiked wildly. I felt a surge of vertigo, as if the floor dropped away. Then, with a ripping noise, I tumbled forward and landed on my knees. The air felt thinner yet strangely still. I lifted my head, heart racing. I was inside the mirrored observatory. It looked the same, but dark, as though lit by a pale red glow. My reflection, now the real me, was gone from view. Instead, the opening behind me flickered, showing the original dome with Elise's shocked face on the other side. I wanted to reassure her, but I could not speak. A humming filled my ears, making the air vibrate. Slowly I stood up, looking around in awe. The machines in this mirrored world had slight differences. Cables snaked across the floor. Panels glowed with unknown symbols. Outside the dome's window, the clouds were tinted red, and the dawn's light seemed reversed, coming from the west. It was as if day and night swapped places in this realm. A sense of both wonder and dread gripped me. I paced around, touching the surfaces that felt real and solid. Then, from somewhere in the hallway, came a soft, scraping sound like footsteps on metal. My heart pounded. Another presence was here. I could not see it yet, but the small hairs on my neck rose. I turned back to the portal, thinking I should leave while I still could. But the shimmering surface had dimmed. Elise's wide eyes appeared only faintly, calling my name with her mouth. I tried to push through the barrier, but it was more solid than before. My hand bounced off like I was tapping glass. Panic flared in my chest. The cosmic mirror was shutting. I needed to escape this alternate dimension right away. Behind me, the scraping sound grew louder. Then a figure came into view. It looked like Dr. Reeves, taller and with hollow eyes. Its face was misshapen, as if reflected in a warped mirror. I froze, uncertain if it was truly him or something else. The figure lifted a hand in a slow, beckoning gesture. My heart hammered. Every instinct shouted that this was not my Dr. Reeves. I banged on the portal again, yelling silently at Elise, who I could barely see. She fiddled with controls on her side, tears in her eyes. The arcs on the monitor soared. My arms trembled with fear. The figure drew closer, making a strange rattling sound in its throat. Any second now it might reach me. Desperate, I recalled the dawn's effect on the signals. Although this dimension's time seemed reversed, maybe I could force the portal to reopen by adjusting the light or angle somehow. Frantically, I scrambled around the mirrored control panels, searching for anything resembling a power switch. My hands shook as I pressed unfamiliar buttons, hoping to replicate the sunrise effect. One of the screens flickered, brightening the dome with a burst of white light. Instantly, the cosmic mirror pulsed, letting me see Elise and our real observatory more clearly. The figure behind me let out a sharp hiss, recoiling from the light as though in pain. I seized that moment, rushing toward the portal and pushing with all my strength. For a terrifying heartbeat, I thought it might not give. Then, with a jolt, I tumbled through. I landed on the cold floor of our observatory, gasping as though I had run a marathon. Elise grabbed my arm and dragged me away from the portal. My eyes flicked upward in time to see the shimmering boundary collapse, leaving only the normal shape of the telescope's main mirror. A faint echo of the alternate dome blinked out, taking the hollow-eyed figure with it. For a few long seconds, we did nothing but breathe. My entire body shook. Elise's face was white with fear. Dr. Reeves, hearing the commotion, ran in from the next room. Our instruments sparked and popped, overloading from the extreme energy. The dawn light outside grew stronger, painting the dome in gold. Gradually, the signals vanished from the screens, replaced by calm readouts. The cosmic window had closed. I spent the rest of the morning recovering. Elise stayed at my side, offering water and quiet comfort. Dr. Reeves observed the battered equipment with a grim expression. None of us spoke much. We all knew what had almost happened, that I might never have returned if the portal shut for good. My mind reeled at the thought that a mirror version of me or Dr. Reeves existed in some alternate dimension. It was both thrilling and terrifying. Later that day, I studied the final data logs and saw how dangerously high the readings had spiked. The cosmic mirror was more than a harmless reflection. It was a door to a place that might not welcome us. My curiosity was not destroyed. I am still a scientist, after all. But now I carried a new respect for boundaries we barely understand. At dusk, I packed up some personal belongings. My limbs still sore. Elise suggested we gather all local data and keep it hidden for a while, to ensure no one else wanders across that threshold without realizing the danger. Dr. Reeves agreed. We would need time to handle this discovery carefully. I left the observatory a few days later, driving slowly along the twisting mountain road. The sky was filled with bright white clouds, and I glanced often in the rearview mirror, expecting some sign of that other realm. But I saw only the usual reflections. I do not know if I will ever return to the summit. Part of me hopes to go back one day, on safer terms, with better preparation. Another part still remembers the scraping footsteps of that strange figure in the dark hallway, and the dread in my chest reminds me that some doors are best approached with extreme caution. The cosmic mirror remains up there, waiting at each new dawn. Maybe it will remain shut forever, or maybe someday it will open again, reflecting a world too dangerous to visit. For now, I hold close the memory of the glowing threshold and the chill of an unknown reality. I have all the data, but no easy answers. The universe is wider than we can imagine, and beyond our own dawns and sunsets lie countless reflections, places we might never fully understand. But we must continue to watch and learn, because in science and in life, the next discovery is always just beyond the mirror's edge. Under the glow of flickering streetlights, Hannah tuned her violin each evening in the busiest section of the city's market district. She was a traveling musician, living off tips dropped into her worn violin case. People bustled by. Office workers rushing home, shoppers carrying fresh produce, tourists snapping pictures of historic storefronts. Many paused to enjoy her sweet, melodic tunes that rose above the noise of car horns and chatter. Hannah treasured her violin more than anything. It had been her grandfather's, a gift passed down through 2 generations, carrying deep sentimental value. With each stroke of her bow, she remembered him teaching her simple scales on the front porch of his old countryside home. Now that home was gone, but her violin survived, reminding her of her roots every time she played. On a rainy autumn evening, large droplets tapped against the cobblestones, and most pedestrians hurried under shop awnings or grabbed umbrellas. Still, Hannah stood under a narrow ledge to keep herself and her violin dry. Shadows swayed in the puddles around her feet, reflecting the neon lights of a nearby club. She played a gentle tune, hoping a few kind souls would stop to listen despite the weather. Partway through a soothing melody, she sensed someone standing just behind her. Street performers develop a keen awareness of their surroundings. She was no exception. But before she could turn or protect her violin, a rough hand shoved her from behind. Her bow screeched against the strings. She stumbled, dropping the instrument. Pain shot through her knee as she fell. The city noise blurred for a second. When she looked up, water dripping into her eyes, she saw a dark figure dashing through the puddles with her violin clutched under his arm. A shock of alarm jolted her mind. "Hey!" she cried, scrambling to her feet. "Stop!" Her voice was lost in the swirling movement of the crowd. The thief vanished into the rainy darkness, leaving her with a bruised knee and a trembling heart. Panic set in. That violin was everything: her livelihood, her family's heirloom, her link to the past. She tried to chase after the thief, limping through the pressing crowd, but swiftly lost sight of him among umbrellas and busy sidewalks. Racing adrenaline soon gave way to despair as she stopped in a narrow alley, breath ragged. No sign of the instrument or the shadowy figure. She spent the rest of the evening searching every corner of the market district, hobbling painfully. She questioned vendors, asked doormen, and even flagged down a patrolling security guard, but no one had seen a thief carrying a violin. The city's many alleys, arches, and hidden staircases swallowed all traces. Finally, near midnight, she found herself alone outside a shuttered flower shop. Exhausted, soaked, and heartbroken, she realized she had no next step. The next morning, Hannah woke in a cramped hostel on the edge of town. She had barely slept, her mind replaying the moment of loss again and again. Now she had no instrument to earn money and no savings to buy a replacement. She refused to accept that her violin might be gone forever. Instead, pride and love pushed her to keep trying. As soon as she dressed, she headed back to the market district, determined to trace any clue that might lead her to the thief. Daylight gave the cobblestone streets a different mood. Buskers juggling or playing guitars, street artists painting bright scenes, fruit carts offering sweet oranges and berries. Hannah limped along, scanning every face. At the corner of the busy avenue, she found a local musician named Angelo, who sold homemade flutes from a small stand. Sometimes they played side by side in the evenings. She explained her situation, tears threatening to fall. Angelo's eyes widened. "That's awful," he said, gripping one of his wooden flutes in frustration. "I haven't heard anything about stolen instruments, but I'll ask around. The city's back alleys can be dangerous. If your violin was taken there, it might end up in places you don't want to go alone." Hannah thanked him. She left her contact information and wandered on, anxious to speak with as many street performers and vendors as possible. Most expressed sympathy but had no leads. Some suggested she check the local pawn shops, as thieves often fenced stolen property there. Others recommended scanning online marketplaces that might list her violin's description. Hannah jotted down every idea in a small notebook. By late afternoon, she found herself outside a dingy pawn shop in a cramped lane behind the main strip of cafes. A battered sign read, "Vinnie's Treasures." The windows were thick with grime. She stepped inside, coughing at the stale smell of old furniture and dusty electronics. The lights flickered ominously. A man with a cigarette dangling from his lips stood behind a cluttered counter. He looked up and asked, "Help you?" in a bored tone. Hannah explained her stolen violin, describing its distinctive markings, a carved crest on the back and a slight chip by the neck. The man shrugged, glancing around. "Haven't seen anything like that, but new items come in all the time," he said with little interest. Her shoulders sagged. She thanked him and left. On the sidewalk, she clenched her fists, fighting a wave of hopelessness. The thought of never playing that violin again weighed on her chest. At the end of the lane, a quiet voice called out, "Hey, are you the girl looking for a violin?" She spun around to see a tall, slender woman leaning against a graffiti-stained wall. She wore fingerless gloves and had a small drum strapped around her shoulders. Her black hair framed a serious face. "Name's Tia," she said. "I overheard you in there. City's a tough place. Instruments don't vanish without a trace unless someone wants them gone." Hannah swallowed hard. "Yes, I'm searching everywhere. It belonged to my grandfather. I can't just let it disappear." Tia nodded. "I get it. My drum's special to me, too. Look, I'll keep my eyes open. Sometimes I play nights at hidden clubs for a bit of cash. I see shady deals happen. If I spot a suspicious person selling a violin, I'll let you know." She handed over a worn slip of paper showing a contact number. Don't lose hope. They parted ways, and Hannah found her spirits lifted slightly. At least someone understood her desperation. She returned to the main street, her stomach growling, and spent her last few coins on a simple meal. As dusk settled over the city, she headed deeper into the maze of alleys, following any rumor or distant tip that might point to a hidden black market trade. Neon lights buzzed overhead, and narrow passages echoed with muffled conversations. Some corners smelled of old garbage, others of fragrant street food. Graffiti sprawled across brick walls in vivid colors. Everything felt alive but dangerous. Hannah tried to stay alert. She asked a few people if they had seen a violin for sale. Most ignored her, not wanting trouble. Others gave her looks of pity but said nothing. Eventually, she reached a courtyard lit by a single flickering lamp. A group of young men sat on crates, strumming cheap guitars. Their conversation stopped when she approached. She greeted them politely, explaining her stolen violin. One of them, wearing a frayed beanie, shrugged. "We don't know anything about that," he said. "But you might ask old Jin. He's the caretaker for a building down the block. He sees everything on night shift." Hannah thanked him and moved on, tucking that clue in her mind. She found Jin dozing on a stool by the front step of an old apartment. When she gently tapped his shoulder, he blinked awake, confused. Once he recovered, she asked him about the violin. He slowly shook his head. But then he added, "I did see someone run past with a strange case 2 nights back. They ducked into a side entrance of that deserted building at the intersection. My guess is they sometimes store stolen goods there. Police rarely come around." Hannah's pulse quickened. At last, a possible lead. She thanked Jin and hurried to the location. The building stood silent, windows boarded up. A metal door sat wedged in a side alley. It was locked, but she spotted a half-broken latch. By using her pocket knife and a bit of force, she pried it open enough to slip inside. Her heart pounded at the risks, but the memory of her violin urged her forward. Dim light from street lamps outside barely reached this cramped corridor. Broken tiles, busted furniture, and stench of mildew greeted her. She flicked on her phone's flashlight, stepping carefully. A whisper of movement in the darkness made her jump, but she pressed on, checking for any sign of a violin case. Midway into the building, she froze. Faint music drifted through the walls, not from her violin, but from what sounded like a lonely saxophone. It echoed with haunting notes down a dark hallway. She followed, heart thumping. The corridor opened into a large, abandoned storeroom. There, under a dangling light bulb, sat a man playing a battered sax. He wore layers of tattered clothes, his eyes closed in concentration. He stopped when he noticed her. "Who are you?" he asked, voice echoing in the emptiness. She introduced herself quickly and explained her search. The sax player listened with a sympathetic nod. "Name's Silas. I come here to practice at night, away from cops who chase buskers off main streets." He exhaled. "Yes, I've seen people bring stolen goods here. They store them in the far wing, behind locked doors. You should be careful." "I have to get my violin back," she said firmly. Silas studied her determined face and sighed. "You seem honest. Let me try to help. This place has a secret corridor leading to the basement. I've wandered it looking for new practice rooms. Maybe that's where they keep items. I'll show you if you can handle the risk. Hana nodded. Together they made their way deeper, guided by her phone's weak beam. The building creaked with every step. Water dripped from leaky pipes. They turned a corner, spotting a door that glowed faintly from an LED lamp inside. Raised voices came from behind, speaking in hushed, hurried tones. Hana and Silas exchanged glances, hearts pounding. Quietly, they slipped closer, peeking through a gap. Inside was a makeshift storeroom stacked with boxes and random items. Two figures were arguing. One clutched a violin case. Hana's heart leapt. Even from a distance, she recognized the scratches on that case. The figure set it on a table next to a pile of small electronic devices, glancing around anxiously. They looked like they were preparing to move out or make a deal. Before Hana could think, Silas stepped forward, clearing his throat. The startled thieves spun around, cursing. One snatched a small knife from his belt. Silas raised his hands. "We don't want trouble," he said calmly. "But that violin belongs to my friend here." Hana's fear melted into anger. She clenched her fists. "It's mine," she said firmly. "You had no right to take it." Her voice echoed in the hollow space. The thief with the knife stepped forward, a threatening glint in his eyes. "Back off," he growled. "Finders keepers. We'll sell it for a good price." His partner, taller and slimmer, seemed more uneasy, glancing between Hana and the knife. Perhaps they expected no one would come looking. Silas spoke calmly again. "We don't want a fight, but we can't leave without that violin." The tension grew thicker. The one holding the knife looked ready to lash out. Time slowed in Hana's mind. Fear spiked. She had no real weapon, but she couldn't run without the violin. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hall. Tia appeared, her drum slung around her. She must have tracked them down after hearing rumors or searching the area. Behind her stood Angelo, clutching one of his wooden flutes like a short staff. They had come to help, or at least check on Hana's progress. Tia's eyes burned fiercely. "Let it go," she told the thieves. "We have no interest in staying here, but you don't want a group brawl." With 4 against 2, the thieves hesitated. The one with the knife glanced nervously at his partner. Then, cursing under his breath, he set the weapon on the table. "This is too much trouble," he muttered. "Take the stupid violin." They backed away, grabbing a few electronics from the desk and darting out another door, disappearing into the blackness of the storeroom's far end. Hana released the breath she had been holding. Her legs trembled, relief washing over her. She stumbled forward, gently lifting the violin case. A wave of emotion surged as she ran her fingers over the familiar shape. Opening the lid, she found her instrument inside, unharmed except for a new scratch on the wood. But it was home, safe in her grasp at last. Angelo and Tia exhaled, tension easing, while Silas offered a grateful nod. "We should get out of here quickly," Tia said. "They might have more friends." They crept back through the corridors, emerging into the cold night air outside. The city lights glowed across the alley, a reminder that normal life went on despite the hidden dangers lurking in these abandoned buildings. Together, they walked to a safer street, letting the adrenaline fade. Outside a closed bakery, everyone stopped to catch their breath. Hana clutched the violin case, tears in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly, voice shaking. "Thank you all. I was lost until you came." Tia smiled a little. "Sometimes us street musicians have to watch out for each other. We all know what it's like to protect our musical tools." Silas gave a small bow, lifting his sax. "We share a bond in these shadows," he said. "We know how quickly a city can take things away. But tonight, we fought back." Angelo placed a comforting hand on Hana's shoulder. "I'm just glad you have it back. That violin means the world to you." She nodded, overcome by gratitude. The realization sank in that she was not alone in this big, sometimes cruel city. Even without money or influence, she had found true allies, each with their own stories of stolen or threatened dreams. They understood the power that music held and how vital it was to protect it. As dawn approached, the group parted ways, promising to meet again soon. Hannah made her way back to the central market, though at this hour it was nearly empty. Under the glow of a single street lamp, she carefully lifted her violin and bow. Ignoring her bruised knee and the sting of leftover fear, she began to play a soft tune. Her eyes closed, letting the melody float through the quiet morning air. Each note spoke of relief, resilience, and humble gratitude. This was her home, her voice. Through the music, she thanked the city for testing her courage and bringing kind souls to her side. In that small island of light beneath the lamppost, she felt whole again, reunited with her grandfather's violin and certain that no matter where she went, she would never let it go again. When the sun rose, painting the market street in pale gold, a few early shopkeepers emerged. They paused to listen, soothed by the gentle violin strains. And though Hannah still had challenges ahead, rebuilding her lost income, finding a safer place to live, and protecting her precious heirloom, she stroked the strings with fresh determination. The city's lights had stirred darkness, but also guided her to new friends. The stolen violin had led her into shadowed alleys, only for her to discover hidden music in the hearts of unlikely allies. From that day on, whenever she stood under the market streetlights playing a sorrowful ballad or a lively waltz, she carried more than just her violin's legacy. She carried the harmony of shared hope, knowing that even in the most crowded, indifferent city, compassionate souls waited in quiet corners, ready to offer help and a melody of their own. Calvin Gray never expected to inherit anything from his distant uncle, let alone an old art studio on the edge of town. For most of his youth, Calvin believed his family had very little property or wealth to pass on. Then the letter from a law firm arrived, explaining how his great-uncle, Theodore Gray, had passed away, leaving Calvin an unused studio and a few dusty supplies. Curious, Calvin packed his paintbrushes, some clothes, and set out to see what kind of place he'd just become responsible for. The building was older than Calvin had hoped. It stood between two abandoned warehouses, its tall windows covered in grime. A faded sign above the door read, "Gray and Son Studio," though the words had nearly peeled off. Vines crept up one wall, and the paint flaked wherever Calvin touched the wooden frame. When he unlocked the door and stepped inside, faint light seeped through broken shutters, revealing a large open room filled with dust motes that danced in the air. He discovered old easels, paint-splattered tables, and battered chairs arranged in a cluttered fashion. Cobwebs clung to corners of the ceiling. An odd hush filled the space, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to change. Despite the musty smell, Calvin felt a spark of excitement. He had always enjoyed painting calm landscapes or quiet, still lifes in his small apartment, but now he had a proper space to experiment. The atmosphere, although run down, seemed to whisper of forgotten creativity. He spent the next few days cleaning, picking up broken jars, sweeping the floors, and discarding torn canvases left behind by who knows how many previous visitors. One evening, after climbing the creaking staircase to the second floor, Calvin found a small office with a locked drawer. He jiggled the handle until it popped open, revealing an old ledger and some receipts from decades earlier. Underneath, there was a stack of yellowed letters tied with string. Each letter was addressed to his great-uncle Theodore, apparently from various family members, though the handwriting was difficult to read. Calvin carried the letters downstairs and flipped through them at the main work table. Much of the ink had faded over time. A few lines mentioned the Gray family's wide interests in art and how Theodore struggled to keep the studio running. Others made references to lost paintings that might have been worth something, if only they could be completed or restored. Calvin felt a pang of sadness, imagining his great-uncle laboring here alone, watching the studio slowly decay. He set the letters aside, determined to breathe new life into this place. The rumor that the studio was haunted reached Calvin almost by accident. A neighbor across the street, an older woman who sold second-hand furniture, casually warned him one morning. "Strange noises at night, dear," she said, shaking her head. "I used to see lights flicker through the windows long after midnight." Some folks say they heard footsteps when no one was inside. I'm not one to gossip, but be careful in there. Calvin just smiled politely, not putting much stock in ghost stories. He assumed old buildings creak and groan, and flickering lights could be a bad electrical circuit. That same night, Calvin set up his easel under a large skylight in the main room. Moonlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the dusty floor. He spent hours painting a soft twilight scene, trying to capture the gentle glow of the sky. Finally, exhaustion overcame him. Rather than driving back to his apartment across town, he decided to sleep on a couch he had salvaged from an upstairs storeroom. The couch wasn't comfortable, but it was enough for a few hours of rest. In the silent darkness, he drifted off, lulled by the stillness of the studio. At some point, he half woke to a faint scraping sound, like a brush dragging against canvas. The noise was so quiet that he thought it might be part of a dream. His mind floated between sleep and awareness, and after a few moments, everything went still again. By morning, he had nearly forgotten about it. But at breakfast time, when he returned to his easel, Calvin noticed something strange. The painting he had left unfinished now featured delicate strokes of pale color near the horizon. It was subtle, but clearly not his own work. He was sure he had stopped painting after finishing the sky's basic outline. He ran his fingers lightly over the new paint, which felt dry to the touch. Impossible if it had been applied only a few hours ago. Confused, he wondered if he had painted that part in a fog of exhaustion, or if someone else had sneaked into the studio. The door had been locked, though, and the windows all still sealed shut from the inside. Calvin stood there, heart pounding with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. He decided to dismiss it as a bizarre mistake. Perhaps he had painted more than he remembered. Shaking off the feeling, he moved forward with his day. More cleaning, reorganizing, searching for any pieces stored away that could be restored. Deep down, though, his thoughts kept turning to the mysterious brushstrokes. That night he planned an experiment. After finishing his work, he left one blank canvas on another easel in the corner. He made sure every door and window was locked. Then he settled onto the couch with his mind wide awake, waiting to see if anything would happen again. The moon rose, casting silver beams across the dusty floor. Hours dragged on with no unusual sound. At some point, Calvin nodded off despite his best efforts. When he opened his eyes to the first light of dawn, he quickly stood up, heart thudding. Sure enough, the once blank canvas now had a series of swirling, lightly sketched lines, a faint outline of what looked like an old, grand house surrounded by trees. The paint seemed as though it had been there for years, possessed of a faded, ghostly quality. Calvin's pulse raced. He touched the brush on the nearby table. It felt slightly sticky, as if used recently. Confusion and excitement intertwined. Was this a prank? Could someone be hiding in the building, trying to scare him? He searched every corner, opened old closets, tapped on walls for hidden doors. But the place was empty. Finally, he recalled the neighbor's words about hauntings. A chill prickled his skin. He didn't believe in ghosts, yet how else could he explain these new brushstrokes? Over the following week, Calvin approached the mystery slowly, like unraveling a puzzle. Each night, he left a canvas out, sometimes with a background color already painted. Each morning, he found new shapes or lines added in the same soft style. At times, it was a figure of a young woman looking into the distance. Other times, the painting depicted a meadow with a winding river. Always, the brushwork was sure-handed, yet had a dreamy, old-fashioned flair. He compared these nightly additions with the old letters he had discovered. One letter mentioned a family estate that his ancestors once owned, a country house near a bend in the river. Another recalled a cousin who loved to paint portraits. As Calvin studied these ghostly brush strokes, he began to see pieces of his family's past forming before his eyes. It was as if an unseen artist was telling stories from long ago, each stroke revealing another clue. The transformations filled him with awe, but also a growing sense of responsibility. If a spirit lingered here, perhaps it carried regrets or unfinished business tied to these images. The letters suggested that Theodore Gray once tried to restore some family paintings but never finished. Could the ghost be Theodore himself? Or maybe another relative who had cherished these images? In the midst of his curiosity, Calvin found a diary nestled behind a row of unused frames in the upstairs office. The diary bore the initials C. Gray on the cover. Inside, he discovered entries about a mother teaching her child to paint in that very studio. Flicking through the pages, he learned about a painting style that used thin layers of paint to create gentle, misty landscapes. The child, apparently named Clara, referenced weekly visits from extended family members who praised her talent. One entry was dated shortly before the family estate was lost to a fire. There was talk of heartbreak, a lost inheritance, and the dream of recreating the estate's memory through art. Reading these pages made Calvin's heart ache. He could sense the passion and sadness in every line. If Clara had died before finishing her tribute to the family home, maybe she still roamed the studio, attempting to paint what was lost. The thought seemed both tragic and beautiful. Driven by compassion, Calvin decided he would help complete the paintings that appeared each night. He set up 3 or 4 canvases at once, ready to receive whatever images came. In the mornings, he studied the fresh lines. Then, with the skill he learned from years of practicing painting, he carefully added to them color, texture, gentle shading. He tried not to disturb the original lines, but to blend them into a coherent scene. At first, he was worried the spirit might reject his intrusion or stop painting altogether, but that did not happen. Instead, night after night, new brush strokes continued to emerge. The lines became more detailed, allowing Calvin to fill in the base colors while respecting the ghostly outlines. Together, they formed a series of paintings showing a large, old house with wide gardens and towering trees. One canvas showed the young woman from earlier, wearing a soft smile as she stood by a wooden gate. Another depicted a cozy living room with a fireplace and people dancing in the glow of lamplight. These scenes radiated warmth and nostalgia, as though preserving memories of a happier time. As the artwork advanced, Calvin felt an odd closeness to the invisible painter. She, if that was indeed Clara, seemed grateful that he brought color and vitality to her outlines. Sometimes he sensed a gentle presence at his side, like a cool breeze passing by to guide his hand. He found himself speaking softly into the empty air, hoping she could hear. "I'm trying my best," he whispered. "It's lovely. I wish I knew more about your family." In the evenings, he tried playing soft music on an old radio while he waited, thinking the spirit might want a calm environment. Often, the brushstrokes that appeared seemed more confident, less shaky than before. He imagined the ghost was finding joy in their collaboration, bridging the gap between living and dead through art. He also practiced Clara's layering technique, gleaned from her diary. This gave the paintings a gentle, misty glow, perfect for the peaceful family scenes. Word spread in the area that Calvin was restoring a haunted studio. A few curious neighbors or local art enthusiasts dropped by to watch him paint, but nobody saw anything too strange. Calvin tried to keep the real story private, not wanting crowds to scare off his invisible partner. Still, he couldn't help showing the finished works to a select few. They were struck by how the paintings felt alive, as though an echo of the past shimmered in each brushstroke. As the final painting neared completion, a sense of closure filled the studio. This piece depicted an entire family gathered around a dinner table in the grand old house. The father and mother sat at either end, while children, aunts, uncles, and cousins crowded happily into the scene. Light came from a crystal chandelier overhead, casting soft reflections on the walls. Calvin spent several days blending subtle hues of gold and brown to give the painting warmth. Late one night, while he rested, the spirit added the last small detail. The young woman's face turned directly toward the viewer, wearing a peaceful expression. On the morning he discovered that final addition, Calvin felt a lump in his throat. The figure in the painting seemed to meet his gaze, eyes shining as if expressing deep relief. He smiled sadly, for he realized this might be the spirit's farewell. By finishing these paintings, they had brought the memories back to life. Now there might be nothing left for the ghost to do here. He set the canvas in a place of honor, clearing a space on the studio's largest wall. Then he waited. The next evening he left a section of blank canvas again, half hoping, half fearing. But when he woke at dawn, no new brushstrokes appeared. The surface remained untouched, reflecting only his own face as he leaned in to inspect. The hush in the studio felt different, no longer tense or sad, but calm and satisfied. The presence that once hovered above his shoulder seemed gone, set free. A bittersweet emotion settled on Calvin. He had grown used to the nightly surprises, the sense of fellowship in painting with a spirit. Now that she had moved on, he felt a soft emptiness. Yet he knew it was right. Her story was finished in the best possible way. The old house, the family, the entire lost home now immortalized in a series of completed paintings. He took photographs of each canvas and sent them to an art historian he had met in the city. She loved the gentle, dreamlike quality, calling them a remarkable find. Calvin explained they were part of his family's heritage, discovered in the old studio. Soon, people asked if they could view the collection in person. Calvin decided to hold a small, private exhibition. He invited local art lovers, a few neighbors, and even the older woman who once warned him about the hauntings. On the night of the exhibition, warm lights lit the renovated main room. The floors were polished, the windows cleaned, and the broken shutters repaired. Soft music played in the background as visitors admired the paintings. Each image seemed to glow with memories, capturing the essence of a home that existed long ago. Some guests swore they could feel a gentle, welcoming presence, as though the family from the canvas still lingered in spirit. Calvin, quietly greeting each attendee, felt both proud and humbled. He had restored more than a rundown studio. He had allowed hidden family stories to come back to life. People admired the delicate brushstrokes, pointing out tiny details. A cat peeking from behind a chair, a faint reflection in a distant mirror, the subtle clasp of two hands at the dinner table. Someone asked if the paintings were for sale, but Calvin shook his head kindly. These paintings were more valuable to him than any amount of money. They were a legacy. At the end of the evening, after the last guest left, Calvin stood in the middle of the illuminated room, gazing at the largest portrait of the family dinner. He felt a quiet sense of wonder. In some ways, his great-uncle Theodore had led him here, giving him a chance to save what was once lost. And though he would never fully solve the mystery of how those nightly brushstrokes came to be, he understood that art had the power to connect the living and the dead, bridging time through creativity and dedication. Flicking off the lights, he looked around the studio one final time before locking the door for the night. The moon hung low outside, casting a gentle glow along the windows. He thought he glimpsed a faint silhouette standing near one of the canvases, but when he focused, it vanished. Maybe it was just his imagination, or maybe it was Clara giving him a last goodbye. Smiling softly, Calvin whispered into the darkness, "Thank you for sharing your story," and let the door swing shut behind him. The echo of that moment rested on the walls, among the brushes and the paintings, a quiet memory painted in time. And though no more mysterious brushstrokes would appear, the spirit of the art studio would live on in every color she left behind, forever telling the tale of a family's past to anyone who cared to listen. I came to the remote cliffside with a mixture of excitement and dread. The locals called it the Spiral Rock, a twisted formation that jutted out over a violent sea. They warned me and my small team not to climb too high and not to wander into the maze of caves. But we were explorers, searching for something special. Rumors spoke of cryptic symbols carved into the stone signs pointing toward a hidden treasure. The thought of an undiscovered civilization filled my heart with curiosity. Yet a shiver crawled up my spine each time the wind howled against the rocky face. When I first set foot on the narrow path along the cliff, sharp gusts of salty air whipped at my clothes. The crashing waves below sounded like distant thunder. Shadows grew longer as evening approached, and a cold sense of unease began to nest in my mind. A local guide had left us at the base of the cliff that morning, shaking his head and refusing to go any farther. I remember his final words, "Some things are better left alone." I brushed off his warning, But now those words echoed in my thoughts, making me question my decision to proceed. My companions Elisa, Marcus, and Dean were equally anxious. Elisa clutched her small notebook filled with geological data, determined not to miss any detail. Marcus, our photographer, adjusted his camera strap and tried to stay calm. Dean, the puzzle solver of the group, stepped forward every so often to examine the strange markings on the rocks. Every time he traced a symbol with his fingers, he paused like he could sense a presence from centuries past. No one said much, but our footsteps felt loud against the silent cliff. We discovered the entrance to the cave around midday. It was a jagged opening hidden behind a cluster of boulders. Faded carvings at the entrance looked like spirals intertwined with strange animal shapes. They circled one another, twisting and turning, as if telling a story beyond our full understanding. For a moment, none of us spoke. We simply stared, mesmerized by the otherworldly pattern. Then a sudden chill wind blew against our backs, like the cave itself exhaled. It seemed to welcome us inside, or perhaps it was warning us to stay out. With flashlights switched on, we inched forward. Stale air brushed our faces, carrying the faint smell of damp stone and something unfamiliar. Our beams revealed narrow walls etched with more symbols, curved lines, and tiny figures that bent in upon themselves. It felt as if each mark had a purpose. No random scratches or meaningless scribbles appeared here. This place had been carefully designed, possibly by an ancient culture whose secrets remained buried. My heart pounded faster as we descended into the darkness. Inside, the main passageway wound in spirals, indeed, living up to the cave's rumored name. Sometimes it sloped upward, other times it curved downward without any warning. The rock felt both alive and oppressive. Our steps echoed oddly, as though the walls closed in behind us after each pace. At times I sensed a soft hum, almost like chanting. Yet whenever I stopped to listen, it faded into silence. My nerves were on edge, and I noticed Marcus checking his watch repeatedly, perhaps fearing that time had lost its meaning in this endless labyrinth. We found the first chamber by following a series of spiral symbols that ended at a wide, circular room. In the center stood a tall, carved stone pillar. Its surface showed strange silhouettes of humans, or maybe they were gods holding glowing orbs. Elisa knelt to examine the floor around the pillar. She found faint lines that formed another spiral, this time painted in a dark pigment. It reminded me of an ever-turning vortex, pulling us further into mystery. Dean took out his notebook, scribbling notes and sketches while muttering under his breath about the importance of the orbs. A creeping sense of being watched grew stronger. My skin prickled, and I occasionally spun around, shining my flashlight behind us. But there was never anyone there, only the quiet dance of shadows on damp rock. That feeling of unseen eyes bore into the back of my neck, fueling my determination to push deeper. I wanted to know who or what left these symbols for us to find. The walls seemed to speak a lost language, a story we might someday decode. Yet each new step made me wonder if we were descending into knowledge or disaster. From that first chamber, we followed another winding corridor that twisted to the right. The path grew narrower, forcing us to squeeze through sections while scraping our arms against rough rock. Stalactites hung down, forming jagged teeth that threatened to catch on our backpacks. The only sounds were our labored breaths and the drip of water from the cave ceiling. Once I paused because I swore I heard soft footsteps behind me. The others seemed to feel it too, but no one spoke. We simply exchanged worried glances and continued forward, focusing on the puzzle of the spiral symbols. The second chamber dwarfed the first. We stepped through an arched opening to find a grand cavern with a vaulted ceiling. Our flashlights revealed drawings of masked figures dancing around a ring of fire. The images were so detailed that I could almost see movement in their painted limbs. Something about the shape's eyes made my stomach twist. The eyes appeared too large and too knowing. On the cavern floor, small stone altars were arranged in a circle, each bearing faint inscriptions. We tried to read them, but the language was unfamiliar, a scattering of lines and dots that gave no direct clue. As we stood there, a deep rumble seemed to pass through the cave. My flashlight flickered, and I heard Dean let out a sharp gasp. For a moment, The entire chamber felt as if it swayed, like we were on a ship at sea. Then it settled. Marcus cursed under his breath, blaming the tremor on shifting tectonic plates. Yet I noticed how he clung to the camera with sweaty palms. Even though we had found no living beings here, the place seemed aware of our every move. We continued down a narrow slope into yet another twisting passage. The symbols changed. They looked older, more worn, as if these deeper chambers were from an earlier period. Or maybe they were more important. At times we slid on loose gravel and had to use the walls for support. The darkness felt thicker here, absorbing every bit of light from our torches. I tried to fight my growing anxiety by imagining the glory of our possible discovery. If this was the site of a vanished civilization, think of what we might learn. But my courage wavered whenever the darkness pressed too close. Suddenly a faint glimmer appeared ahead. It was a gentle, golden light that moved oddly, as though dancing underwater. We hurried forward, ignoring our own sense of caution. The passage opened into another big chamber. This place had a vaulted ceiling that soared upward beyond our flashlight beams. At the center stood a stone pedestal, and on it lay a small, luminous orb. It pulsed like a trapped sun, shining with an otherworldly glow. Around it, more spiral carvings circled inwards, as if worshipping that single object. My heart pounded louder than ever before. We stepped closer, and I could feel warmth radiating from the orb. Elisa's eyes lit up perhaps from the thrill of discovery. Dean approached it with reverence, as though stepping into a sacred shrine. Marcus fumbled with his camera, but the lens fogged up from the sudden warmth. I reached out carefully, wanting to touch that mysterious treasure, though a deep instinct also warned me to step away. This object was clearly not a simple gem or piece of gold. It felt alive. As my fingers hovered above the orb, a subtle vibration buzzed through the air. It crept up my arm, making my hair stand on end. My mind filled with fleeting images. Vast stone cities, robed figures, families gathered in torchlit chambers. I saw spiral doorways leading to hidden realms, and I felt an overwhelming sense of both wonder and dread. Letting out a trembling breath, I pulled my hand back. Elisa stared at me with questioning eyes, but I had no words to describe that sudden flood of visions. Marcus tried to take a photo of the orb, but his camera refused to focus. Each shot turned out blurred, as though some field of energy wrapped itself around the object. Dean, always the puzzle solver, insisted we find a way to document everything properly. We decided to set up a small lantern and see if a softer light would help. While Marcus and Dean fiddled with equipment, I walked around the chamber's perimeter, studying more of the carvings on the walls. That's when I noticed a hidden door, or more like a gap behind a large boulder. It was partially concealed by dangling stalactites. I felt a tug at my gut that urged me to check it out. Carefully, I squeezed past the rock, holding my flashlight in front of me. The gap opened into a short tunnel that led to a small alcove. Strange shelves carved from the stone lined the walls. On them I saw clay vessels, tablets, and a few metallic objects with swirling patterns. It looked like a storage area for sacred items. One particular clay tablet caught my eye. The surface displayed an intricate spiral design surrounding a figure that clutched an orb, very much like the one in the main chamber. The figure had elongated limbs and enormous eyes, but its expression was calm, almost sorrowful. A phrase was etched beneath it in the same unknown alphabet. I felt goosebumps as I realized these items might be the entire record of a lost people. Here lay their beliefs, their stories, maybe even their final testimonies before the cave was sealed. My pulse quickened. I wanted to share this discovery with the others. But before I could call out, I heard a scraping sound outside the alcove. I froze, shining my flashlight toward the opening. The scraping came again, followed by a faint shuffle. Someone or something was moving around the main chamber. My throat tightened. Dean and Marcus were busy with their gear, and Elisa was also nearby. Could it be one of them? Or was it an echo? Carefully, I crept back to the large boulder to peek around it. A figure stood in front of the orb. It looked human, dressed in ragged clothing caked with dust and dirt. I caught glimpses of tangled hair and a trembling posture. The figure reached a bony hand toward the glowing sphere, then pulled back, as if scalded. A raspy whisper escaped its lips. I couldn't make out actual words, but the tone sounded desperate. The figure must have sensed my presence. It jerked its head up, revealing wide, frantic eyes. I recognized intense fear in them. Before I could speak or react, it bolted toward the chamber exit with unstable steps. Marcus let out a startled yell. Dean tried to follow, but the figure slipped through the narrow passage too quickly. A stunned hush fell upon us. Had we just encountered another explorer trapped in this claustrophobic maze? Or was it a survivor from some older expedition? The possibility sent a cold rush through my veins. Trying to steady ourselves, we gathered by the orb once more. Something about that encounter left us more shaken than we wanted to admit. In a trembling voice, Elisa suggested we secure the treasures we had found and attempt to find a safe way out. Dean, meanwhile, insisted on studying the orb's pedestal further. He claimed there was a hidden mechanism beneath it that might release the orb without damaging it. I worried about the unknown figure still roaming the corridors. Was he dangerous or just another lost soul? My instincts told me we needed to leave soon, but curiosity rooted me to this chamber. The notion of letting such a major discovery remain incomplete was unbearable. Still, I could not shake the feeling that an ancient warning hummed in the walls. The combination of fear and wonder made every breath feel heavy. Finally, Dean managed to trigger a small lever carved into the pedestal. The orb's glow pulsed like a slowing heartbeat. With both hands, he lifted it from its place. A low groan like shifting giant stones filled the chamber. At once, the cave's walls seemed to tremble. The spiral carvings appeared to ripple, as if the stone itself were alive. Chunks of debris fell from the ceiling, and the floor cracked beneath our feet. We shouted in alarm and scrambled to balance ourselves. We needed to escape, and fast. Marcus led the way, shining his flashlight on the nearest corridor. We clutched the orb and the bag of artifacts from the alcove. Stones rained down around us, stirring up clouds of dust. Each new quake reverberated through my bones. It felt as though the cave was collapsing in protest of our theft. I choked on the thick air as we stumbled up the winding path, trying to find the route back. The deeper rumblings eventually began to soften, but the labyrinthic passages made it hard to retrace our steps. More than once, we hit a dead end where a rock slide blocked our path. At some points, we had to crawl beneath half-fallen slabs. Our flashlights occasionally flickered as if drained by some force in the darkness. Each time the light dimmed, my heart thumped in terror, imagining we might be stuck here forever. After what felt like hours, we recognized the climb toward the exit. Fresh air rushed in like a lifeline. With one final push, we emerged onto the cliffside, panting and covered in dust. The sun had set, leaving only a faint glow in the distance. The sea roared below, and the wind whipped against the rocks. I sank to my knees, relief flooding my chest. We had survived, but at what cost? Elisa and Dean carefully set down the orb and the other artifacts on a flat stone. In the moonlight, the orb still pulsed, but its light was weaker now, as if drained by the chaos. Marcus attempted more photos, but they still came out blurred. We each stared at our find, uncertain if we had done the right thing by taking it from the cave. Those ancient warnings, etched in spirals, had cautioned us in a language we did not understand. Even as we regained our breath, I felt a tug of guilt. Perhaps the cave's trembling was a reaction to our intrusion, or maybe it was a final guardian protecting its secret. Part of me wanted to return the orb, to place it back on its pedestal and beg forgiveness from whatever power rested there. Yet part of me also believed the world needed to know about the spiral cave and the lost civilization's legacy. We left before dawn, carrying the orb and a heavy bundle of unanswered questions. The memory of that figure, pale and trembling, haunted me. Was he still in the depths, forever wandering a maze that refused to let him go? And what about the people who once thrived in those chambers? Their symbols, stories, and the warmth of that glowing orb remained a mystery. But I could never forget the cave's spiral passages, the sense of mind-bending dread, and that final tremor as we escaped. In nightmares, I still see the carvings move, twisting into new shapes, as if urging me to return. Sometimes I wake in a cold sweat, half expecting to find myself back in that pitch-black corridor, my flashlight flickering, my breath echoing against damp walls, and the orb glowing with a silent promise or a silent curse, waiting in the darkest chamber of the spiral cave. I first noticed the crimson lanterns on a rainy evening in late autumn. The riverside path behind our town's old train station had always been quiet, even during the day. Tall reeds swayed along the banks, and a fence of rusty metal bars separated the promenade from the dark water. When night fell, most people hurried home, leaving that narrow stretch deserted. But something about that place drew my curiosity. There were stories of dancing lights that appeared along the water's edge. It sounded like a silly rumor, the kind that bored teenagers spread in online forums. Still, I decided to see for myself whether there was any truth to it. My name is Kaori, and I am a student at the local university. I study folklore and local legends, although it's more of a personal interest than a formal major. My mother used to tell me ghost stories when I was a child, so I learned to appreciate superstitions woven into everyday life. On that damp night, I needed a break from my studies. My classes had become stressful, and I yearned for a bit of excitement. So I left the library earlier than usual and walked across the old footbridge. My umbrella was half broken and cold droplets seeped through, but I was determined to follow the rumor about the lanterns. A hush spread over the riverside path the moment I approached. The chirping of insects seemed distant, and the town's faint traffic noise tapered off. My shoes splashed in shallow puddles, and the air smelled of wet leaves and mud. At first I saw nothing but dark water and tall grass. Clouds shrouded the moon, giving the scene a gloomy atmosphere. I felt a slight nervousness creeping into my chest, yet I tried to appear calm. After all, how scary could a few flickering lights be? Suddenly, at the far end of the path, I spotted a glow like a red spark floating close to the ground. My heart skipped a beat. The light grew steadier, and I realized it wasn't a reflection or a glitch in my vision. It was a lantern, swaying gently, as if carried by an invisible hand. Its surface glimmered with a crimson hue that reminded me of old paper lanterns from festivals. I stared, forgetting to breathe for a second. Another lantern glowed to its left, then another, forming a crooked line along the bank. Each one drifted slowly, keeping a short distance from the next. I wanted to flee, but a stronger part of me needed answers. Could these lights be part of some local tradition I had never heard about? Or were they apparitions from an old ghost story? I pulled out my phone to take a photo, but the drizzle made the screen wet and difficult to operate. Shaking rainwater off my hand, I managed to snap a blurry picture. Unsatisfied, I tucked my phone into my jacket and moved closer to the lanterns. The path's lighting was weak, just a few street lamps spaced far apart. As I neared the first lantern, I noticed it had no handle, no holder, and it didn't hang from a tree branch. It seemed to float in midair. A subtle shimmer surrounded it, almost like a faint aura. My mind told me to be logical. Maybe someone had rigged a fishing line to create an illusion. But my senses whispered something else. The lantern looked alive, pulsating with low energy, and each movement felt smooth and eerie. It wasn't the wind pushing it, it was drifting on its own. I was about to reach out and see if it was solid when I heard a voice behind me. "They're real," the voice said softly. I jumped and spun around to find a figure about my age, wearing a long coat and holding a small flashlight. That person stepped closer and smiled kindly. "Sorry to scare you," they said. "I'm June. I come here sometimes to watch these lanterns." June's features were partially hidden by the gloom, but I could tell they looked both excited and a little frightened. My heart pounded as I wondered if June was part of some elaborate prank. Before I could accuse anyone of trickery, the lanterns drifted farther along the path. Their glow highlighted the wet ground, making the puddles shine crimson. June nudged me gently and whispered, "We should follow them while we can. They never stay long." Something about June's voice calmed me, dissolving my suspicion. I gave a small nod, and together we hurried after the flickering lights. Further down, the path grew narrower, and the reeds on my left seemed taller. They rustled with a faint hiss whenever the breeze passed. The lanterns now formed a wavering line, almost like a procession leading us somewhere. My chest tightened with anticipation. My rational mind insisted I try to capture another photo or record a video, but my fingers refused to leave my side. I felt compelled to keep my gaze on the lanterns. amazed that they truly existed and no longer caring whether they were real or supernatural. At one bend of the river, the lanterns paused, hovering gently above the water. It was as if they wanted us to stop at that exact spot. The river here looked calmer, reflecting the red glow in swirls on its surface. Even though my clothes were damp and the cold was getting into my bones, I felt a rush of warmth from the lantern's light. Jun stepped beside me, flashlight aimed downward, and said, "You know the stories, right? People say these lanterns guide lost souls who wander near the river, but no one knows where the souls are guided to." Jun's comment sent a fresh wave of chills through me. I thought back to old legends I had read in local folklore books. A river that carried souls to the afterlife, or a place where wandering ghosts roamed until they found peace. I mumbled that I vaguely knew something about it, but I never imagined it could be this literal. Jun shrugged, obviously having wrestled with these questions before. "I'm not sure if anyone is in danger," they said. "I've seen them around midnight floating over the water. They never hurt me." While we spoke, one lantern glided away from the others, drifting toward us. I felt a sudden clamp of fear. Was it approaching by choice? My face tingled with the cold breeze, yet I was rooted to the spot, heart pounding. Jun and I both watched as it floated within arm's reach. One side of the lantern appeared cracked, like old paper that had been creased. Its glow was stronger now, lighting our faces in a reddish tint. In the silence, I almost thought I could hear a soft humming sound, like distant chanting. An unexpected shift occurred. The lantern flickered rapidly, then shot upward, away from us. The others did the same, and in seconds they vanished into the darkness beyond the reeds. The air fell still, as if the lanterns had never been there at all. My breath came out uneven, and I realized my shoulders were tense, locked in place. Jun exhaled sharply, lowered the flashlight, and turned to me with a shaky grin. "Looks like they're done for the night," they said. I've never gotten this close before. We decided to walk back toward the station, exchanging theories about the lanterns. I discovered that June lived in the neighboring district and had been curious about ghosts since childhood. They collected local legends and even wrote short articles online under a pen name. Our shared interest in folklore made me feel less alone in my fascination. By the time we reached the main road, it felt like we'd formed a quiet friendship bonded by a secret we had just witnessed together. In the following days, I couldn't stop thinking about the crimson lanterns. Whenever my mind drifted during lectures, I recalled their gentle flicker and the eerie feeling of them hovering near us. That same week, I found Jun in the university's archive room, searching for old newspaper clippings and records. We pored over dusty files, scanning for anything related to the lanterns or the riverside path. We discovered references to an ancient festival that once happened along the water, where townspeople released paper lanterns to honor ancestors. But that tradition had ended decades ago, with few written records explaining why. Late one evening, we met at a cozy cafe near campus to compare notes. June told me they believed the lanterns might be connected to that old festival, perhaps leftover spirits who still appear out of habit. I felt a strange hope, as if the ghosts were not meant to terrify anyone, but to keep an unspoken promise. That night we promised each other that we would explore further. Through our careful research, we found mention of a hidden shrine not far up the river. If the lanterns followed an ancient path, maybe they led to that shrine. Convinced we were onto something, we planned a trip for the next weekend. The shrine was supposed to be developed for tourism decades ago, then abandoned when funding fell through. Now it was nothing more than rubble according to the few maps we had. Undeterred, Jun and I packed small backpacks with snacks, water, and flashlights. We arrived at dusk, following a muddy trail that snaked up from the main river path. The silence grew heavier as we advanced, and we noticed old wooden signposts knocked over and broken. As twilight deepened, our flashlights revealed a collapsed wooden structure near a clearing. The roof had caved in, but the stone foundation looked intact. Jun pointed out faded carvings on a broken pillar. They resembled stylized lantern shapes around a crest with swirling lines. Even in decay, there was a sort of solemn beauty to the place. It felt as though we had intruded upon sacred ground. A quiet wind brushed the overgrown grass, reminding me of hushed whispers. Suddenly a glow appeared in the distance, crimson and flickering. More lanterns! My heart soared and sank at the same time. part of me was excited to see them again, hoping to learn their secret. Yet I also felt the tightness of fear. What if we disturbed something that deserved peace? Jun squeezed my arm, speechless, and we both turned off our flashlights to see clearly. The lanterns floated closer, traveling in a slow line like before. The sight filled me with a strange comfort. We edged toward the broken shrine, letting the lanterns guide us. Their glow exposed a narrow stone stairway leading into the ground. It might have been part of a crypt or storage area for ceremonial items. The air grew colder the deeper we descended. Water dripped from the ceiling and I smelled damp earth. The lanterns weren't with us now. We only had the memory of their light. Jun and I used our flashlights but aimed them low, wary of any sudden surprises. At the end of the short stairway, we reached a small chamber. Carvings and wooden panels lay scattered around. In the center stood a raised platform, and on it we saw a large stone bowl. Although worn by time, its edges were carved with swirling shapes identical to the ones on the old shrine pillar. Inside the bowl were remnants of melted wax, possibly from candles long ago. I ran my hand over the carvings, trying to imagine the ceremonies that once took place here. People lighting lanterns for their loved ones, offering prayers. Maybe believing these lights would guide spirits through the darkness. Just then, a faint glow came from behind us. We turned to see a single lantern drifting through the chamber's entrance. It hovered near the wall, its crimson light making the stone appear ruddy and alive. A sense of awe washed over me. This was no accident. The lantern glided toward the bowl, flickered a few times, then dimmed. It almost seemed to bow in reverence, as if acknowledging the shrine's importance. Sparks of warmth erupted in my chest, and I felt tears prick at my eyes for reasons I couldn't fully explain. All at once, a gust of wind blew in, rattling the wooden debris. The lantern's glow winked out. Darkness engulfed us, broken only by our shaky flashlight beams. My heart pounded like thunder. We rushed up the steps, stumbling on the uneven stone. Outside, the night was calm. I looked around wildly for the other lanterns, expecting that line of lights again, but the clearing was empty. Not a single flicker adorned the horizon. Jun and I stood there panting, the echo of that final lantern moment still fresh in our minds. It felt like we had witnessed a farewell, or perhaps a blessing. As we made our way back along the dark path, we shared silent smiles of relief and wonder. Whatever supernatural presence watched over the lanterns, it had guided us to learn about our town's past. In that moment, I understood. These lanterns weren't malevolent spirits. They were watchers, keepers of an old custom that connected the living to their ancestors. For a brief time, we had touched a piece of history and formed an odd kind of friendship with each other and with the spirits beyond our world. When we finally reached a well-lit street, we caught our breath and exchanged a few hesitant laughs. Our shoes were caked with mud, our hands cold from the night air, and yet we felt a strange, shared joy. In the days to follow, Jun and I would write about what we experienced. We told only a few close friends, sensing the town might not be ready for such a story. But we shared quietly that the riverside path was not just a barren place of creeping shadows. It was alive with gentle, guiding lights that returned each night to honor a forgotten tradition. Some evenings, when the moon is hidden by clouds, I still visit that lonely stretch of river. I set a small lantern on the shore, just an ordinary one, and let its flame dance in the dark. Even if I don't see the crimson lanterns appear, I feel their memory in the silent air, and I remember the old shrine. I sense the warmth of their presence, hear the faint echo of their hum, and I think about how a simple moment of wonder helped me find a true friend in June and reconnect with the mysteries of my hometown. Maybe, in time, more people will gather at the riverside to light lanterns again. Maybe they will rebuild the shrine and pass on the old stories. Or maybe the crimson lanterns will keep drifting on their own, guiding lost souls toward some unseen horizon. I do not know for sure, but I believe there is beauty in what we witnessed. It has woven into my life, reminding me that the unknown isn't always frightening. Sometimes it carries a gentle glow, offering hope and friendship in the darkness. I arrived at Stormglow Woods just after dusk, with my camera bag strapped tight across my shoulder. The sun had already slipped below the horizon, and a faint silver wash burned along the tops of the towering pines. This forest got its name from the strange lights that sometimes flared in the night, like miniature storms trapped in the canopy. I had heard rumors for weeks, glowing orbs twisting between the branches, flickering like distant lightning, then vanishing before dawn. Drawn by the mystery, I hoped to catch them on film. My job as a wildlife photographer usually involved capturing rare birds or timid deer, but tonight I wanted something extraordinary. The first half-mile of my walk was peaceful. A gentle breeze drifted through the pine needles, creating soft whispers above me. My boots crunched the dried leaves on the path, and occasionally I heard the hoot of an owl hidden somewhere among the dark silhouettes. Despite the calm, my senses felt sharp, on edge. Each shift of a shadow or rustle of a branch made my eyes dart around. Part of me expected to see those swirling lights immediately, but the forest looked normal, just a quiet place under the moon. As the moon rose higher, its pale light spilled through gaps in the pine trees, casting strange shapes on the forest floor. It felt almost like stepping across a giant patterned rug, where each patch of silver or black could lead me somewhere unknown. The air smelled of damp bark. I found the scent comforting, reminding me of simpler times when I was a child exploring my grandparents' backyard. Yet an unease lay underneath that comfort because I knew I was searching for something that might not want to be found. I set up my camera near a small clearing where the pines thinned out. A fallen log offered a place to sit and adjust my tripod. I carefully checked my lens, turning each ring to ensure everything was in focus. My heart thumped with excitement and a small tinge of fear. I shouldn't have been afraid lights in the trees, if they even existed, weren't likely to harm me. But I felt this thick hush that pressed in on me from all sides. Wind sighed through the branches, and for a moment I thought I saw a glow far off in the woods, but it vanished in a blink. I waited for over an hour, taking slow, steady breaths in the cool night air. Now and then, I heard forest animals scurrying, a raccoon searching for food, or a fox darting through the underbrush. I snapped a few pictures of the moonlight filtering through the pine needles, but nothing special appeared on my camera screen. My back began to ache, and I stood up to stretch, secretly wondering if I might have wasted my time driving out here on a rumor. Then it happened. A swirl of pale green light danced at the edge of my vision. I jerked my head around, trying to focus on that faint glow. It looked like a wide ribbon spinning between the trees, softly flickering as though touched by lightning from within. My pulse raced. I lifted my camera, but my hands shook, and for a moment I struggled to find the right angle. Finally, I managed to snap a few shots, though I worried the images would be blurred. The glow pulsed brighter, then slid deeper into the forest with smooth grace. My mind spun with questions. Had I just seen a natural phenomenon? Maybe distant swamp gas or strange reflections of the moon? Or was it truly something that defied explanation? Determined not to lose it, I slung my camera back over my shoulder and followed, stepping off the narrow trail. Deeper into the pines, the light reappeared and vanished. Each time it did, I felt a pull to chase it. Needles crunched beneath my boots, and branches scratched my jacket. The night air felt colder, and the pines stood taller, forming a thick canopy that swallowed most of the moonlight. Occasionally, I found footprints left by deer, but no sign of other people passing through. At times, I became uncertain if I should keep going. The forest floor was uneven, and I had to watch my step to avoid tripping on roots. Despite the risk, my curiosity burned brighter than my caution. I wove around a tangle of fallen branches, the stale smell of damp wood filling my nostrils. Then I saw it again, a shimmer of green, this time accompanied by flickers of gold. They spun around each other almost playfully. My heart throbbed so hard in my chest that it drowned out my own thoughts. I raised my camera and snapped several shots, hoping at least one would capture the dancing lights. Suddenly, the glow darted higher among the treetops, illuminating the pines in a wash of subtle color. In that moment, I realized there wasn't just one swirl of light. There were many, tiny orbs, some the size of apples, others smaller than my fist, bobbing and spinning. They formed gentle spirals in the sky like a ghostly dance. The forest around me lit up in a muted rainbow of soft, stormy hues. Awe filled my chest, and my fear melted into sheer wonder. I wanted to laugh with excitement at the sight. I reached for my camera once more. Before I could press the shutter, the lights rushed away as if startled by a sudden noise. A branch had cracked behind me. Spinning on my heel, I nearly dropped my camera. Standing several yards away was a stranger in a hooded jacket, arms folded across their chest. My throat went dry as we locked eyes. The figure didn't speak. For a few seconds, we only stared at each other in the gloom. Finally, they lifted a hand in a gesture that said, "Stay calm." I noticed they also had a camera bag slung over one shoulder. Perhaps another photographer? I lowered my guard a little, taking a cautious step toward them. They spoke in a low voice. "You see the lights too, don't you?" I nodded, still unsure whether to feel relieved or guarded. The person raised their hood further, revealing a young face with sharp eyes that sparkled with curiosity. "I'm Alex," they said, voice calm but excited. "I've been trying to document these lights for weeks. Most people think I'm crazy, but I know they're real." I introduced myself, heart still pounding from the encounter. It felt strange to speak aloud in that silent, moonlit forest. Alex peeked over my shoulder into the sky where the swirl of lights had disappeared. Then they motioned for me to follow them. I hesitated but sensed no harm. We made our way down a faint side path lined by thick undergrowth. Alex stepped with a confident stride, as if they knew exactly where to go. I found myself trusting them, maybe, because we shared the same awe for these mysterious lights. Deeper into Stormglow Woods, the pine trees grew gnarled and closer together. Each one stretched high, their branches forming twisted shapes across the sky. My boots slipped on damp moss, and overhead the canopy blocked most of the moon's glow. Occasionally, a shaft of silver moonlight struck a wet trunk, making it glisten like polished metal. It felt as if the forest itself was guiding us, or maybe warning us to turn back. Alex paused by an uprooted pine whose massive roots stuck out like jagged teeth. "They gather not far from here," Alex whispered, carefully pulling aside a curtain of dead branches. "I've seen them swirl in circles, almost like they're exchanging energy." I tried to ask what they meant, but Alex only motioned for me to be quiet. We advanced slowly, ears tuned to any sign of movement. Ahead of us lay a small pond, a patch of open ground where moonlight fell more freely. The surface of the water reflected a wide circle of sky, flecked with drifting leaves. Alex and I crouched behind a broken stump, waiting. My heart fluttered in my chest. I clutched my camera, ready to snap a photo at the first sign of those mesmerizing lights. Minutes passed. Then, as if called into being by our silent anticipation, the swirling glow reappeared above the pond. It was even more beautiful than before. Orbs shimmered in soft greens, blues, and golds. They bobbed in and out of the pine branches, occasionally diving close to the water to skim its surface. The pond rippled with each pass, reflecting those glorious swirling shapes. I captured photograph after photograph, my excitement growing each time I heard the click of the shutter. Alex had pulled out a video camera, capturing the lights in motion. Then something surprising happened. A single orb, pinkish in color, broke away from the others and drifted directly toward us. My breath caught in my throat as it hovered at eye level about 10 feet away. Its edges flickered gently, like a candle flame in a breeze, yet it stayed perfect in shape. For the first time, I felt an uncanny sense that these lights had awareness, that they weren't just floating illusions. Alex froze, camera aimed but not daring to move. A soft pulse of brightness came from the orb like it was checking us. It created a brief flash, forcing me to blink. In that instant, a faint image burst in my mind pines under a raging storm. The smell of ozone and bright lights swirling in the sky. Then the vision was gone, leaving me unsteady. The orb slid backward, rejoined its companions, and together they soared into the upper branches. In one fluid motion, they all zipped away into the forest, leaving the pond dull and quiet. Alex gripped my shoulder, eyes wide. "You felt that, didn't you?" they asked, voice quivering with excitement. I could only nod. We had no immediate explanation for that shared sense of raw energy, coursing through the night air. It was as if the lights had shown me a glimpse of their origin or purpose. Part of me was thrilled beyond words. Part of me was shaken, uncertain what it all meant. We approached the edge of the pond, scanning the shadows in case the orbs returned. The water lay still. Our reflections floated there under the moonlight, and I noticed my face was pale, my eyes shining with wonder and a bit of fear. Alex gave a nervous laugh. "Looks like we found proof," they said, tapping their camera. "But this is bigger than just a photograph. I think we stumbled onto something beyond normal science." We began our slow journey back through the woods, guided by a small flashlight that Alex kept tucked in their jacket pocket. I carefully watched the shadows, half hoping to see another glow trailing us. Part of me feared the possibility, but an even bigger part wanted one last look. I knew now that the swirling lights weren't simply patterns of bioluminescent insects or flares of swamp gas. They behaved with intent, showing us just enough to spark curiosity. Whatever they were, my instincts told me they were alive, or at least intelligent in some strange way. Eventually, we reached an old footpath that led out of the toughest part of the woods. My muscles ached from crouching and stepping over fallen branches, but my mind was alight with questions. Did other people know about this phenomenon? Could the orbs be connected to storms in some ancient cycle? My memory returned to the brief vision. Lightning splitting the sky above tall pines, orbs swirling around the treetops like guardians. It felt primeval, like I had touched a mystery older than the town or the forest itself. Closer to the forest's edge, we found a small wooden shelter used by hikers. There, we paused to review the footage. Alex's hands were shaking as they replayed the video, blurred at first. But then I saw the faint dance of the lights across the pond's surface. The camera had captured their colors and movement, though not as vividly as our eyes had witnessed. Still, the sight took my breath away. We checked the photos on my camera, too. The frames showed glowing streaks winding between the pines like living ribbons of light. It was proof, though still incomplete. No image could fully convey the power of actually standing there in the forest, hearing your own heartbeat echo in the silence. We parted ways at the dirt parking lot by the main road, exchanging contact information. The night's events had bonded us, and we both knew that this was just the beginning. I drove home in a daze, replaying the moment the pinkish orb flashed in front of us. Even in memory, it felt like an invitation perhaps to return again, to learn more. Over the next few days, I studied the photos on my computer. Each image drew me back to that hush under the pine canopy, the swirl of living light. My friends marveled at the pictures, but none fully understood what I'd experienced. Thankfully, I had Alex to share theories with. We messaged nonstop, discussing how storms might charge the atmosphere, and how the local environment might produce these forms of energy. But deep down, we both suspected it wasn't only science at play. The appearance of that orb felt more like a gentle greeting. I plan to return to Stormglow Woods many times, searching for more clues. Maybe I'll find evidence of an ancient legend or a hidden history that explains these lights. Perhaps I'll even see them again, dancing gracefully in the moonlit sky. I know the path will be lonely, the pines looming tall, and the hush thick with unseen possibility. I'll carry my camera, feeling excitement and a subtle dread every time the wind rustles the branches overhead. But that is the life of someone who seeks the unknown. We walk in darkness, guided by curiosity, never sure what we'll uncover. For now, I keep my images safe, a visual record of the night. Stormglow Woods revealed a piece of its secret. I can't say for certain if the lights are spirits, natural phenomena, or something else entirely. But I do know that, in that silent forest, I felt a connection, both incredible and humbling. The swirling orbs came and left as they pleased, showing me that some wonders refuse to be easily explained. They exist where the moonlight touches pine needles in the hush of an old forest, waiting for the brave and the curious to seek them out. That's the story I will always carry with me. In the hush of Stormglow Woods, I discovered shimmering lights not of this world, and I stood close enough to feel their energy tingle against my skin. For a brief moment, I glimpsed something beyond the ordinary bounds of nature, something that changed how I see the night sky drifting through the pines. Even if I never learn their true origin, I am grateful. Their silent dance was a reminder of the vast mysteries that still linger in the hidden corners of our planet. And it reminded me that some secrets wish to remain secrets, living quietly under starlight, until a keen-eyed traveler steps forward with both wonder and respect. I arrived in the valley on the eve of the great snows, unaware of the fierce storm that would soon bury all roads. My journey as a traveling bard had taken me through many towns, but I had never expected to face such an endless white horizon. I came seeking food, warmth, and perhaps a few friendly faces to share my songs, but everything changed the moment I set foot in the village of Lunzor. An icy wind whipped through the narrow streets, and a day later the skies unleashed their fury. By the time the snow stopped, it was hard to tell where the path ended and the fields began. As I took shelter in the local inn, I sensed a deep unease among the townsfolk. Families huddled close to their fires, and traveling merchants found themselves trapped without a safe route to continue. The villagers whispered stories of people lost in the storm, friends or neighbors who ventured out for supplies and never returned. Whenever I tried to offer a reassuring smile or mention the coming thaw, the words fell flat. The snow outside was too deep, the drifts too large, and the sky too hard to read. The villagers had grown quiet and fearful, uncertain if they would ever see spring. On my second night in Lunzor, I decided to sing at the inn's main room. A small cluster of people gathered around the fireplace, seeking warmth for their hands and perhaps a gentle distraction from their troubles. My lute felt cold in my grasp, and my fingertips tingled from the chill. Yet I strummed a soft melody, something simple and comforting. A few eyes brightened at the sound, and I took that as a good sign. Music had always been my way of bonding with strangers, a reminder that beauty can exist even in lonely places. As I finished the first tune, I noticed a young woman standing by the doorway. She wore a thick cloak and had eyes shadowed by fatigue. Her name was Elin, the daughter of a local farmer, and she looked worried. She asked if I was truly a traveling bard from distant lands. I nodded. In a trembling voice, she told me her father and brother had been missing for 2 days. They had gone to check on livestock before the worst of the storm, but never came back. A search party had tried to follow, but turned back quickly. The valley paths were impossible to trace under the endless snow. I saw tears gathering in her eyes, and something in me tightened. I had faced dangers on the road, but never had I felt so powerless against nature's wrath. The villagers spoke of how the valley had become a maze of white dunes and hidden pitfalls. Even the tall oaks and fences were buried, so the landscape offered no landmarks. Some said the entire valley was cursed now, trapped in a winter that might never end. Others believed a beacon of hope waited beyond the ridge, a single light said to shine when all else was dark. No one knew exactly where it was or whether it was real. Each rumor told a different story of a tower, an ancient shrine, or a distant star that guided people through the cold. But no one dared venture too far to confirm these tales. That night I could not sleep. Restless from Elin's plea, I stared at the frost forming on the window. My breath fogged the glass, and I tried to imagine a path cutting through the moonlit plains. I thought, perhaps foolishly, of offering my help. But I was only a bard with a lute and a handful of stories. What aid could I provide? Yet those anxious whispers from the villagers stirred a determination in me. I rose from the straw mattress and crept outside, the cold biting my cheeks. Fresh snow crunched under my boots. The moon glowed weakly behind thin clouds. I tried to see if that mysterious beacon was real, but all I found was darkness. The next morning I gathered with a few villagers at the inn. They rummaged through whatever maps they had of the valley, though every single line had become pointless under such extreme snowfall. Elin hovered nearby, her tear-stained face revealing her desperation. Looking at the circle of grim expressions, I felt a twinge of courage. I said quietly at first that perhaps we could rely on the old lore about that guiding light. Several heads turned toward me. Some glances were skeptical, others almost hopeful. Then I explained in a steadier voice that I might try something else, singing a song that could travel through the wind and help lost souls find their way back. It was a bold idea, one that might be simple fantasy, but in a place where everything else had failed, such hope was worth considering. Elin's eyes shone with a faint spark. She asked if I really thought music could guide her loved ones across the snow. I replied that I believed in the power of song to bridge distances, emotional as well as physical. If they were alive, maybe the sound of a familiar tune could lead them home. She swallowed hard and nodded, seeming willing to trust in anything at this point. We decided to try that night, at the place where the valley stretched widest. Before dusk, a small band of villagers cleared a path to the old watchtower that stood on a slight rise. The watchtower itself was partially buried, but its upper platform remained above the swirling drifts. We climbed the rickety steps, the wind clawing at our faces. The sky had turned slate gray, threatening more snow. My teeth chattered despite the thick cloak I wore. I wondered if my voice would even carry far in such weather. I began with gentle gathering songs, ones that farmers sang at harvest time. The notes echoed out across the dense white fields, carried away by the wind. My voice wavered in the cold, and my lute strings felt stiff under my numb fingers. But I kept playing, focusing on each chord, letting my breath warm the words. For a moment, I closed my eyes and pictured Elon's father and brother stepping through the snow, hearing faint music in the air. My tunes might drift to their ears like a distant dream. Soon, a few villagers joined in with humming or soft singing, not quite brave enough to project their voices under the harsh wind, but enough to add a layer of harmony. It felt uplifting, as though we were refusing to yield to the storm's power. When we paused, the silence rushed back, thick and heavy. We waited, hearts pounding. Did anyone hear us? Night descended fully, and a pale moon tried to peek through the swirling clouds. I heaved a sigh, about to suggest we head back, when a strange glow caught my eye. Far in the distance, beyond a frozen lake, I saw a flicker of light. It wasn't the moon, nor a reflection of any star. My heart leaped. Could it be the legendary beacon everyone spoke about? A hush fell over the group as we watched the faint glow pulse like a heartbeat. Elin clutched my arm. In the hush, we heard something else. A distant cry muffled by the wind. Someone was calling out. Without thinking, we hurried down from the tower, fighting against the waist-high drifts. We had lanterns that cast flickering circles of yellow on the endless white slope. The wind tried to snatch the light from us, but we pressed on. My lute remained strapped to my back, jingling softly as I stumbled forward. Elin's steps were unsteady. She was faster than the rest of us, desperation fueling her. Twice she fell, and villagers helped her up. The glow in the distance grew more pronounced. It did not look like a random fire or a reflection now. It was a steady beam shining from the horizon, as if guiding us. In my mind, I wondered if this was the rumored tower or shrine that had survived from ancient times. I couldn't be sure, but the promise of warmth or rescue kept my feet moving. As we trudged through another particularly deep patch of snow, shapes emerged in the dimness. 2 figures stood hunched over, waving weakly. Elin gasped and bolted forward, ignoring the biting cold. Indeed, it was her father and brother, their faces pale from frost and fatigue, but alive. They clung to each other, grateful beyond words to see us. When Elin reached them, she collapsed in tears, hugging them both. My chest tightened, relieved to see this reunion. But there was something else, a faint outline of people behind them. Another small group of villagers huddled there, all survivors who had been searching for shelter but became lost. Some had blankets around their shoulders, others wore improvised snowshoes made of branches. They glanced at the bright beam in the distance as though it had drawn them this far. Seeing us gave them renewed hope. Among them was a local baker with frost coating his beard, along with 2 stable hands who clutched each other for balance. We gathered them, offering water and small bites of dried meat. Some were too weak to walk. As we tried to figure out how to get everyone home, someone pointed again to the piercing light on the horizon. Could we make it there instead? Was it closer than returning to Lunsor? Maybe we would find shelter or even more help. The wind had settled slightly and the sky looked less threatening. The group took a quick vote and we agreed that the strange beacon might be our best chance for survival. We pressed on, moving slowly across open fields and dips in the terrain that once held farmland. Now everything was a pure white wasteland. My boots sank with every step, but I felt the presence of something larger guiding us. I remembered how the power of music had brought us this far. From time to time I lifted my lute and played a short melody, hoping the chords would keep everyone's spirits up. In those moments, it felt like the wind paused to listen. At last, we reached a low ridge where ancient stones marked the remains of an old fort or watch site. A wide arch stood, half collapsed, yet it still framed that brilliant beam shining from the middle of the space. The closer we got, the more I saw shapes carved into the stone's spirals, runes and faint images of a bird in flight. The beam itself came from what looked like a tall column set into the center of the ruined courtyard. Snow had piled up around it, but the top shone with a bluish-white core that seemed unaffected by the freezing air. An odd stillness settled here, as though we had stepped out of reality into a sacred realm. The wind no longer howled. The sky above cleared just enough for a sprinkle of starlight. Our group edged into the courtyard, eyes wide, breath fogging. One of the villagers murmured about old legends of a guiding light meant to protect travelers in the darkest winter. Elan's father, still shaking from cold, stared at the glowing column, tears of relief on his cheeks. He said he had dreamed of a place like this when he was lost, heard faint music too. I froze at his words. Had he heard my songs? We helped the weaker members settle near the column. To our astonishment, the air close to it felt slightly warmer, and the snow around its base had melted into shallow puddles of water. Hope surged in my chest. Maybe this truly was a beacon left by ancestors who once lived in this valley, a final refuge for those in need. Beneath the starlight, we shared hugs and sobs of relief. Some villagers who had been missing for days simply closed their eyes, leaning on one another for support. I strummed my lute one last time, singing a hum of gratitude. Soft echoes lingered against the ancient stones. In that moment, I realized the greatest mystery might be how faith and kindness could light our path even in gloom. Together we had traveled beyond the white horizon, guided by a rumor of hope and the echo of a bard's humble songs. It didn't matter who built this shining column or how long it would keep burning. Right now it saved lives, offering warmth and community in a land blanketed by lethal cold. By dawn, faint color touched the eastern sky. The column still glowed, though the villagers believed it might fade once the worst of winter retreated. We planned a proper rescue. Some would return to Lunzer and lead the way for any others stranded in the snow, while the rest stayed behind to care for the sick and prepare shelters around this beacon. Elin thanked me repeatedly. She said her father and brother had followed faint music in their dreams, and without that, they might have given up hope. I had no words to answer her humility. I only placed a hand on my lute, heart full of gratitude. At last, I knew that my role wasn't just to wander and perform for coins. Sometimes a bard's melodies had the power to guide lost souls, remind them of simple truths, or just keep hope alive. Glancing back at the old column with its bluish flame, I felt a quiet certainty that no matter where I traveled next, I would carry the memory of that snowy night when the valley lay hidden under an endless white sea, and villagers came together, forging a new path out of despair. They found their way back, not just through my songs, but through trust in each other's warmth. And somewhere across the sleeper's mind, a few notes of music whispered a promise that light can always shine, even when the world seems lost in snow. Midnight in Ravenport was never truly dark. The dockside lanterns flickered all night long, casting dancing lights across the worn planks and quiet waters. Fishermen from neighboring ports gossiped about Ravenport's secrets, though they rarely stated them clearly. They spoke with hushed voices and wary eyes, hinting at feuds that began in old days and never quite died. The quiet air smelled of salt and seaweed, with a faint note of metal from rusted chains and leaky boats. If you came early in the morning, you might find the docks calm, a place where time stood still. But those who lingered after sunset knew the truth. Once darkness fell, the heart of Ravenport revealed its hidden side. That was the world Josie and Grant stepped into when they first arrived. They were amateur detectives, barely out of their teens, with more enthusiasm than experience. Josie had bright, curious eyes, and she carried a small notebook everywhere she went. Grant, taller by a head, had a knack for spotting details others missed. They'd tackled small mysteries before: missing pets, schoolyard pranks, and stolen bicycles. But when Josie's distant uncle invited them to Ravenport to help with a delicate matter, they jumped at the chance for a real investigation. They arrived by train in the early evening, rolling suitcases behind them. The station sat at the edge of town, near a path that sloped down to the docks. As they walked, the last rays of the sun faded into a fiery sky. Soon the lanterns along the wharf glowed, revealing crooked warehouses, battered boats, and old signs with peeling paint. Their footsteps echoed on the wooden boards as fishermen packed up for the day, pulling nets and crates into shadowy corners. The locals gave the newcomers questioning glances. Quite a few people stared at Josie's notebook and Grant's camera. A few offered guarded nods before they shuffled away. Josie and Grant noticed small groups of workers whispering by the side of the water. They seemed tense, glancing at ships anchored in the bay as if expecting trouble at any moment. One or two men pointed to a distant part of the pier, then shook their heads. Josie's detective instincts kicked in. She raised her notebook and wrote short observations. Locals uneasy after sunset. Possible conflict near Far Dock? Ships with unfamiliar markings? Grant took a few quick photos, capturing the fading light on the water. He also snapped shots of suspicious faces peeking around broken crates. Something about the place set them both on edge. They had come to help Josie's uncle, Rowan Bennett, who ran a small shipping business in Ravenport. He was supposed to meet them, but so far he was nowhere to be seen. They followed a trail of flickering lamps until they reached a modest two-story office building near the wharf. A weathered sign read, "Bennett and Comer's Shipping." Inside, they found Rowan with his sleeves rolled up, poring over a stack of papers. He appeared exhausted, but he still mustered a broad smile when he saw them. After warm greetings, he offered them chairs and poured steaming cups of strong tea. "I wish I'd invited you under better circumstances," he said, rubbing his temples. "But Ravenport has changed since you last visited. Tensions are high. Rival shipping companies fight over old trade routes and rumors of hidden fortunes. Goods vanish from locked warehouses. Crews blame each other. Some nights it feels like we're on the brink of chaos." Grant leaned forward. "What started all this? Thievery or something else?" Rowan sighed heavily and explained. "It began with talk of a lost fortune-old pirate gold, if you believe. The legend's hidden somewhere along the coast. Decades ago, a wealthy merchant family supposedly stashed treasure to avoid taxes or theft. The story resurfaces every few years, but this time, people truly believe. Different factions want to find it first. They don't trust each other, and old grudges between families only make it worse. Good folks are dragged into a game of secrets and sabotage." Josie felt a shiver. Could that be why cargo is disappearing? So someone can finance a bigger search effort? Rowan nodded. "That's my guess. But there's more. Last week I began receiving threatening notes, warning me to stay out of certain deals. I run a fair business transporting legit goods. Yet these notes suggest I know more about the hidden fortune than I let on. Then last night, 2 of my best workers got into a brawl on the docks, each claiming the other wrote the notes. No one can prove anything, and the authorities are overwhelmed. If this tension keeps rising, it will explode into violence." Grant exchanged a concerned look with Josie. "We came to help," he said softly. "Just tell us where to start." They spent the rest of the evening reviewing cargo logs, old maps, and some of the ominous messages Rowan had received. The notes were written in uneven script, with phrases like, "Stay in your lane," and "We know your secret." They bore no signature or distinct detail. Josie pressed them for hidden clues, but nothing obvious emerged. Around midnight, Rowan saw how tired they were and insisted they rest upstairs. Josie hardly slept. Her mind buzzed with questions. Morning brought cold sea air and a dull sun that struggled to pierce the haze. Josie and Grant started their investigation in the bustling fish market at the center of the docks, hoping to overhear talk of lost cargo or suspicious deals. Vendors called out prices for the day's catch, bartering to get fish off the docks quickly. The smell of raw seafood was strong, but so were the elements of rumor swirling in the crowd. They drifted between stalls, eavesdropping. One old vendor discussed a scuffle from the night before. Crates of dried goods had been stolen when a fight broke out. Another bragged that she spotted men with unusual tattoos unloading boxes near the abandoned warehouse at the far end. Josie jotted this down. At the next stall, a weathered fisherman complained about a scavenger with a dark coat who prowled around late at night, tapping on warehouse locks. After a few more inquiries, they followed a narrow walkway leading past sagging sheds to what locals called Wharf 9, a neglected section. The boards squeaked underfoot. Narrow beams of sunlight threw harsh lines across the ground, revealing scattered debris. Josie and Grant positioned themselves behind a stack of crates to observe. Within minutes, a pair of men arrived, both wearing thick coats zipped high. They spoke in low voices, their words too faint to catch. Then they started arguing, waving papers at each other. Grant discreetly aimed his camera, snapping a few shots. Suddenly, one of the men noticed the lens reflecting light. He shouted an alert, and both men charged toward Josie and Grant. Heart-pounding, Josie scrambled back, nearly tripping on a loose board. Grant stuffed his camera into his bag and they sprinted away, ignoring the men's angry shouts. Finally, they slipped into a narrow alley behind an old cannery, hearts racing. Peering from behind a corner, they watched the men stomp around, looking for them. Neither detective spoke until the men gave up and left. Safe for the moment, they compared thoughts. "They must be part of one of the feuding groups," Josie whispered. "They had documents, maybe maps?" Grant nodded, out of breath. "They didn't look too friendly. We should be careful. If they're connected to stolen cargo or hidden treasure, they won't like us snooping." They returned to Rowan's office to share what happened. He frowned deeply, saying he'd never seen those men before. When Josie described a peculiar design stitched on one man's sleeve, a wave crest with a harpoon, Rowan's eyes narrowed. "That crest belongs to the old Lovelace clan," he said. "They used to be master fishermen, but fell on hard times. Some rumor they turned to smuggling or shady deals. That evening, they hatched a plan. Josie and Grant would search the far edge of Ravenport's docks under cover of darkness, hoping to catch suspicious behavior. Ravenport might hold its secrets close, but nighttime was when deals took place away from curious eyes. If they found any proof ledgers, cargo with strange markings, or people exchanging bribes, they could help Rowan show the authorities. It was risky, but they felt a duty to step up. Midnight arrived with an ominous calm. The wind carried the distant clang of a buoy bell. Josie and Grant dressed in dark clothes and quietly made their way from Rowan's building to the far docks. The moon was hidden behind a thick wall of clouds, making every shadow stretch and shift. It was nearly impossible to see more than a few yards ahead. Yet the two detectives moved slowly, guided by memory and faint glimmers of light from the overhead lamps. They reached an abandoned pier lined with old warehouses. Its sign read, "Pier B," though the letters were half rusted off. A few battered boats bobbed in the black water. Waves lapped gently against the pilings, giving off a hollow echo. Josie and Grant crouched beside a stack of crates, scanning the shadows. Long minutes passed. Then a faint glow appeared at one of the warehouse doors. The door slid open, revealing a tall figure holding a small lantern. 3 other individuals stepped forward from the darkness. Their voices were low but heated. Josie motioned for Grant to steady his camera. They crept closer, careful not to make a sound on the wet planks. The conversation drifted through the still air. One voice demanded more pay. Another insisted the cargo was worth double. Someone mentioned, "The biggest haul is yet to come, if we find that old stash." The mention of a stash made Josie's pulse quicken. This could be the rumored treasure, or at least part of the smuggling link. She dropped lower, heart pounding, scribbling notes in the dim light. Before they could glean more details, one figure turned sharply and hit the ground with his lantern. The glass shattered, and the flame sputtered out. Now the only illumination came from a flickering lamppost across the pier. The group seemed alarmed. Movement became frantic. A low curse sounded. Then footsteps thudded heavily. They were running, maybe spooked by something. Josie and Grant exchanged startled looks and followed the noise, staying behind crates and half-collapsed walls. Near the end of the pier, the men separated. One sprinted down the dock, while the others leaped onto a small motorboat moored at a side ramp. The engine coughed and roared to life. Cold spray shot up as the boat churned away into the darkness. Josie's heart sank at the lost chance to catch them. There was no way to pursue on foot, but the single figure who ran off was still close by. Josie and Grant heard his ragged breath around a corner. Cautiously, they approached. In a beam of faint light, they saw the figure paused by a chain-link fence, fumbling with the lock. Charging forward, Grant shouted, "Stop!" The figure whirled around, brandishing a crowbar. His face was half hidden by a hood, but one detail stood out: the wave crest with a harpoon on his sleeve. He lunged, forcing Grant to jump back. Josie yelled at him to drop the weapon, but he swung it wildly, forcing them to retreat. Realizing it was 2 against 1, he threw the crowbar at the ground in frustration and tried to scramble over the fence. Grant rushed in to grab him, but the figure kicked at Grant's shoulder, making him stumble to the side. By the time Josie closed in, the hooded man had climbed the fence and vanished into the night. Panting, Josie helped Grant up. "You okay?" she whispered, worried. He nodded, rubbing his arm. "Bruised, I'll survive," he answered. They surveyed the area, hoping the man dropped something useful. Sure enough, they found a small leather pouch half buried in the slush near the fence. Inside were folded documents. Josie's eyes widened in the dim glow as she realized they referred to marked crates, shipping routes, and coded messages about a special location. At the bottom was a crude map of Ravenport's coastline with a large X not far from the harbor. Eager to share their discovery, they rushed back to Rowan's office. When he saw the papers, his expression went from shock to relief. "This is concrete evidence," he said, flipping through each page. "I see references to fake cargo manifests, hidden compartments on ships, and even mention of old landmarks near the cove. If we show the authorities these documents, they might shut down the smuggling ring, and perhaps it connects to the rumors of the lost fortune." Josie tapped the map. "This cove might be the key to the stolen goods or even the hidden treasure," she said. "But there's still one problem. The people behind this are desperate. They'll try to keep us silent." Rowan nodded gravely. "I'll speak to the harbor master and the local guard captain. They've been overwhelmed. But if we give them solid proof, maybe they'll act swiftly. In the meantime, be careful. You've already risked enough." That next day, word spread like wildfire in Ravenport. The authorities, armed with Rowan's evidence, raided a shady warehouse. They discovered crates of stolen goods, forging tools for fake shipping labels, and more incriminating documents. Several people suspected of involvement were taken in for questioning. While excitement rippled through the town, there was still tension. People feared retaliation, or that not everyone involved had been caught. Josie and Grant became minor celebrities on the docks, praised by some fishermen who'd lost cargo in recent break-ins. Others eyed them with caution, uncertain if the trouble was truly over or just beginning. But with the main smuggling ring disrupted, everyday life in Ravenport began to steady. Workers returned to loading and unloading legitimate cargo, though hushed rumors of the lost fortune remained. One evening, as a gentle breeze floated across the piers, Josie and Grant stood by the water, reflecting on the week's events. The sea looked calm, the sky painted in soft oranges and purples as the sun set. A local band of seagulls circled overhead, squawking for stray fish scraps. The faint clang of ships' bells carried on the air. Josie gave a small smile. "We came here hoping to solve a mystery. We ended up uncovering a lot more than we expected." Grant chuckled, nursing the last of his bruises. "We sure did. And I have more pictures than I can count. These old docks are full of stories. I'll never forget how quickly everything turned tense once the sun went down." In the distance, Rowan walked toward them, waving. Though tired from days of stress and negotiations, he seemed at peace. He thanked them again for their bravery, and mentioned that the authorities had extended their investigation to find any other hidden cells in the region. Many leads pointed to a massive smuggling operation that could stretch beyond Ravenport, possibly searching for the same rumored treasure. Now that the ring here was broken, the local feuds would likely calm. Yet as Josie gazed across the darkening water, she felt a lingering question. What if the rumors were partly true? What if somewhere along Ravenport's jagged coastline, a hidden fortune really did wait behind sea-weathered rocks? No matter how many criminals the authorities arrested, that legend would tempt new treasure hunters for generations. Before she and Grant packed their suitcases to leave, they took one last walk down the wharf at midnight. Lanterns glowed faintly, and the boards creaked under each step. The smell of the sea was strong, and a mild wind carried the call of distant gulls. It felt quieter than their first nightless tents, as if the place had exhaled a sigh of relief. They paused at the end of the dock and looked back at the rows of boats, storage crates, and gray warehouses. A sense of accomplishment warmed them. In the stillness, Grant said, "Ravenport might still have secrets, but for now I think it's on a better path. We did what we could." Ozzy nodded. "We did, and I'm glad we came. If nothing else, the docks feel safer. Maybe that's enough of a treasure for this town." They stood there for a moment longer, soaking in the hush of midnight. Somewhere far off, a buoy bell clanged softly, echoing across the dark water. A gentle wave rocked the moored ships, their ropes groaning against the wooden posts. The entire scene held a calm air, as though Ravenport was choosing to rest from its recent troubles. When they finally turned to return to Rowan's office, neither spoke. Their hearts were full of pride and a bit of sadness at leaving a place that, despite its dangers, had given them a taste of real detective work. They had glimpsed how old feuds could threaten an entire community, and how hidden fortunes, whether true or not, could spark greed and fear. But they had also seen how courage, teamwork, and a willingness to dig for the truth could pull a town back from the brink of chaos. Midnight in Ravenport would forever stay in their memories, a swirl of moonlit docks, suspicious whispers, and battered boats. It had shown them that even the quietest harbors can hide storms beneath the surface. And it reminded them that sometimes all it takes is a couple of determined souls, armed with curiosity and conviction, to bring a ray of hope to a troubled port. The small coastal town came into view around dawn, just as the sky turned a faint pink over the water. Alina stepped off the rickety bus with her guitar case in hand, knees aching from the overnight ride. She wore a faded denim jacket and a woolen scarf wrapped twice around her neck. Despite her exhaustion, she drew a deep breath of briny air, shivering at the crisp taste of sea salt. The people milling at the bus stop gave her curious glances, but she offered only a gentle smile. She had no plans other than to rest, sing a little, and see if the wind or the waves would guide her onward. The driver, a kind older man, lowered her single suitcase to the ground, then wished her luck before pulling away. Alone now, Alina surveyed the narrow street. On one side, rows of squat houses lined the road, their paint peeling from years of salt spray. On the other, the ocean glinted under a slowly rising sun, separated from the road by a clutter of fishing nets and battered boats. A small cafe with a hand-painted sign reading Seabird's Rest caught her eye. She decided it was as good a place as any to start. With stiff shoulders, she stepped inside. The cafe felt warm from a wood stove in the corner. A few customers sat scattered around, sipping coffee in chipped mugs. Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman with curly gray hair paused her cleaning and looked up. Her face was open, the corners of her lips turning up in a cautious but kind smile. Alina recognized the mixture of curiosity and sympathy. She was, after all, a stranger carrying a guitar case past sunrise. "Morning," the woman said, sliding a menu across the counter. "If you're hungry, we've got fresh bread and eggs. My name's Meredith. I run this place with my son." Alina set her guitar case down gently. She placed a palm on its surface to steady herself. "Thank you. I'm Alina." Her voice sounded husky from disuse. "Breakfast sounds wonderful, and if it's all right, I'd love a cup of tea." Meredith nodded and busied herself preparing the order. Meanwhile, Alina found a small table near the window, placing her guitar case within reach. The cafe smelled of roasted coffee beans and browning toast, simple comforts she rarely allowed herself because her funds were usually tight. But here for a moment she let her mind rest. She gazed out the wide window at the pier in the distance, where a few early morning fishermen were hauling nets onto a worn deck. She thought she heard faint seabird cries, muffled by the glass and the hum of conversation. When Meredith returned with the tea and a plate of buttered bread, Alina noticed something in the woman's gentle manner. This place was more than a lifeless stop. People here seemed rooted, with well-worn routines and close connections. Alina sipped the hot tea, allowing warmth to spread through her stiff limbs. Despite her uncertain travel plans, this felt calm in a way she had rarely experienced in her years of wandering. She quietly ate her meal. Before she left, she patted her guitar case and cleared her throat. I sing, she said to Meredith. I usually perform in small towns when I pass through, but my guitar is a bit worn, to be honest. A string broke last night, and the body's chipped in places. Could you point me to someone who might help me get it fixed? I'm hoping to earn a little money in the next couple of days. Meredith wiped her hands on her apron, nodding. We've got a fellow who repairs instruments. His shop's near the docks, odd place for it, but that's where you'll find him. Dan's his name. If he's not in the shop, he's probably out back on his fishing boat, but he's always happy to help. With that, Alina thanked her, paid what she could, and headed off to find Dan. She wasn't sure how long she'd stay, but at least now she had a direction. As she stepped outside, a brisk morning breeze rustled her jacket. The sky was brighter, streaked with oranges and yellows. Seagulls swooped overhead, calling to each other. The sense of a new beginning nudged Alina's heart, like the day itself was vibrating with possibility. Following Meredith's directions, Alina walked down a narrow path that opened onto a wooden boardwalk snaking along the waterfront. A handful of fishing boats bobbed by the pier, and one or two larger trawlers anchored a short distance out to sea. Beyond them, waves sparkled, tinted gold by the morning sun. The smell of fish and brine was strong, but Alina found it strangely comforting. It reminded her of the lullaby of waves that she had grown to love in towns like this. Small corners of the world where life felt more honest. She spotted a tiny shack with a tin roof labeled simply wooden strings. A single window revealed a cluttered interior. Alina ducked in, eyes adjusting to the dim light inside. The walls were lined with violins, guitars, even exotic instruments she couldn't name. A sturdy man with salt and pepper hair looked up from a workbench. "Morning," he said in a deep voice. "Need something?" "Meredith from the cafe sent me," Alina replied, placing her battered guitar on the counter. She traced her calloused fingers along its neck. "I've got a broken string, maybe a crack or two in the wood. I'm a traveling singer, but my guitar's seen better days. Do you think you can fix it?" Dan lifted the instrument with a craftsman's care, squinting at the cracks near the sound hole. He plucked the remaining strings, wincing as one gave a dull twang. "Well, I can patch up the cracks. That string's no good, though, so I'll replace it. Gonna need a bit of sanding and reinforcing, too. Might be ready by tomorrow morning." A sense of relief washed over Alina. "That soon? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Do you know of an affordable place to rest for the night?" It had a plain bed, a small table, and a single curtain framing a window that indeed looked out to the ocean. Sunlight slanted in, revealing a swirl of dust motes. But Alina didn't mind. It felt cozy. She thanked Marta, then set her suitcase down. She spent the rest of the day exploring the town. The winding streets held family-run shops and humble cottages. Each door seemed to have its own story, peeled paint telling of storms endured. A few children kicked a worn soccer ball against the side of a tea shop, pausing to stare as she passed. She offered them a playful wave, and one smiled shyly. She wandered until the sun sank toward the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and reds. The wind picked up, carrying a tang of salted moisture that clung to her cheeks. By dusk, she returned to her room. She pulled out her notebook filled with half-written lyrics and personal reflections and read through them by the dim glow of a bedside lamp. She ached for her guitar, but reminded herself it would be ready soon. Eager to greet the morning, she dozed off, lulled by the distant whoosh of waves. The next day dawned in a wash of gentle pink. Alina headed to Dan's shop after a quick breakfast at Meredith's cafe, where she noticed a few locals eyeing her with less wariness now. She said hello to a fisherman named Carlos, who had helped raise the lobster traps. Gentle routines, she thought. Everyone seemed so in tune with the rhythms of tide and light. At the shop, Dan handed over her guitar with pride shining in his dark eyes. "There you go," he said. "She's not perfect, but she'll hold up. The deep crack needed extra bracing, so treat it gently." Alina thanked him warmly, strummed a chord. The sound emerged soft but steady, a small victory. With the guitar resting snug against her, she hummed a melody right there in the shop. Dan gave her a half-smile, tapping his foot in time. It had a plain bed, a small table, and a single curtain framing a window that indeed looked out to the ocean. Sunlight slanted in, revealing a swirl of dust motes. But Alina didn't mind. It felt cozy. She thanked Marta, then set her suitcase down. She spent the rest of the day exploring the town. The winding streets held family-run shops and humble cottages. Each door seemed to have its own story, peeled paint telling of storms endured. A few children kicked a worn soccer ball against the side of a tea shop, pausing to stare as she passed. She offered them a playful wave, and one smiled shyly. She wandered until the sun sank toward the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and reds. The wind picked up, carrying a tang of salted moisture that clung to her cheeks. By dusk, she returned to her room. She pulled out her notebook filled with half-written lyrics and personal reflections and read through them by the dim glow of a bedside lamp. She ached for her guitar, but reminded herself it would be ready soon. Eager to greet the morning, she dozed off, lulled by the distant whoosh of waves. The next day dawned in a wash of gentle pink. Alina headed to Dan's shop after a quick breakfast at Meredith's cafe, where she noticed a few locals eyeing her with less wariness now. She said hello to a fisherman named Carlos, who had helped raise the lobster traps. Gentle routines, she thought. Everyone seemed so in tune with the rhythms of tide and light. At the shop, Dan handed over her guitar with pride shining in his dark eyes. "There you go," he said. "She's not perfect, but she'll hold up. The deep crack needed extra bracing, so treat it gently." Alina thanked him warmly, strummed a chord. The sound emerged soft but steady, a small victory. With the guitar resting snug against her, she hummed a melody right there in the shop. Dan gave her a half-smile, tapping his foot in time. Stepping back into fresh morning light, Alina felt a surge of gratitude. Immediately she made her way toward the pier, hoping the restless sea might inspire her first local performance. Fishing boats were returning now, their decks piled with the early catch. People in boots rushed to unload crates of fish. A few seagulls circled overhead, screeching for scraps. Alina found a quiet corner near tall wooden pylons. She cleared her throat, brushed a stray hair from her face, and began to sing. It was a simple folk song. The words were about journeys, about searching for home in unfamiliar places. Her voice wavered on the first verse. She was out of practice, and her heart beat too fast. But the hush of the sea steadied her, and soon her notes carried over the gentle sigh of the waves. Passers-by slowed, curiosity piqued. A couple paused to listen, eyebrows raised. Alina closed her eyes and let the music fill the salt-tinged air. She forgot any worry that her tune might be broken or imperfect. In that moment, all that mattered was the connection between her voice, the breeze, and the calm morning. When the song ended, there was a beat of silence, then a smattering of soft applause. Alina opened her eyes, flushed with relief at the small but warm reaction. A fisherman patted her on the shoulder, nodding as if to say, "Well done." A mother with her child dropped a couple coins into Alina's open guitar case. A few others murmured kind words before returning to their tasks. And just like that, Alina sensed she was no longer a stranger. She spent the rest of the morning singing soft tunes by the pier. People came and went, some only listening briefly, others lingering to ask about her life. She learned the fisherman's name was Arturo, that the mother was Yara. They told her about how storms sometimes battered the town, how the fishing economy had slowed, how younger folks moved away. Their stories mingled with her music, weaving into a single tapestry of hope, regret, and everyday survival. One small boy, maybe 8 or 9, hung around with wide eyes. After Alina finished a lively tune, he approached. "That was pretty," he whispered. "Can you teach me sometime? I want to sing, but my voice is squeaky." She smiled, ruffling his hair gently. "Of course, we can practice someday. I'm not the best teacher, but we can learn together." His grin radiated pure excitement. He ran off to tell his friends this tiny piece of good news. Alina's chest warmed, realizing she was forging little bonds. She remembered how, as a child, she had yearned for someone to encourage her singing. Life had taken her many places, but no moment had felt as simply meaningful as this seaside performance. News of the traveling singer spread quickly. That evening, a small group of locals invited Alina to the beach just beyond the pier. A half-circle of stones protected a patch of sand from the wind, and they built a modest bonfire there. Sparks rose into the starry night sky. Warmed by the flames, they asked Alina to sing once more, something slow and comforting. She lowered her guitar strings to a tuning that gave a mellow tone, then sang about memories, the sea, and the quiet longing for a friend. The hush after her final note felt almost sacred. The only sound was the gentle crackle of embers and the rolling tide nearby. In that hush, a stocky fisherman named Raoul cleared his throat. He shared a story of losing a friend at sea years ago, and how this song reminded him that life continues like the tide. Another person spoke of leaving home to find better work, only to return when city life proved too harsh. Alina listened with empathy. These were not her stories, but their pain and resilience felt familiar, as though they echoed in her own travels. In the days that followed, Alina made the cafe her morning base. Meredith introduced her to more townspeople. Sometimes they brought small gifts, fresh-caught fish, handmade mittens, or a few coins to thank her. She never asked for donations, but accepted them with gratitude. When she had enough, she bought ingredients and cooked simple meals for children in need. The folks smiled to see a newcomer giving back. Bit by bit, Alina felt the lines between outsider and local blur. She had no home, but for the first time, it felt like maybe she could have one if she wanted. A moment arrived, however, when a storm loomed on the horizon. Dark clouds rolled in from the sea, and gusts of wind tore at the bay. Fishing boats hurried to dock before things got worse. As thunder rumbled, Alina found shelter at Dan's shop. She feared the fierce gusts would harm her guitar again, but Dan just laughed, saying the repair was strong. Locked in from the howling wind outside, she strummed a calming tune. Dan tapped his foot, smiling at how easily music soothed the tension. Flashes of lightning lit the windows. Alina's voice stayed steady, carrying a gentle lullaby through the howling wind. When the storm passed after midnight, people emerged to check for damage. A few roofs lost shingles, some fishing gear had washed away, but overall, the town survived. Alina helped gather debris, comforted an old man who lost part of his boat to the rocks, and sang 2 sweet songs to lift heavy spirits. Once again, she felt how powerful a simple voice and a few chords could be, healing in subtle ways. Such gestures grew into friendships. Meredith became like a protective aunt, fussing over Alina's diet and rest. Young kids asked Alina to sing them lullabies at a small weekend gathering. Dan taught her to mend minor cracks in her guitar, so she wouldn't be helpless if it broke again on the road. Even the quiet children who once watched from afar came closer now, offering pictures they drew of her with a guitar. Whenever Alina thought of leaving, a pang of sadness hit her chest. She used to float from place to place without a second thought. But Ravenport, She realized she didn't even know if that was the town's official name had woven itself into her heart. At dawn one morning, she found herself by the pier again, watching the sea. She touched the guitar slung over her shoulder, humming an unfinished melody. The soft crash of waves played along like an orchestra of water. She remembered how she had arrived just a few days ago, lonely and uncertain. Now, she had people who cared for her, who listened to her broken tunes and nurtured them until they sparkled with real feeling. She thought of the kids, the fishermen, Meredith's laughter, Dan's patient teaching, Marta's cozy room. Perhaps she wasn't so broken after all. With that realization, she began to sing. The tune was brand new, forming note by note, guided by the sound of morning waves. The sky lightened to lavender, gulls soared overhead, and the guitar notes rose in a gentle arc. Her voice carried across the pier in a simple, clear melody, every chord painted with the healing she had found here. Passers-by slowed, listening quietly. A fisherman paused mid-step. A woman set down her shopping bag. Brett, the cafe's cook, wiped his hands on his apron and leaned in the doorway, enthralled by the sweet resonance. After the last note, Alina let the silence wash over them. Then a soft ripple of applause followed, not loud or frantic, but heartfelt. She felt tears prick at her eyes. That moment was unlike any concert she had given in busy cities. It was pure connection. No tickets, no stage, just people breathing the same ocean air and sharing a sunrise. Later, as she packed her few belongings, unsure whether to continue her journey or stay, she realized it didn't truly matter. She would always carry a piece of this place with her. The friendships formed, the songs shared. Those would guide her, just as she had guided others. Maybe she would wander again, but differently now, knowing that a small coastal town once embraced her broken tune, helped her mend it, and made it glow with new life. When she slung her guitar case over her shoulder and stood at the edge of the pier for one last look, she felt a gentle hand on her arm. It was Meredith offering a farewell hug. Dan waved from afar and the children called out goodbyes. Even the old fisherman who had first spoken to her gave a soft smile and a slight nod. This was the meaning she had yearned for, being seen, accepted, and loved in the simple rhythm of daily life near the sea. With a grateful heart, Alina walked away, footsteps slow and steady. She didn't know if her path would bring her back here someday, but she left confident that each new place might hold a similar spark of warmth, and that her music, once cracked and uncertain, was now a living bond she could share with anyone willing to listen. And though she left the seaside behind, the lingering echo of waves and friendly voices remained, resonating in her every chord and lyric, promising that home is not always a single place, but a tapestry woven from the kindness and songs we carry wherever we go. The morning light crept through the dusty window of the worn-down art studio. Alessa rubbed her tired eyes, wondering why her drawings of everyday objects still felt lifeless. She was in her second year of art school, studying all kinds of techniques. Most of her classmates showed confidence. They painted bold portraits or crafted sculptures full of energy. Alessa, on the other hand, felt invisible. She often slipped into a quiet corner with her sketchbook, unnoticed by busy students rushing from one project to another. One chilly afternoon, while tidying the school supply room as part of her work study, she discovered a cracked wooden crate in a far corner. Hidden behind large canvases and old tools, the crate had a label in delicate letters, "Glass fragments, handle with care." Curiosity pushed her to open it. Inside, she found pieces of colored glass, each one shining faintly under the flickering light. The shards were dusty, but their hues, deep reds, cool blues, shimmering greens, caught her eye. She ran her fingertips over the sharp edges, feeling a spark of wonder. Even broken, they glowed like captured sunlight. She carefully placed the crate aside, thinking maybe one day she would ask her instructor about them. That night, Alessa's dreams were different. She usually dreamed of random shapes or nothing at all, but now, swirling colors filled her mind. The colors formed patterns like stained glass windows in an old church. In the dream, Beams of light shone through these windows, creating dancing shapes on a stone floor. She woke up with her heart racing, as if some new idea had been planted in her mind. She tried sketching the patterns before breakfast, but her pencil lines couldn't capture the vivid glow she had seen. At school, Alessa headed to the supply room. She found the crate and began to examine each piece of glass more closely. An older instructor named Professor Leon passed by. He was known for teaching painting, but when he saw the crate, his expression turned thoughtful. "You know," he said, carefully picking up a triangular piece of blue glass. "These fragments belong to an old chapel's window project. It was donated to the school years ago, but nobody had time or interest to work on them." Alessa blinked. Where was the chapel? Professor Leon smiled gently. "West of town, near the old cemetery. It's been abandoned for a long time. The roof collapsed, and even the stained glass windows fell out. These are the only salvaged pieces." He paused, then looked at her kindly. "If you've discovered a fascination with stained glass, maybe you should visit. Just be careful, the building is quite unstable." Alessa felt a spark in her chest. She had never touched stained glass beyond decorative items at craft stores, but something about these pieces called to her. She found a few library books on the subject, reading all she could about painting and leading glass. She learned how stained glass windows told stories in vivid color, used for centuries in cathedrals around the world. Text and images explained how each hue could set a mood, while shaped panels brought scenes to life. The more she read, the more she longed to see the chapel that once held these broken pieces. The following weekend, she packed a small bag with sketchbooks, pencils, and a camera. Morning light still hung low as she cycled west of town. After half an hour, a leaning sign pointed down a dirt path. Weeds and wild grass reached up, brushing her ankles. At the end, she came upon the chapel. Its roof had holes, and ivy climbed the stone walls. One large wooden door hung on rusted hinges. Alessa felt her stomach flutter, half from excitement, half from fear. The place had a quiet sadness about it, as though it had once been a refuge for many, but was now forgotten. Stepping inside carefully, she saw dusty pews tipped over, broken floor tiles scattered around. On one side, the stone wall had collapsed inward, leaving a wide opening for sunlight to stream in. Sunbeams passed across the interior, illuminating swirling motes of dust. She reached the front of the chapel, where a large window frame remained empty. Only small, jagged bits of glass stuck out from its edges. Alessa closed her eyes. For a moment, she imagined bright windows filling the chapel with color. In her mind's eye, the place became warm and alive again. That night, she dreamed more vividly. She saw a design, a stained glass pattern for that open window. In her dream, swirling lines of gold and soft pink captured the sunrise, merging into shapes of leaves and blossoms. It felt peaceful, like a gentle dawn rising in the chapel. She awoke breathless, quickly grabbing her pencil to sketch what she remembered. Though her hand trembled a little, the outline on paper looked true to the vision. She labeled each shape with a color: rose pink, pale yellow, deep emerald, sky blue. Every day after classes ended, Alessa returned to the supply room. She studied the crate of glass pieces, holding them up to see how the light passed through. Then she sketched new designs in her sketchbook, using the library books as guides on how to cut and fuse glass. Although she had never done it before, she felt an unshakable certainty that she could learn. Professor Leon, noticing her dedication, introduced her to a friend who worked in a small local workshop for glass art. They welcomed Alessa as a volunteer, teaching her basic safety, how to handle a glass cutter, how to fit shapes into lead cames, and how to solder them gently. It was delicate work, requiring patience and a steady hand. Her first attempts were full of uneven edges and mismatched colors, but she refused to give up. One evening, as she sat alone in the workshop, shaping a tiny piece of bright yellow glass, she had a sudden flash, as if the workshop lights dimmed around her. She saw the interior of the chapel in her mind, and in that moment she sensed a presence, or at least an echo of all the people who had once come to pray there. She felt a swirl of sadness and hope. Blinking, she realized the piece of glass in her hand was the exact shade she needed to form a ray of sunlight in her design. She shivered, feeling guided by something beyond logic, as though the chapel itself whispered instructions to her heart. Days turned into weeks. Alessa quietly gathered damaged glass from the crate. Some shards were large, others too small to use. She sought additional scraps in the workshop's leftover bin. Bit by bit, she assembled a patchwork of color. Her design changed each time she discovered a missing color or shape. Hints of green leaves turned into gold vines when she ran out of emerald. A planned red flower turned orange when she could only find tangerine glass. Yet each change felt right, as if the window was shaping itself through her hands. At school, she still felt shy, but her classmates noticed she had a new glow. During breaks, she sometimes brought out small test pieces of her stained glass experiments. People admired the vibrant colors, the neat lines of lead framing the glass. One friend commented, "It's like you found your true voice." Alessa only blushed, but deep down, she felt proud for the first time in a long while. Finally, late one Friday, Alessa laid all her pieces on a large table in the workshop. With trembling excitement, she fit them together like a puzzle. The central panel showed a blossom opening to greet dawnlight, while surrounding panels formed curling leaves, arcs of sunrise, and shining dewdrops. The colors flowed from pale morning yellow to rich, warm oranges, then softened into gentle blues and greens. She spent hours soldering the panels with care, then sealed the edges. As she wiped away the final bits of flux, the window piece glowed under the workshop lamp. She stood back and felt tears sting her eyes, not from sadness, but from the sense of having created something meaningful. That weekend, she borrowed a friend's van to transport the new window to the chapel. With a trembling heart, she arrived in the afternoon, the sky turning cloudy. She carefully unloaded the large frame, leaning it against the crumbling stone wall. The chapel's emptiness made her knees weak, but she pressed on, using old blueprints found in the school archives plus a bit of guesswork. She prepared the temporary braces around the window's rough opening. A local handyman had helped cut fresh wooden supports so the panel could stay in place. With slow, deliberate moves, Alessa lifted the stained glass creation into the frame. A sudden breeze made the chapel's broken door creak. Alessa's hands shook, but she managed to fit the window snugly at the opening. She secured it with wooden beams and metal brackets. Then she stepped back to see. At first, the sky was gray, and the glass looked dull. She felt a pinch of disappointment. Had she done all that work for only a dull glow? But as if on cue, the clouds parted, allowing a beam of golden sunlight to slip through. That radiant light struck the glass, igniting every color. The window glowed with breathtaking warmth, painting the chapel's stone floor in a rainbow of shapes. The blossom at the center shone with such life, it felt as though it might open further. Alessa stood in silent awe, tears crawling down her cheeks. The chapel, once abandoned, now held a spark of hope again. Even the dust motes seemed to dance with joy in the colored light. In that moment, she sensed she was not alone. Turning, she saw a few townspeople who had wandered in, lured by the glimmer of color. A couple of them gasped, eyes wide at the sight of the brilliantly lit window. One older man, leaning on a cane, murmured that he used to come to this chapel as a child. He never believed it would have beauty again. Another woman touched Alessa's shoulder, whispering thanks for bringing such grace back to a place they all once loved. Word spread around town that a young art student had installed a new stained glass window in the old chapel. Over the next few weeks, people visited, braving the uneven floor and broken stones just to witness the rainbow of color when sunlight poured through at various times of day. Some came at sunrise, others at dusk, each claiming the light made the glass glow differently, always stirring a feeling of hope. Children laughed and traced the colored reflections with their fingers. Older visitors quietly prayed or simply stood in reflection. Alessa became known as the girl who brought the chapel back to life, though she humbly insisted she only put the window there. Her fellow art students, even those who barely noticed her before, asked about her work. One or two wanted to learn how to craft stained glass themselves. Professors congratulated her when they heard the story, though they had never taught that exact skill. They saw her project as a brilliant piece of creative problem-solving. Alessa's confidence grew, not in an arrogant way, but in a gentle assurance that she had found her path. She realized art was not just about painting or drawing. It was about pouring her heart into something that could touch others. Stained glass seemed to be her special gift, marrying light and color into one powerful expression. Every so often, Alessa returned to the chapel alone. She brought new fragments of glass, replacing a small broken section at the bottom or adding small side panels if she found compatible pieces. Bit by bit, she improved the window, making it sturdier and more vibrant. On certain afternoons, she would sit with her sketchbook in a corner, listening to the wind blow through the cracked walls, drawing new ideas. She often felt a strange warmth, a presence that spoke no words yet blessed her with a sense of peace. One day, an older gentleman wearing an official badge came by. He introduced himself as part of a local group trying to save historic sites. He said the chapel qualified for light renovations if there was enough community interest. He asked Alessa if she would consider working with volunteers to clean up the interior and maybe restore more windows in the future. She agreed without hesitation. She knew she couldn't return the chapel to its original grand state alone, but with a team, they might bring it back from total ruin. News spread further that the abandoned chapel was no longer abandoned. By the end of the semester, Alessa's professors pointed out how she had grown not just in skill, but in heart. She still drew, still explored other art forms, but whenever she saw sunlight hitting colored glass, she felt a spark in her soul. Students who once overlooked her now asked for her input on their designs. A few times, the chapel was used for small gatherings, music recitals, poetry readings, each bathed in the gentle glow of that stained glass window. People entered with quiet awe, letting the colors wash over them, bringing a bit of hope into their daily routine. Alessa continued having dreams, this time not lonely or uncertain, but full of bright patterns and shapes. She dreamed of other worn-down places that might need a touch of color or light. In each dream, she saw herself not as a scared, invisible figure, but as someone who could help restore beauty where it was lost. It became clear that her feelings of being an outcast had begun to heal, replaced by a steady confidence. Early one morning, as she stood in the chapel watching golden rays illuminate her work, she reflected on her journey. She remembered first finding the crate of shattered glass and feeling drawn to it for reasons she couldn't explain. Now the window was whole, and so was a part of her spirit. She smiled, breathing in the scent of dew and old stones. Outside, birds chirped in the ivy, and the sky was a gentle blue. The chapel was no longer just an empty ruin. It had a living heart again, shining through the stained glass she had crafted. Stepping forward, she knelt by a small table where visitors left flowers or messages. Someone had placed a note there that read, "Thank you for the colors." Alessa picked it up, pressing it to her chest as tears welled. By following her visions, she had restored not only a masterpiece of light, but also a sense of hope in a forgotten space. In that silent moment, she realized art could be more than personal expression. It could mend broken places and brighten heavy hearts. And in sharing these colors, she had found her purpose, woven through every beam of sunlight that passed through glass she had lovingly shaped. Detective Marlowe stared at the clock on the wall, its ticking much louder than it should have been in his cramped office. Neon lights from the street poured through the blinds, painting the desk in a pinkish glow. The city beyond those lights never truly slept, but midnight always brought a hush. He waited, half expecting another call to break that silence. His old radio sat on a corner of his desk. It had once been standard police equipment, but now only a few aging detectives still used these older models. Most had switched to modern digital devices. Marlowe liked the comforting static between transmissions. It gave him time to think. He drummed his fingers on the desk, scanning the dark corners of the room. He had spent most of the day running down a rumor about missing people under the glow of neon signs near Redwood Avenue. Another dead end. Now, late at night, someone had promised crucial information via a broadcast on the old radio frequency info only a handful of people still knew how to use. The clock read 12:13 a.m. when the radio crackled to life. A soft female voice came through, whispery at first. "Hello, is anybody listening?" Marlowe leaned in, adjusting the volume. "I'm here," he said, speaking into the attached microphone. "Go ahead," she gasped, relieved he'd responded. I have something you need to know about the Redwood case. You're close to the truth, but it's bigger than missing people. It goes back decades." Marlowe's gut clenched. "Who are you?" he asked, but the voice ignored the question. "There's an alley behind the old Jazz Opera building on 5th Street, she continued. "Go there now. The clue you need is hidden under the tallest neon sign." He could hear her voice trembling, as if she were scared of being overheard. Before he could press for details, a jolt of static ended the call. Marlowe tried to hail her again, but no response came. Sighing, he grabbed his coat from the back of his chair, slid on his old fedora, and stepped out into the corridor. The precinct was nearly empty at this hour, just a few night shift clerks yawning over stale coffee. He nodded to them before slipping into the elevator. Outside, the city lights pulsed in splashes of pink, blue, and green. Stained puddles on the sidewalk reflected their colors, turning each step into a swirl of neon. The air smelled of fried food from late-night stands and the faint odor of vehicle fumes. Marlowe walked quickly, hands in his pockets, scanning the dark corners. Whether fear or excitement drove him, he couldn't say, but he felt alive. Cases had grown routine recently, but a secret broadcast hinted at something deeper. By the time he reached the old Jazz Opera building, he saw the huge neon sign shaped like a trumpet overhead. It flickered erratically, painting the narrow alley behind in alien shades of purple. The building itself had shut down years before. Dancing and big bands were no longer in fashion. Now only the rusting sign remained, humming with electricity. As he moved deeper into the alley, he spotted a pile of discarded crates and broken chairs next to a locked back door. The stench of rotting trash stung his nose. Careful to stay alert, he clicked on a small flashlight. He noticed a swirl of graffiti covering the wall, a mix of random tags and scribbles. He pulled up closer, noticing that a section of the graffiti looked recently added and oddly neat. The words formed a phrase, "Look beneath the past." There was an arrow drawn underneath, pointing to the ground. Kneeling, he shifted aside some loose bricks. His flashlight beam caught the corner of a small metal box hidden under debris. The box was dented and old, latched shut with a simple buckle. He pried it open and found a faded photograph inside. In the photo, a group of people stood around a radio tower, each wearing headphones. On the back, someone had scribbled a date from nearly 4 decades ago. October 21st, our new beginning. Beneath that was a note, frequency 605 neon trails. Marlowe recognized that frequency as an old police band not used in years. He tucked the photo into his coat pocket. The woman's late-night message was real, and it clearly linked to older radio transmissions. Whose new beginning was this? Was it a cult, a secret society, or something else? Thinking of Redwood Avenue's missing people, he wondered if they had vanished following clues like this, chasing forgotten eras. A prickle of unease ran along his spine. He couldn't piece it together yet, but he felt the weight of something bigger forming. Suddenly, a clatter behind him made him jerk around, heart pounding. He raised his flashlight, catching a glimpse of a hooded figure dashing away. "Hey, stop!" Marlowe shouted, but the stranger rounded the corner in seconds. Marlowe chased after them, sprinting through neon-lit puddles. At the end of the alley, he found only empty streets glistening with fresh drizzle. No sign of them. Breath ragged, he caught his reflection in a puddle-tired eyes, an aging face brimming with questions. He knew the best plan now was to return to the station, check the date scribbled on the photo, and research any cases linked to that old frequency. Tired but determined, he headed back. In a quiet records room at the precinct, the glow of a single lamp lit the yellowed files. He pored over documents from around the date on the photo, searching for anything referencing neon trails or frequency 605. He found a few mentions of an experimental radio broadcast from that era, a group of nighttime hosts who aired underground music and cryptic messages. Official logs said the show was shut down after a rumored scandal, but details were vague. Marlowe scratched his beard, frustrated at the many missing pieces. Another file referenced a handful of people who disappeared around the same time. The cases never solved. Coincidence or not? His radio hissed softly. The same woman's voice broke in, making him startle. "Detective, you found the box, didn't you?" She spoke quickly, her tone urgent. "There's more. Tonight at 2 a.m., tune to 605. Please trust me." Marlowe grabbed the mic. "Wait. Are you behind these cryptic clues? Who are you? Why are you helping me?" But all he heard was static. An uneasy feeling spread in his chest, but he decided to follow the lead. Setting the radio to 605, he waited until 2 a.m. The moment the clock struck, the static split and faint music trickled through, something like an old jazz tune. Then a male announcer's voice cut in, thick with static. "Welcome back to Neon Trails, the station of hidden nights. Keep your eyes open for old truths. Our city whispers secrets in alleyways. If you found our signal, you've begun the journey." Marlowe's eyes widened. It sounded like a broadcast from another time. The voice continued, "Tonight's clue is hidden where the city's heartbeat used to thrive, in the old broadcasting tower near the overlook. Find it, and you'll see the path we walked. Don't delay. Tomorrow, everything changes." Then the music faded. The radio hissed and went silent. Marlowe stared at it, unsure of what to think. He had read about the old tower by the overlook abandoned decades ago. Could it still stand? If so, was some group using it to hide secrets? He quickly pulled on his coat again, fighting off the chill of the damp night. He took a taxi out of the city center toward the overlook, a rocky rise that offered a view of the entire downtown sprawl. The streets gave way to broken roads, leading eventually to a tall chain-link fence. Beyond it, through the gloom, he saw a rusting tower. A battered sign said, "Protected site, no trespassing." The chain on the fence seemed recently cut, so he slipped through the gap. His flashlight revealed a path leading up to the tower's base. The structure rose against the night sky, a skeleton of steel beams. He climbed a short stairwell, careful to avoid rotten steps. A single neon tube lay shattered near the entrance booth, as if someone had tried to bring back a flicker of past glory. Inside, the air was stale. Sheets of metal clanged faintly in the breeze. Then he heard footsteps. He froze, shining the beam around. A shape darted behind a pillar. Adrenaline surged. "Show yourself," he barked. No answer. Picking his way carefully through debris, he spotted an old control panel among tattered cables. It looked like a small radio station might have operated here, or perhaps a pirate broadcast. He brushed off some dust, noticing a worn photo taped to the console. It was the same group from the earlier picture, each wearing headphones, grinning with excitement. Some names were scrawled underneath: Lily, Dean, Marta, Ray. However, someone's face had been scratched out violently. Next to it was the phrase, "He betrayed us, cost us our dream." Beneath that, he saw a folded piece of paper. He opened it to find a map of Redwood Avenue, with several buildings circled in red. Next to one circle, a note read, "Tonight, final plan. Bring them to the old broadcast." Suddenly, the footsteps echoed behind him. He spun around to see the hooded figure from earlier looming in the flickering beam of his flashlight. The figure's voice was the same trembling one from the radio. "Detective Marlowe, you had to see this for yourself." She lowered her hood, revealing a young woman with tired eyes. She looked barely out of her 20s, yet carried an air of old regret. "I'm Lily's granddaughter," she said quietly. "My grandmother was part of Neon Trails. They wanted to create a new voice for the city, to broadcast freedom and hidden stories after dark. But the station fell apart when someone leaked their secret location. They hoped to come back one day to restore the city's neglected corners. Some members vanished, some were forced into hiding. The Redwood disappearances might be linked to the same group that fought them decades ago." Marlowe studied her face. Why call me? Why leave these clues? Her voice quivered. Because these criminals from the past have woken up again. They want to bury the truth about the city's old corruption. People have been vanishing because they got too close. Or maybe they saw something. I used my grandmother's records to track you an honest detective who might care. She looked around, tears in her eyes. I wanted to show you the heart of Neon Trails, to prove how far this runs. We can't let them hide everything again. The final piece is back on Redwood, in an abandoned studio that used to broadcast our signal. We must get there tonight or they'll destroy the evidence. Marlowe nodded, feeling the weight of her words. The puzzle started forming a complete picture-missing people, an old dream for the city, a secret radio band. He offered her a steady hand. Let's go. They left the tower, driving Marlowe's battered sedan through sleeping streets. Billboards of bright pink and green neon flickered overhead, giving the night a surreal glow. As they turned onto Redwood Avenue, Lily's granddaughter pointed to a dark building near the end of the block. A single neon sign buzzed overhead, half its letters burned out, reading DIOS. Inside, they found an old broadcast room littered with shattered equipment. The musty room smelled of mold. At the far wall stood a locked metal filing cabinet. The young woman pulled a key from her pocket. Grandma kept a copy. She always said if the city needed their voices again, we'd come back here. The key fit, and with a quiet click, the drawer opened. Stacks of folders and reel tapes labeled corruption evidence sat inside. Marlowe felt his pulse race. These records might be exactly what officials needed to prove who had been orchestrating the kidnappings and covering up wrongdoing for years. Scanning a few pages, he read names of higher-ups in the city from decades past. Some were still in power or had ties to those who were. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps outside. Flashlights danced across broken glass. The criminals, no doubt. Marlowe motioned for silence, hand on his holster. Lily's granddaughter clutched a file of tapes close to her chest. Men in dark suits burst through the door, guns raised. "Hand over the files!" barked one, his face twisted in anger. Another demanded the tapes. Marlowe stepped between them and the woman. "Not a chance!" he growled. Shots rang out, echoing in the cramped room. Marlowe dove behind the old broadcasting console, returning fire. Sparks flew from damaged electronics. One bullet shattered a neon tube, flooding the air with a flicker of blue light. Lily's granddaughter crouched low, looking frightened but resolute. In the chaos, Marlowe managed to clip one man's shoulder, forcing him to drop his weapon. The other thug lunged, but Marlowe disarmed him with a swift blow. Panting, the detective pressed them at gunpoint. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Someone must have called them, or perhaps the sound of gunfire had drawn a quick response. As officers poured into the building, Marlowe lifted the cabinet's files and tapes to show them. "Arrest these two. They're part of the bigger ring. We have the evidence we need now," he announced. The men glared but said nothing as they were cuffed and led away. Outside, red and blue lights mixed with the neon haze. Lily's granddaughter smiled softly, tears on her cheeks. She knew that after years of secrets, the truth could finally come out. In the following days, city officials pored over the files. Hidden crimes from decades earlier were exposed, tying into the recent disappearances. Several powerful figures were arrested or forced to resign. The missing people from Redwood Avenue were located. Some had hidden themselves away out of fear. Others had been taken to remote areas to keep them quiet. One by one they returned, shaken but relieved the conspiracy was finally unraveling. During a small ceremony a week later, Lily's granddaughter and Detective Marlowe stood on Redwood Avenue, under the buzzing neon. The community honored them for bringing light to a dark corner of the city's history. She handed Marlowe her grandmother's old radio handset, the very one used in the final broadcasts of Neon Trails. "Keep it," she told him, "in case the city needs another message of hope." Marlowe accepted it with a grateful nod, reflecting on the nights he spent chasing clues through neon-lit alleys. He realized the city would always hum with secrets, but as long as there were voices brave enough to speak and a detective willing to listen, those mysteries would not remain hidden forever. And so, under the swirling neon signs, he walked away with a renewed purpose, ready for whatever late-night signals might come calling next. I started my night shift in the hospice facility on a chilly evening when the wind howled against the windows. I had been working there for only 2 weeks, but the place already felt like a maze of silent halls and dimmed lights. Each hallway had that faint smell of antiseptic, mixed with an old, musty scent that lingered in older buildings. Although I was new, I felt a strange tension, as if something unseen was lurking in the corners. My co-workers were friendly enough, but they seemed guarded when it came to certain questions, especially about the late nights. My main job was to check on patients who needed medication or comfort during the darkest hours. Most of them were asleep or too weak to talk. I usually encountered only their soft moans or fragile breathing. On my first few shifts, everything seemed normal for a hospice. Patients would call for water, for help adjusting pillows, or just a quiet hand to hold. But things changed one night around 2 a.m. That was when I heard whispering. At first, I assumed it was a television left on somewhere, but as I walked through the corridor, I saw only closed doors and darkness. The whisper sounded like it was coming from around the corner, but every time I turned a corner, it moved further away. It was low and soft, like someone comforting a child. When I reached the end of the hall, I realized the sound came from a room used for storing old supplies. My heart pounded as I opened the door, but the room was empty except for boxes and a single moth fluttering by the light. The next night, I spoke to Doris, a senior nurse on duty. She gave me a tight smile and told me not to worry about odd noises. She said the building was old and I might be hearing air vents or settling floors. I accepted her explanation, though I felt it was incomplete. There was a tension in her voice. Her eyes darted away. Something about the hush of her tone told me she had experienced more than squeaky floorboards. The third night, I noticed Mr. Holland, one of our long-term patients, was awake and trembling. He was a quiet man who rarely spoke, but that night he kept mumbling. As I leaned in, I heard him whisper, "She's here again. She waits in the hallway. Don't let her in." When I asked him who he meant, he just shook his head and wouldn't say more. He started to cough and close his eyes tightly as if trying to block out a terrible sight. 2 hours later, around 3 a.m., I was passing Mr. Holland's room again when I heard a dull thud. Worried he might have fallen, I rushed in. He was safe in bed, but he looked terrified, staring at the corner of the room. His eyes focused on an empty spot, yet he seemed to despise whatever he thought he saw. I followed his gaze and saw nothing, only shadows my flashlight created. Still, a strange chill filled the air, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. Later that night, I was restocking supplies in the medication room when I heard a distant moan echo through the corridor. I hurried out, expecting to find one of the patients in distress. What I saw instead made my heart skip a beat. At the far end of the hallway stood a person in a long white gown. The figure was pale, unmoving, and seemed to hover near a window. I thought maybe it was a patient who had wandered out of their room. But as I walked closer, the figure seemed to fade into the darkness until it completely vanished. I told Doris what I had seen. She looked at me with sympathy and said, "We get a lot of strange stories here at night. I've seen things too, but I try not to think too hard about them." Her words didn't comfort me. Instead, they fed my growing anxiety. The sense that something unnatural was roaming these halls wouldn't leave me. Over the next few days, I tried to keep a record of weird events. I wrote down times I heard whispers, caught glimpses of that figure in white, or heard patients speak about someone who wasn't part of the staff. Mr. Holland wasn't the only patient who mentioned a presence. A few others claimed they felt someone touching their hands in their sleep, or gently pulling the blankets off them. They spoke of cold winds in closed rooms, the rattle of something like chains, and the faint hum of a lullaby. One elderly woman, Ms. Porter, was awake one night, staring at the ceiling. She had a soft, trembling voice. She told me, "It's not a bad presence, but it's lost, and it's looking for someone or something." I asked her what made her think that. She said, When I was close to drifting off yesterday, I saw a woman in a white dress. She held out her hand, but she looked as scared as I was. Then she closed her eyes as if the memory was too strong. One evening, about a week later, I had an unsettling moment in the supply closet near the back entrance of the building. I was checking our stock of gloves and bandages when the lights flickered. My heart lurched for a moment, and I stood still, waiting. I felt something cold brush against my shoulder, but when I spun around, nobody was there. The door behind me stayed shut. The air smelled stale, like old flowers and cleaning chemicals. A single word faintly crossed my mind, though I didn't hear it aloud. Wait. Sleep became difficult. I'd lie in bed after my shift, hearing phantom footsteps outside my apartment door, even though I lived alone at the end of a quiet hallway. My dreams were filled with white corridors and that shape drifting at the edge of my vision. I woke up sweating, unsure if I wanted to return to work, but also feeling an odd pull to understand what was happening. One night, I decided to keep a small camera with me. It wasn't a professional device, just a digital camera I had at home. I planned to take pictures if I saw anything unusual. Around midnight, I heard soft humming from near the patient's lounge. As I walked toward the sound, camera in hand, my breath caught in my throat. Standing halfway in the darkness and halfway in the dim hallway, light was the figure in white again. The gown looked old-fashioned, almost like a simple hospital dress from decades ago. Her hair was long, hanging down her back, and her face was half hidden in shadow. Without thinking, I snapped a photo. The flash lit the corridor, and for a split second, I saw that her eyes were wide and seemed full of sorrow. Then she faded, leaving only the blank wall across from me. My heart hammered, and my legs felt weak. Even before I checked the camera screen, I felt my hands shake so badly I could hardly hold the device. Looking at the photo, I saw the corridor clearly, but the figure was only a blur of light. There was no face, no details, just a faint shape against the gloom. Still, it confirmed I wasn't imagining things. I hurried to find Doris. When I showed her the blurry picture, she sighed. "I've been here for 10 years, she said quietly. People come with stories, sightings, all sorts of strange claims. Sometimes patients pass away and nurses report seeing a bright figure in the halls. I can't explain it. I don't know who she is or what she wants. But I believe you." A few nights after that, Mr. Holland took a turn for the worse. He had trouble breathing, and I went into his room to help adjust his oxygen mask. He grabbed my arm, his eyes full of fear. He whispered, "She's here. She's in the corner." I glanced around but saw only his reflection in the TV screen. He gripped me harder. "Please don't let her take me. I'm not ready." My heart hurt for him. I tried to calm him, saying, "No one is here, Mr. Holland. You're safe." But even as I said it, I felt a prickling on the back of my neck. An hour later, I checked on him again and found his breathing had stabilized. He was asleep, a soft rattle in his chest. The air around his bed was intensely cold, though the heater was on. I stood there for a moment, feeling that same presence from earlier. It was as if someone stood behind me, gazing at Mr. Holland, too. My mind raced. Was this figure in white trying to guide patients to the next life? Or was it something darker, feeding on their last moments? As nights went on, I noticed a pattern. Whenever a patient was nearing their final days, that presence grew stronger. The footsteps, the whispers, and the chilling air intensified around their rooms. One patient even claimed the figure whispered comforting words in her ear, but she was too weak to repeat them to me. Finally, everything came to a climax on a particularly silent night. There were fewer patients than usual, and the staff was minimal. Around 2:30 a.m., a power surge caused the hallway lights to flicker. I was in the corridor alone, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, I heard a clear, sorrowful moan. It came from Mr. Holland's room. I rushed inside to see him in distress again, gasping for air. I alerted the on-call doctor, but we both knew we were simply trying to ease his passing. The doctor left to get medication, leaving me there holding Mr. Holland's hand. Then, near the foot of his bed, that figure appeared once more. Her outline glowed faintly in the dark. her white gown shifting without any breeze. I wanted to scream, but the compassion in her stance made me pause. She was leaning toward him as if trying to calm him. I realized she wasn't threatening him. There was a gentle sadness in her posture. Mr. Holland's breathing slowed, and I felt a deep hush stir the air. The figure turned her head to look at me. Even though I still couldn't see her face fully, I sensed gratitude in that moment, like she was saying thank you for caring. Then everything went still, and she faded away into the dim corners of the room. Mr. Holland took his final breath seconds later. I withdrew my hand from his and stood there, heart pounding, tears welling up in my eyes. The doctor came back, and we performed the necessary procedures to confirm his passing. I didn't mention the figure in white. I didn't need to. There was something peaceful in the room now. Over the next few weeks, I continued my night duties. I sometimes still heard faint whispers or thought I saw a flicker of white in my peripheral vision. It never felt hostile again. Patients who were close to death seemed calmer than before, and a few even mentioned a kind visitor who appeared in white clothes to comfort them. I began to see this presence as a guide, not a predator. Perhaps this figure was something or someone who lingered in the hospice, shepherding souls wherever they needed to go. It was not evil or angry, just bound to a final duty none of us could fully understand. With time, the sightings felt less invasive. My fear lessened, replaced by an odd calm whenever I sensed her. I kept working the night shift, reassuring patients, holding their hands, and listening to their final words. I would sense a soft presence sometimes in those last moments, like a quiet watcher ensuring nobody died alone. Now, whenever someone asks me if I'm scared to work nights at the hospice, I smile gently. I think about Mr. Holland's last moments and the many other patients who have seen that figure in white. I answer that I'm not alone in those halls. Some nights, caring for the dying means crossing paths with things we cannot fully understand. It means feeling that shift in the air when a life ends and maybe seeing a mysterious figure who helps carry that life away. I keep my camera locked in my locker. I still have that blurry photo of what I believe is her silhouette. Sometimes, I look at it to remind myself that not everything can be explained with logic. Even though the hospice halls can be frightening, they are also filled with small acts of grace. And maybe that figure in white, with all her quiet footsteps and hidden presence, is just another piece of that final kindness. I remember the day I received the job request from a local real estate agency. They told me a hoarder's mansion had finally gone on the market, and the new owners wanted the place cleaned from top to bottom. They needed someone who could handle mountains of junk, insects, and the strong odor that often comes with neglect. I accepted without hesitation. I'd cleaned many difficult properties before, and though the description sounded challenging, I thought I could handle it. Early on a cold Monday morning, I arrived at the mansion. The large, worn-out gates creaked in the wind, and the yard was overgrown with thick bushes and tangled vines. Something about the house felt sad. The bricks were weathered, paint peeled off in flakes, and many of the windows were sealed with newspapers or old curtains. The previous owner, an older man, had passed away without relatives. When I walked inside, the smell nearly overwhelmed me, a mix of dust, mold, and stale air like nothing had been thrown out in years. The first hallway was stacked with boxes and newspapers, enough to form dangerous towers that threatened to topple at the slightest push. I had to move carefully, stepping over torn rugs and scattered items. I saw piles of old books, broken furniture, dishes with crusted food, and countless scraps of writing. This was more than a clutter problem. It was a life that had spiraled out of control. I set down my cleaning supplies in what appeared to be a living room. It was difficult to tell what the room was meant for with all the clutter. A giant grandfather clock leaned against the wall, stopped at some unknown hour. A small TV perched on top of two stacked crates. Cobwebs ran across the ceiling, trailing down like ghostly curtains. As I began sorting through the nearest pile, I found envelopes unopened for decades, bank statements, faded photographs, and countless gadgets that still bore price tags. I had expected random items, but the sheer volume surprised me. It felt like I was stepping into someone's entire life, scattered piece by piece with no sense of order. By the time noon crept around, I had managed to clear a narrow pathway from the front door to the living room. That's when I saw some old journals stacked on a desk in the corner. At first I ignored them, thinking they were just diaries the man might have kept. Eventually, I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I flipped open the top journal while I took a short break. Most of the pages were filled with tidy handwriting. At first it looked like daily notes: what time the writer woke up, what he ate, the chores he did or didn't do. But as I read more pages, I noticed short paragraphs about future events, things that hadn't happened at the time of writing. It read like this: Monday, January 5th. The old oak tree will fall in the storm, just missing my car. I will hear a loud crash at 3 a.m. The entry after that said, Tuesday, January 6th. Power outage will last 3 days. People on the street will gather at the local cafe to stay warm. I realized these were predictions, not memories. At first, I thought maybe the old man wrote fictional pieces or kept fantasies, but on the margins, he recorded small details: times, dates, specific names. Some events were crossed out like they hadn't come true. Others had check marks next to them. It was eerie. I found more journals underneath the first. Each one carried the same style. The writer seemed like he was trying to track future occurrences with careful detail. One entry mentioned a neighbor's birthday party being canceled due to a family emergency. Another predicted a robbery at the corner store. Though I had no proof these events actually happened, something about the precise nature of his writing unnerved me. It felt more like documentation than imagination. I continued cleaning for the rest of the day, but I couldn't shake off what I had read. The next morning, I came back, determined to finish my job. This time I went prepared with better masks, gloves, and garbage bags. The mansion felt even colder and more lifeless than before. As I cleared out a closet near the dining room, I found a new stack of scribbled notes. One sheet stood out. Saturday, new owners arrive. They do not realize the danger upstairs. My heart missed a beat. I looked around, but I was alone. The paper was thin and yellowed, as if written long ago. Did the old man foresee that someone would buy his home? Or was it just random rambling? The mention of danger upstairs made me uneasy. I had to see what was upstairs. So far, I had only tackled the ground floor because the entryway and living room were bad enough. After preparing myself with a flashlight, since the mansion's electricity was spotty, I climbed the creaking staircase. My steps echoed in the quiet. On the second floor, the air was heavy, as though nobody had opened a window in years. More piles of junk blocked the rooms. Vintage clothes, record players, half-broken mirrors, and cracked frames. The hallway led me to a locked door at the far end. The lock looked old and rusted. I thought maybe it led to an attic. Next to the door, I noticed a small side table with another journal on it. This one had a rough sketch of the mansion's layout, pointing to rooms on each floor. Strangely, the second-floor rooms had short notes next to them like, "Danger here," or "Don't open the chest." It was the same handwriting as before. My curiosity pushed me to find a key. Eventually, I discovered a ring of keys on a hook in what must have been the main bedroom. My guess was that one would fit that locked door. With the help of a little wiggle, the second key. I popped the lock open. A cold waft of air escaped from the darkness. It smelled of mildew and something else I couldn't name, something stale and off. Inside was a room cluttered like the rest, but with less dust, as if it had been visited more recently. A single lamp stood in the corner. When I switched it on, the light flickered, revealing a pile of newspapers that nearly reached the ceiling. In the center of the newspapers lay a single trunk, old and covered in scratch marks. It was labeled with big letters, "Do not open." I remembered the note in the journal about a chest. I felt an overwhelming sense that I shouldn't touch it, but after a few minutes of debating with myself, I gave in to curiosity. My hands trembled as I cracked it open. Inside were more journals, photos, and a small box with a lock. The photos showed various people standing outside the mansion, each dated with a short statement like, "They will come soon," or "Their visit is close." Strangely, some photos were older, and some looked more recent, like snapshots from the last year. The locked box was heavy, and I found its key tucked into the corner of the trunk. When I unlocked it, I discovered a handwritten list of events that seemed like predictions for the current year. One entry read, "Flood in local area, 2 houses destroyed." Another said, "Massive car accident at the intersection near the grocery store, 3 people injured." Then I saw something that shook me. "Property cleaner finds the journals. She uncovers my secrets. She will try to warn the new owners. It might be too late." My entire body felt cold. It was as if the old man had seen my arrival. I hadn't planned to warn the new owners, but now I felt I should. What if something dangerous really was about to happen? Over the next days, while going through more diaries, I recognized references to events that really had occurred in our town. A small earthquake, a well-known shop closing, a local teacher's scandal. All of them were correctly annotated with check marks. How did he know all of this? It scared me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe he had sources, or maybe he was just obsessive and made many guesses that sometimes matched reality. Though I needed to focus on cleaning, I found it hard to ignore this mystery. By midweek, I decided to call the real estate agent. I explained I had found disturbing things in the mansion. He sounded impatient, telling me, "The buyers just want it cleaned. Throw out the junk and don't bother them." Fine, I thought. I would finish my job, but I felt a nagging sense that something was off. The property was massive, so it took me over a week to clear most of the first and second floors. Oddly, I kept finding repeated notes about Saturday, the day the new owners were supposed to arrive. One note said, "They will see the sign. Then it starts." Another simply read, "Beware the man in the black coat." The references were creepy without context, and I felt a heavy tension as Saturday approached. Saturday morning came cloudy and gray. I was in the front yard hauling away a final load of trash when I saw a black car pull up. A couple stepped out, both in their late 30s, well-dressed, carrying excited smiles. From the car's passenger side emerged a tall man in a long black coat, probably their real estate lawyer or a friend. My stomach knotted. They walked to the front porch, greeting me politely. I asked if they wanted to hear what I had found in the journals. The wife looked curious, but the man in the black coat firmly insisted they weren't interested in old nonsense. He said they wanted to start fresh and wouldn't be bothered by the clutter of a past occupant. I tried to at least mention the mention of danger upstairs, but the man in the black coat cut me off with a short laugh. He insisted the place was fine, and the owners brushed me aside, thanking me for my work as if concluding the conversation. Feeling uneasy, I packed up my cleaning supplies and headed to my car. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The new owners stood at the threshold, stepping into the mansion with bright smiles. The man in the black coat followed them in, his expression unreadable. That was the last time I saw the house in person, but I couldn't stop thinking about those journals. Did the predictions stop with the old man's death, or would they continue now that the house had new owners? The diary spoke of events that had come true, so I wondered if the danger upstairs would prove real. I sometimes check the local news, hoping I won't see a tragic headline involving that old mansion. My fear remains that the final writings, the ones that mention the new owners, might play out exactly as the old man imagined. If so, those unsuspecting buyers and their tall companion could be facing something they never believed in. For now, the mansion stands with new inhabitants. Maybe they'll tear down walls and renovate the entire place, removing every old paper and clearing the negative energy. Or maybe they'll stumble on more journals like I did, putting together the puzzle of an old man's predictions. Either way, a part of me will never forget opening that trunk, seeing my own role predicted in careful handwriting. It makes me realize how thin the line is between what we think is normal and what might be beyond our control. The hoarder's mansion still appears in my nightmares sometimes. I see the trunk in darkness, the locked box, and the notes that warned me of events yet to come. I imagine the black-coated man standing in those dusty rooms, reading the words that even I never found, discovering secrets that might lead to something we can't stop. I shake my head, trying to brush away the dread, but a part of me wonders, did the old man see it all? And if he did, could the rest of us have done anything about it? Even now, I don't know the answers. I only know that I finished the job, emptied the house, and left behind a story that might never end. Sometimes, late at night, I recall the final journal entry I read before leaving. They will come. They will ignore my warnings, and they will learn my secret too late. I hope, for their sake, it was just another guess. But deep down, I can't stop feeling that it was one more event the old man had already seen coming. A heavy snowstorm had started about 45 minutes before I found the motel. My car was skidding, and the wind was so fierce I could barely see the road. I had planned to reach the next town before nightfall, but I realized I wasn't going anywhere in this weather. When I spotted a small flickering neon sign that read vacancy, I turned into the lot. The place looked worn down and I didn't see any other cars. Still, I figured I had no choice. It was the only shelter for miles. Walking from my car to the office was a challenge. The snowfall had gotten worse and gusts of wind sent icy flakes into my face. The lot was mostly darkness, with just one lonely street lamp. The sign on the office door said open, so I pushed it and stepped inside. A single yellow light bulb illuminated a desk, an old wooden counter, and a tired-looking man behind it. He wore a threadbare sweater with a name badge, Alvin. He looked up slowly when I entered. His eyes flickered with a hint of worry or perhaps annoyance. He nodded and asked if I wanted a room. I stammered something about the snowstorm, and he tried to force a smile. His voice was quiet, almost as if he spoke only when necessary. I noticed an old clock on the wall behind him that had stopped ticking. The time on it was stuck around 1:11. Though it was past 6 in the evening when I arrived. He handed me a key marked Room 7, then scrawled my name in a half-empty check-in book without asking for an ID. I found that odd because most motels want something to record, but I was too tired and cold to argue. I paid in cash. He placed the money in a drawer, not even opening a proper register. Then he slid the key across the desk. His eyes never fully met mine. Outside, I trudged through deepening snow to find Room 7. The motel building stretched along a single row, each door battered by wind and ice. No lights shone behind the other windows, so I wondered if I was the only guest. The room itself looked drab. A dull bedspread, peeling wallpaper, and a small TV on a stand. I switched on the lamp by the bed, and the bulb flickered before finally casting a faint glow. I was relieved to be out of the storm, but something about this place left a chill in my chest. I tried to watch the local news, but the TV offered nothing but static and occasional flashes of color. The storm must have knocked out signals. With a sigh, I decided to take a hot shower, hoping it might calm my nerves. Just as I stepped into the bathroom, I heard a scraping sound near my door. I stopped, heart pounding, listening carefully. The sound faded. I convinced myself it was probably ice or wind. Still, I locked the door and used the chain for extra security. After the shower, I felt somewhat better. The room was quiet, except for a faint hum from the heater. I sat on the bed, turned off the lamp, and tried to sleep. But my mind kept drifting to that office. The way Alvin had avoided eye contact, and the strangeness of not writing more than my first name. At some point, exhaustion got the better of me, and I dozed off. Morning light, though faint and gray, woke me. I rubbed my eyes and checked my phone. No signal, no data. The storm had stopped, leaving a thick blanket of snow everywhere. I peeked out the window and saw Alvin trudging across the lot with a shovel. The entire parking area was nearly buried. Any thought of leaving right away vanished. I decided to have a chat with him while I waited for the roads to clear. When I entered the office, Alvin was hunched over a pile of papers. He tried to hide them as soon as he noticed me. I also saw an old guest register on the side table. I offered a small wave, and he nodded. Before I could ask any questions, he told me the roads were closed. The next town was about 20 miles away, and no plow truck would get out here for hours. I would have to wait. I asked about getting breakfast somewhere nearby, but he only shrugged and said the next diner was too far. Then, strangely, he mumbled, "You might be better off staying in your room." His words sent a ripple of unease through me. I pressed him carefully, asking if the motel had a kitchen or if he sold snacks. He didn't answer directly, just pointed to a corner with an old vending machine. In the machine, I saw a bag of chips and a couple of chocolate bars that looked years old. Sighing, I decided to buy something from it anyway. As I fed coins into the machine, I noticed a large corkboard on the wall. It was covered with pinned newspaper clippings, mostly about people reported missing in the region. I walked closer. My breath caught in my throat when I realized the missing people were travelers who had been driving along the same highway. Some articles were old from a few years back, but some were quite recent. My eyes scanned the headlines. Local man disappears after car trouble. Snowstorm claims another tourist. Search called off for missing couple. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Were these related to that lonely highway? I turned to Alvin, who stared at me with discomfort. I tried to ask him about the clippings, but he just shook his head. "Old news. We put them up so travelers are more careful," he mumbled. I wasn't convinced. The fact that this was the only motel for miles and all these people had vanished near here put me on edge. Returning to my room, I tried to calm myself. I told myself it might be a coincidence. Still, my instincts told me something wasn't right. I decided to do a little searching around the motel grounds, but the snow was so thick that exploring was difficult. Instead, I walked around the building looking for other guests. Every room door was closed, and I saw no footprints except my own. If anyone else was here, they weren't stepping outside. At midday, I made the mistake of knocking on one of the other room doors. I heard what sounded like shuffling inside, then silence. After a minute, a hoarse voice said, "Wrong room," and refused to answer further. Confused, I gave up and returned to room 7. The day passed slowly. The roads stayed closed, and the local weather on my phone still wouldn't load. I noticed Alvin checking on each room with his master key, letting himself in for reasons I couldn't guess. Each time he looked around like he was searching for something. The more I watched, the more uneasy I felt. In the early evening, as darkness fell again, I glanced outside to see Alvin near my car, wiping snow off the windows. That seemed helpful, but the way he inspected the doors and peered inside made it feel more invasive. I slipped into my coat and stepped out. He straightened up and pretended to be brushing off the windshield. I thanked him awkwardly, and he gave a stiff smile. "Roads might open tomorrow," he said, "but you might want to pay for another night, just in case." His tone hovered between suggestion and insistence. I forced a light laugh, nodding. "Sure," I said. "I'll settle up in the morning." That night, I double-locked my door and placed a chair against it. I had trouble sleeping again. My thoughts kept returning to those newspaper clippings. What if those missing people had once stayed in this very motel? What if they never made it out? Around midnight, I heard a faint tapping on my window. It was steady, like a single knuckle rapping in a careful rhythm. I froze in bed, holding my breath. The tapping continued, then stopped. When I finally got the nerve to approach the window, I saw only swirling snow outside. In the morning, a heavy silence lay over the property. I peeked out to check my car. It was buried once more thanks to fresh overnight snowfall. My tire tracks had vanished. I decided enough was enough. I would pack my things, talk to Alvin, and try to leave, road conditions or not. I headed to the office, but Alvin wasn't there. An old bell on the counter sat unused. The computer behind the desk was off. I noticed the guest register again, only now it was more than half empty. Page after page of names had been ripped out. The corners left behind suggested recent tear marks. My name still appeared, scrawled in a hurry. But aside from that, there were only a handful of other names. I remembered seeing more names the day I checked in. Where had they gone? A door behind the counter led to a small back room. I walked in, carefully calling out, "Alvin?" No answer. The room was cramped, filled with boxes of old motel brochures, cleaning supplies, and a battered file cabinet. On top of the cabinet lay a stack of Polaroid photos showing guests standing in front of their motel rooms. My heart pounded faster as I flipped through them. Each photo had a date scrawled on the bottom, along with the word checked out. I recognized at least 3 faces from the newspaper articles pinned outside. As I reached the last photo, I inhaled sharply. It was a shot of me, wearing my coat from yesterday, half turned toward the camera. The date was that same day. Beneath it, in shaky handwriting, were the words, "Soon." I dropped the snapshot, my stomach swirling with dread. Was Alvin planning something? Did he photograph me in secret? A door creaked behind me. Alvin stood there, eyes wide. He looked at the Polaroids in my hand, then said nothing. The panic in his stare told me there was no innocent explanation. Heart-hammering, I blurted, "What is this? Why do you have these photos?" He took a step toward me, voice breaking as he said, I have to do it. They make me." Before I could ask who they were, I made a run for it, sprinting past him. Hearing him shout after me only fueled my terror. I dashed into the snowy lot, fumbling for my keys. Winds whipped through the parking area, biting at my face. I managed to open my car door and jump inside. Luckily, the door wasn't frozen shut, or else I would have been trapped. The engine struggled for a moment, but finally coughed to life. Alvin appeared in my rearview mirror, stumbling through the snow, waving his arms in a wild manner. I didn't wait. I put the car in drive, tires spinning on ice until they found some grip, and the car lurched forward. I turned onto the highway, ignoring the fact that it was barely plowed. The car slipped, but I kept going, fear pushing me onward. There was no sign of other traffic. The sky was a dull gray, and snowdrifts made every curve dangerous. Still, I pressed on. I wanted to put as much distance between me and that motel as possible. My mind swirled with questions. Who was Alvin talking about? Why did so many travelers vanish near that motel? Were other rooms occupied by people too frightened or too hurt to speak? Every article, every Polaroid pointed to something terrible happening in that rundown place. Finally, about 2 miles down the highway, I saw a snowplow clearing the road in the opposite direction. I flashed my lights, hoping the driver would stop. He pulled over, and I explained in shaky words what had happened. The driver, a middle-aged man with a kind face, looked alarmed, but told me to keep going. He said there was a station about 10 miles ahead where I could report everything. He promised to bring help if needed. We parted ways, and I never felt such relief as when I spotted a small gas station sign glowing faintly through the storm. When I reached the station, I rushed in, breathless, to call the authorities. The young man at the counter looked puzzled as I told my story, but he let me use the phone. As I dialed, I realized my hands were shaking so badly I could hardly press the numbers. After explaining everything to the operator, a wave of exhaustion hit me. I slumped on a nearby chair, trying to steady my heart. Later that day, I gave a full statement to the sheriff. He listened politely, but the look in his eyes told me he found it hard to believe. Still, he noted the name of the motel and promised to check it out. By then, the roads had opened enough for a police cruiser. The sheriff tried calling the motel, but no one answered. I stayed at that gas station, sipping hot coffee provided by the clerk, until the snowplow and the sheriff's car continued on to investigate. Hours passed, and darkness returned. When the sheriff finally came back, he told me he found the motel empty. No sign of Alvin. Many rooms were locked, and the office was in disarray. He did confirm that the newspaper clippings were all there. The guest register, however, was gone. It seemed like someone had taken it. The sheriff muttered something about rumors of strange things happening along that stretch of highway, but he didn't say more. He simply told me to be careful, gave me a sympathetic nod, and let me go on my way. To this day, I don't know what truly happened at that motel or where Alvin disappeared. I never learned the full story behind those vanishings, and I doubt the local authorities did either. However, I still can't shake the memory of his words. They make me. Whether it was a dark secret, a twisted cult, or something else I can't explain, it left a mark on me. Now, whenever I pass a lonely roadside sign for a motel or inn, I shiver a bit. I wonder what quiet shadows hide in old buildings when the snow falls thick and the roads grow silent. All I know is that I escaped that night, and I will never stop feeling grateful for it. Sometimes surviving a close brush with the unknown reminds you how fragile we are, especially when no one is around to believe our stories. So if you ever find yourself on a lonely road during a winter storm, keep your eyes open for that flickering vacancy sign and be very sure you want to knock on that door before you do.